Konoha, Uchiha, lie down. Chapter 1, Crossing Uchiha, starting with the identity of cannon fodder. Konoha, 50 years. The Land of Fire. Ninja School, 5th grade B class. First of all, congratulations to everyone. From today on, everyone has become a glorious genin. Where leaves are flying, fire will also continue. As long as there are leaves flying, the flames will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout and grow. On the podium, Sarutobi Nobita, wearing a green chunin vest, was roaring loudly on the stage. Under the stage, countless civilian students wore Konoha forehead protectors. Their eyes were filled with excitement and enthusiasm, because becoming a ninja was their dream. However, the students from major families frowned slightly, their eyes flickered, and their expressions were very solemn. Back row, window seat. A pale-faced, frail young man, with a helpless look in his eyes, let out a slight sigh. The clothes he wore were embroidered with a flame fan, which was enough to show his identity. Yes. His name is Uchiha Jin, an Uchiha. More importantly, he is a time traveler. Oh, headache. I thought I could delay graduation until next year, but I didn't expect that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen would not even let go of the 5th grade students. It seems that the front line is tight and cannon fodder is urgently needed. Uchiha Jin, with a lot of thoughts. He is 12 years old this year, the same age as Hitaki Kakashi. As for the filial son Uchiha Itachi, he is only 4 years old this year. Now he has been dragged to the battlefield by the brain-dead Uchiha Fugaku to train. He has been here for 7 or 8 years, and he has not awakened the system. There are many troubles in the family. His parents were die-hard fans of Uchiha Kagami, but with the death of Uchiha Kagami, they lost the trust of the 3rd Hokage and were eventually liquidated by the radical Uchiha faction. They died in a mission a few years ago. So, he is now cannot get close to the Hokage, and the Uchiha clan does not trust him. To put it bluntly, people hate dogs. Fortunately, his parents left a lot of inheritance, so his life can be guaranteed. Although there is no awakening system, his strength is not weak. Relying on the ninjutsu scrolls left by his parents, in addition to the basic 3-body technique and chakra extraction technique, he now also masters 5 fire escape techniques. 3 sea-level ninjutsu, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Flame Bomb. 2 B-level Great Fire Extinguishment and Storm Dance. As for the special ninjutsu of Uchiha Sharingan, Izanagi and Izanami, but he didn't even have to think about it. Although his parents were both jonin, they had no chance to learn this family ninjutsu because they were close to Uchiha Kagami. Of course. It was also because of his parents' death that he had already opened the Sharingan. The most important thing is that he has 3 Megatama. As long as he is willing to show his strength, he can directly become the elite of the Uchiha clan. Even if his old classmate Hitaki Kakashi, who was just promoted to jonin a few days ago, he is confident that he can maintain a tie even if he can't kill the other party. But, it's a pity. The Uchiha clan is sick and will be killed by Uchiha Itachi sooner or later. He is not interested in joining a force that is doomed to perish. As for saving the Uchiha clan? Forget it. First of all, it is too difficult. The Uchiha clan is a typical brainless clan. They want to rebel but can't make up their minds. They can only keep talking. Moreover, they are so proud. Guarding the glory of their ancestors, they don't care about anyone, but they are a bunch of brainless people. The entire clan was infiltrated by the Hokage and became a sieve without knowing it, and met Uchiha Fugaku who had no leadership ability. This guy was just a paper hanger who could only keep robbing Peter to repair Paul, and he had no other abilities at all. Even though he had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had never used it once in his life, and was tricked by the 3rd Hokage and his own son, and then killed with a single sword. As a leader for the public, he had no leadership ability. As a father for private, he couldn't even educate his own son. The Uchiha clan, who had no brains, had such a leader, and it was hard not to be exterminated. If you want to change, forget it. Of course, more importantly, there is no emotion. Because his parents were diehard fans of Uchiha Kagami, the Uchiha clan didn't regard him as one of their own. He was not Uchiha Shisui, and he couldn't forgive others unconditionally. So he just wanted to quietly improve his strength, and then defect when the night of extermination came. As for now, he just wants to survive and grow. Even though he has the ability of a Jonin now, he still chooses to stay in school. But, it's a pity. God doesn't give him a chance. Now that the Third Ninja War has begun, the Third Kazekage and Sasori of Sand Village have both disappeared. Sand Village directly blamed Konoha and launched a war. Iwagakure and Kumagakure saw the opportunity, and they, who had long coveted the Land of Fire, also launched an attack. Under this circumstance, Kirigakure also prepared to take advantage of the situation. But Konoha really had no soldiers at this time. I think this is also the reason why they let this group of students graduate quickly and become cannon fodder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for realizing the true meaning of life, and the lying and slacking system is officially launched. This system is very lazy, and I am too lazy to introduce it in detail. Anyway, as long as you lie down, the host can get rewards. The core purpose is very simple: if you can lie down, you must not sit, and if you can sit, you must not stand. €. €. Others, please explore by yourself. €. €. This system is going to lie down and fish, by host. €. Uchiha Jin. Hearing the electronic synthesized sound in his mind, he was stunned for a while and then ecstatic. Wow, there is salvation. You have to know that his current strength can only be regarded as self-protection at best. And this is still in the early stage. When the Six Paths Pain appears in the later stage, the military value of the entire ninja world will soar instantly. Don't mention the Six Paths Madara and Kagaya, even Obito, Shisui, and even the three ninjas can't be defeated by him. Fortunately, the system has awakened. However. After he listened to the introduction of the system, he was confused. Lie down and fish? He also wanted to. But in the ninja world in front of him, if he dared to do so, he would be treated as a traitor immediately. Especially this system, even the introduction is lazy. It is simply unreasonable. Still figuring it out by yourself? Damn. But, forget it. I'll slowly figure it out in the future, and get benefits for myself first. This is the most important thing. Well, system, don't run away. Where's the novice gift pack? Don't tell me there's none. Hurry up. Uchiha Jin was very anxious and shouted in his heart. Ding, novice gift pack is being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Navy 6 style training method. This is a good thing. Uchiha Jin was a little excited. After all, the Navy 6 style in the pirate world is definitely a secret book of physical skills. Close your eyes. He basically mastered the training method of the Navy 6 style in an instant. After thinking for a moment, he continued to speak. System, are there any tasks? Ding, no. This system is very lazy and has no interest in messing around. As long as the host is detected to be lying flat, ninjutsu, shakura, and other abilities will automatically increase experience points, and rewards will be automatically issued when the host level is increased. The attribute panel has been issued, please don't bother me. A euro slipped away. A euro. A euro. Chapter 2 Kakashi's side, Strange Uchiha. Uchiha Jin, the corner of his mouth twitched. He really felt helpless when he encountered such a lazy system. Fortunately, at least he got the novice gift package, and he didn't need to do any tasks in the future. As long as he was as lazy as possible, he could get rewards. From in this respect, it seems to be a good thing. But, damn it! In the shitty society of the ninja world, ninjas are the weapons of the village. During the war, if you dare to be lazy, even if the Nabekage Danzo doesn't take action, the village will not forgive you. Even in peacetime, you have to do the mission. Really, it's so worrying. Just when Uchiha Jin was worried, Sarutobi Daxiang on the podium finally finished his chicken blood speech. Ahem, let me explain one last thing. Everyone take a good rest these days, and the team will be assigned in 3 days. Now, school is over. After saying that, Sarutobi Daxiang also left the classroom directly. In the classroom, as the teacher left, the ninja students from the civilian population also began to shout noisily. I finally became a ninja and can fight to protect the village. I will definitely become a great ninja who surpasses Kakashi and even the 3 ninjas of Konoha. I want to be a Hokage. The civilian ninjas spoke one after another. They all seemed to be injected with chicken blood. There was light in their eyes, as if they saw themselves killing people everywhere and growing into a towering existence in the village. In contrast, the ninjas from the major families frowned and their eyes kept flickering. They were exposed to more news and knew the real situation of the village better. However, they did not remind these civilian ninjas, but quietly left the classroom in groups of 3 or 2. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was very calm, especially when he looked at this group of civilian ninjas. His eyes were complicated and had some pity. Without reminding them, he quietly left the classroom and went straight home. The reason was very simple. These people have been completely brainwashed. If he dares to speak nonsense, these guys will not only not be grateful, but may even report directly to the Hokage. By then, he will not be able to eat mutton, but will be in trouble. With his Uchiha identity, maybe the one who will greet him at that time may be Konoha's Nabekage Danzo. A euro. The street was crowded with people. Uchiha Jin looked relaxed, looked at the blue sky, yawned, and came to Ichiraku Ramen. Hand-beating uncle, a bowl of super luxurious seafood ramen. Uchiha Jin sat down and spoke casually. He is a frequent customer of this store and has been here often since he crossed over. On the one hand, he can't cook. In his previous life, he had the habit of ordering takeout every day. He had long since become a otaku and had forgotten this skill. On the other hand, although his parents died tragically, he was not short of money. Of course, more importantly, he also hoped to get acquainted with the hand-beating boss. When Konoha is in chaos in the future, I can hide here for a while. Yes. Although this is just a small shop, there is only a row of seats near the door, which can only accommodate 5 people at the same time. But in the hearts of netizens in the previous life, the owner here is known as Ichiraku Otsutsuki. This statement may be a bit exaggerated, but whether it is the Nine Tails Rebellion or the later Six Paths Pain, it has not affected this Ichiraku Ramen. This is the fact. Even in the later Boruto, this small shop is still there, and even expanded. Hey, it's Jin. Today is your graduation day, you must celebrate it well. Today, uncle will give you a portion of barbecued pork and tempura. Ichiraku squinted his eyes and had a warm smile on his face. Ayam, who was busy in the store, also came out after hearing this, and started chatting with Uchiha Jin with a smile. Uchiha Jin, with a smile on his face. While waiting for his meal, he chatted with the father and daughter. At this moment, a masked ninja walked in. A super large portion of tonkatsu ramen. He had a cold face. With a head full of white hair and a black mask, he looked like a stranger. Yes. He was Hitaki Kakashi, the nominal classmate of Uchiha Jin. After he finished speaking, he sat directly next to Uchiha Jin and even glanced at him obscurely. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of doubt. Kakashi didn't know this old classmate. But the flame fan of Uchiha was known to everyone in Konoha and even in the ninja world. What Kakashi couldn't understand was that most of the members of the Uchiha clan were arrogant and looked down on ordinary people, right? The Uchiha in front of him was really strange. Unexpectedly. In addition to Obito, who follows him every day and keeps shouting at him, Uchiha actually has such a weirdo. On the other side, when Kakashi was observing Uchiha Jin was also observing Kakashi silently. He really didn't expect to meet him here. But thinking about it, it seems quite normal. In the original drama, those who are a little famous are basically willing to come to Ichiraku Ramen. However, he didn't mean to pay attention to Kakashi, just chatting with Ayam while eating today's dinner. After all, the two of them are not familiar with each other. Uchiha Jin just wants to hide, and the system awakened today is a dead fat otaku who lies down and fishes. In this case, he doesn't want to be with this some plot characters. A euro because that means trouble. A euro hand beating uncle, Ayam, thank you for the hospitality. A euro I'm going back. A euro after finishing the meal, he smiled and said hello. A euro he stood up and stretched, then turned and left the noodle shop. A euro and, on the other side. A euro Kakashi, who was eating, was still thinking about Uchiha Jin in his brain. A euro Kakashi, why don't you eat? A euro is the food not good today? A euro Ayam walked over, only to see her cross-armed, staring at Kakashi with an unhappy face. A euro obviously. A euro if Kakashi didn't give an explanation, she would be very angry. A euro Kakashi smiled awkwardly. A euro hurry up and apologized while eating, and then asked about Uchiha Jin. A euro Ayam didn't hide it after hearing it. You are talking about Jin-kun. He is indeed an unusual Uchiha. He has been eating at our restaurant for 7 or 8 years and can be regarded as an old customer of our restaurant. Jin-kun speaks very gently and is very polite. He is a very good person. Kakashi's expression relaxed a little after hearing this. To be honest, when he first saw Uchiha Jin, he subconsciously thought that the other party was approaching him on purpose. Because of his teacher, Namikaze Minato. Maybe ordinary people don't know, but he is also very clear that his teacher is a favorable competitor for the 4th Hokage. Kakashi also knows the problems of the Uchiha clan very well. So when he saw Uchiha Jin, he naturally subconsciously thought that this guy wanted to get close to his teacher in this way. Fortunately, Ayam's words dispelled his doubts. He has been coming here for 7 or 8 years in a row and can be regarded as an absolute old customer. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Really, a strange Uchiha. Chapter 3, Rewards for Lying Down, Prepare for Retreat in Advance. Uchiha Clan Land. There is a shabby 2-story building on the edge, which is Uchiha Jin's home in this world. I have to say, although the house is a bit shabby, the location is not bad, very close to Konoha Commercial Street. After all, the Nine Tails Rebellion has not yet broken out, and the Uchiha clan has not moved. As the founding family of Konoha, the clan land occupied is certainly not bad. Uchiha Jin has been rolling his eyes, provoking and humiliating by many clan members along the way. But, for this, he has long been accustomed to it, just drooping his face, yawning and starting to talk. Ah, right. You are so right, I am a coward, I am a waste. You are awesome, uyds. Yes. When he first crossed over, he might still be angry, aggrieved or something. But, now? He had long been accustomed to and numb, and developed a thick skin. He even thought that these clansmen were ridiculous and pitiful. He guarded the so-called number one family in Konoha but didn't know that he had long been a dish on someone else's table. 1. He didn't have the strength of Uchiha Madara to dominate the ninja world. 2. He didn't have the basic training of high-level struggle, and 3. He kept that pitiful pride. If you don't die, who will die? He was too lazy to associate with these idiots. After a little sigh in his heart, he gently opened the door and walked into the quiet house. He simply cleaned up the dust in the house, and then he lay directly on the bed. The whole person looked relaxed. If it was still in the past, he might have practiced more. But now it's different. With the lying down and slacking off system, what's the point of training? Lying down, isn't it nice? €1 chakra plus 13 €. €1 fire escape plus 16 €. €1 lightning escape plus 11 €. €1 physical skills plus 13 €. €1 yin escape plus 19 €. €1. Lying on the bed, Uchiha Jin listened to the prompt from the system and a faint smile gradually appeared on his lips. How cool! You can continuously improve your strength without much effort in training. System, YYDS. After enjoying it for a while, he opened the system panel. Host, Uchiha Jin. Chakra, 1062. PS, taking Kakashi as the standard unit, the chakra of an adult Kakashi is 1000. Fire escape, mastered 168/400. Lightning escape, elementary 32/100. Physical technique, mastered 121/400. Yin escape, intermediate 36/200. Sharingan, 3 Megatama. Skills, 3 body techniques, Navy 6 styles, Great Fireball technique, Phoenix Fire technique, Flame Bullet technique, Great Fire extinguishment, Storm dance. Overall rating, Jounin. Well, not bad. After reading his own attributes, Uchiha Jin was very satisfied. Although compared to the entire ninja world, his strength is just average. But, it doesn't matter. At least, after surviving the next 3 battles, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he who advocates the way of survival has never shown it in school, and everyone thinks he is a waste. In this case, without any training value, the Uchiha clan doesn't pay attention to him, so naturally he is just a cannon fodder. You can imagine. The people assigned to him are basically cannon fodder. Guiding ninjas, at most a chunin. Jounin, don't even think about it. That's the standard for elite students. And the enemies they face in their missions as cannon fodder are probably just ordinary soldiers. Even if they are unlucky and run into Orochimaru or Nabekage Danzo, and they have to arrange a bait operation for him and force him to die, it doesn't matter. After all, they are ordinary soldiers. How strong can the enemies they can attract be? Even if Danzo wants to kill him, an Uchiha, he probably won't be willing to send a Jonin to deal with this waste. Of course, this is nonsense. He is a waste who doesn't even have a Sharingan. Even a high-ranking figure like Danzo would be too lazy to pay attention to him even if he meets him. Why? It's a waste of time. Even if he is caught, what can he do? He doesn't even have a Sharingan. Well, very good. I think it will be okay if I survive the 3 battles this time. Next, I will just slack off. I will never show off myself. Even if I encounter a desperate situation, I will not intervene until all my companions are dead. After I survive the desperate situation, I will make up a random excuse and say that the other party was struck by lightning. Don't care whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Even if I can't make it up, I can still disappear on the battlefield. When the war is over, I will return to Konoha and say that I was seriously injured and rescued by a civilian. Although the Yamanaka clan is exploring the memory, I am also a 3 Magatama. It's easy to brainwash a civilian and implant some memory, isn't it? Well, perfect. Uchiha-jin muttered to himself. His eyes flickered, his brain was working frantically, and he thought of everything in the blink of an eye. His face was full of smiles. For a person like him who lives in the way of survival, he is not in the mood to work hard for Konoha. If there was no safe place in the entire ninja world, he would have defected directly. Yes. He also thought about whether he should learn from Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. But he gave up. Orochimaru could defect safely without any escape because Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately let him go and was unwilling to kill his beloved apprentice. Although Jiraiya chased him, he also let him go. After all, they were brothers, so he didn't want to kill them. As for Uchiha Itachi, although he also defected, he went to Akatsuki to be a spy. What about himself? Unless he really wants to join Akatsuki, defecting is courting death. Although he has the combat power of a Jonin now, there are a lot of people in Konoha who can crush him. He doesn't have any strong connections, so defecting is courting death. Even if he can hide, he can't hide forever. Not to mention the wind and rain, the nerves are tense every day, and the nerve fatigue is unbearable. As for joining Akatsuki? Haha, forget it. A force that is destined to be destroyed, with Nagato, Black and White Zetsu, Obito, Madara. Fug. Such a hodgepodge, all kinds of nesting doll forces, he doesn't want to provoke. Otherwise, he won't know how he died. So, after comprehensive consideration, he decided to stay in Konoha. Wait until the night of genocide and then defect. At most, he can hide in the ninja world for a few years, wait for Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage, and 6 Paths Pain will attack Konoha. When Konoha falls into weakness, he can come back and surrender. First of all, Tsunade is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, the Nabekage Danzo was almost dead. In addition, he didn't really hurt Konoha, and even if he defected before, it was to avoid the night of genocide. More importantly, Konoha was short of masters at that time. As an Uchiha, Tsunade would most likely accept him based on her personality. What's more, there is Sasuke. The Uchiha clan was completely exterminated. Sasuke finally has a clan member. Why don't you Konoha accept him? As long as Sasuke makes a move, will Naruto not help? When he returns to Konoha, he can continue to live. No need to say, perfect. Having completely figured out the future, he lay on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 4 being followed on the way home. The next morning, Uchiha-jin yawned, got up and opened the door, breathing the fresh air outside, and couldn't help but sigh that it was another energetic day. After a simple wash, he walked towards Ichiraku Ramen restaurant again, preparing to fill his stomach first. Oh, so unlucky. I met this Uchiha shame again, why don't you die quickly? Forget it, don't pay attention to him. He was ridiculed by his clan members along the way. However, no one really rushed up and shouted to duel with him. It's not that they don't want to, but they have no choice. Uchiha-jin is too thick-skinned, just like a city wall. No matter how they taunt him, it doesn't work at all. Just provoke him and challenge him to a duel? This guy admits defeat without waiting for you to make a move, without any sense of honor. It's numb. You can't just beat him up without asking the reason, right? The pride of the Uchiha clan prevents them from doing such a thing that humiliates the family's honor. So, they can only sit tight. Just curse from a distance, there's no point in saying anything else. Even the frequency of cursing is not as much as before. Uchiha-jin. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at the Uchiha clan members around him, the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. He likes to see them looking at me with displeasure, but unable to do anything about it. Very exciting. Seeing that no one really rushed up, he was not interested in deliberately picking a fight, so after a disdainful smile, he came to Ichiraku Ramen again. Uncle Handbeater, I'm here again. Just give me something to eat, I'm so hungry. Uchiha-jin, not polite at all. Sitting at the table, he said to Handbeater Ichiraku inside. Handbeater Ichiraku smiled and nodded, greeted him briefly, and went inside to prepare food. On the contrary, Ayam ran out angrily. Uchiha-jin, you're too much. My dad felt sorry for you at the beginning, but you can't come here every morning to eat for free, right? Really, it's too hateful. Yes. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant only has lunch and dinner. It is closed in the morning. But Uchiha-jin came to Ichiraku to negotiate when he first crossed over 7 or 8 years ago. He came here to eat every day at noon and in the evening, hoping that Ichiraku would cook a little more for him in the morning. Of course, he paid. At that time, Ichiraku looked at this child without a father or a mother, which was really pitiful. And as an orphan, it was not easy for him to come to negotiate with me alone. Although he was a Uchiha with a bad reputation, he was just a poor child. So, he waved his hand. He waved his breakfast money directly. And for lunch and dinner, he basically only charged the cost. Usually, he bought on credit and paid at the end of the month. But even at the end of the month, Ichiraku would charge a lot less. It can be said that Uchiha-jin basically ate and drank for free in this restaurant. Therefore, facing the Ayam in front of him, Uchiha-jin really couldn't be tough. After a bit of awkward laughter, he spoke quickly. Sister Ayam, don't be angry. I have graduated now and am a formal ninja. I can take on missions and make money. From now on, Uncle Shouta is my real father, and you are my real sister. I promise to treat you well for the rest of your life. I will take care of Uncle Shouta's retirement. Uchiha-jin, with a domineering look. He was also serious. He remembered all the kindness that the Shouta family had shown him over the years. He was not an ungrateful person, and he would definitely repay them in the future. So when he said this, it was indeed sincere. Ayam. Hearing these shameless words, she rolled her eyes in anger. Good fellow. Thinking of this, he spoke directly. Uchiha brat, you think too much. I, Ayam, will take care of my father in his old age. I don't need a shameless brat like you. Wait, that's not right. I am several months older than you. You should call me sister. How come I became a sister? Uchiha-jin laughed. He immediately started bickering with Ayam. For a while, the noodle shop was filled with laughter. It was at this time that Uchiha-jin was a little relieved, and felt a little bit like his previous family. As for the Uchiha clan? Haha, let's not talk about it. Okay, stop making trouble. Shoutayul came out with the meal, both of you should wash your hands and get ready to eat. Seeing Shoutayul coming out, the two people who were bickering couldn't help but look at each other. After each of them snorted coldly, they went to wash their hands obediently. An hour later, after the three of them finished their meal together, Uchiha-jin did not leave. Accompanying the father and daughter of the hand printing, they were busy preparing for the store opening at noon. Waited until noon, when the store was about to open. After eating lunch, Uchiha-jin touched his belly and went home. To be honest, he was going to continue to help. After all, he left after eating before because he didn't have a system, so in order to get the strength to protect himself, he could only keep working hard. Now, it's different. With the help of the system, he doesn't need to work as hard as before. But, it's a pity. The hand-printing uncle disagreed. He thought that since Uchiha-jin had become a ninja, especially he would go to the war front in a few days. During this time, he should go home and prepare well. So, there was no way. Uchiha Jin shrugged his shoulders. There was no way to explain many things. He could only choose to go home helplessly. However, walking on the street, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Because since he went to Ichiraku ramen restaurant in the morning, he vaguely felt that someone was watching him. Until now, there are still some. This made him wonder, who is it? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or, Nabekage Danzo? Or, Orochimaru? Several names kept changing in his mind. But, there was no result. He thought he had been very timid and should not attract other people's attention. But after thinking for a while, he made up his mind. The same thing should be done in the face of change. He is just a useless Uchiha, so just pretend that he didn't find it. If he was targeted before, he would still be afraid. After all, he had to exercise every day, so he was afraid of being discovered hiding his strength. Now, it's different. With the lying down and slacking off system, he doesn't need to practice on weekdays. Even if he is monitored, it's useless. After figuring this out, he couldn't help but smile. Smiled calmly. Yawned and walked straight home. 10 minutes later. After returning home, Uchiha Jin lay down on the sofa. Closed his eyes and prepared for a nap. The good habits developed in the previous life, which I didn't dare to delay in the past few years, can now be picked up and carried forward. Swoosh! Just at this time, a figure walked out of the courtyard. A black combat uniform, a green vest on the upper body, and the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on the cuffs. Red and white, a flame fan. Chapter 5. Knowing the truth of the year, Shisui was completely furious. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door outside the room, and Uchiha Jin was a little confused. He had been in Konoha for many years, but he didn't have many friends. The only ones he had a good relationship with were Ayum and the hand-beating uncle. But they were just civilians, it was impossible for them to come to the Uchiha clan. With a hint of doubt, Uchiha Jin stood up. He missed the softness of the sofa for a while, then went to the yard and opened the door. But, the next second, when he saw the person standing at the door of his own yard, his face was full of astonishment and confusion. It turned out to be Uchiha Shisui. What's going on? Although his cheap parents were loyal members of Uchiha Kagami. Before he died, he had seen Uchiha Kagami and brought Shisui to visit his home. So of course he knew Shisui. Even though he hasn't made the name of instant Shisui yet, he is also a rising star and pride in the Uchiha clan. But, the same. Since his parents died tragically, he and Shisui have no contact. For so many years, the two have never met. Jin, are you surprised? Shisui smiled softly, I'm sorry, there are too many tasks. Especially in recent years, I can't rest during the holidays. So I haven't had time to come and see you in these years. Sorry. Uchiha Shisui is really sincere. Because of their respective parents, the two often played when they were young. However, Shisui is a genius. He graduated early and became a ninja in the 3rd grade. After that, he has been busy doing tasks and working for the peace of the family and the village. He said he was busy and had no time. Uchiha Jin, believe it. Because Shisui's personality is disdainful of telling lies. It's just that. He really doesn't want to be associated with these plot characters, so he has been avoiding contact with them for these years. But since they have come to him, he certainly can't drive them out. So, forget it. He sighed inwardly, but still smiled awkwardly. Why apologize? I know you are very busy on weekdays. As a ninja, this is normal. Don't stand here, come in and talk first. Uchiha Jin stepped aside and invited Shisui and the others to the room. Looking at the simple and slightly shabby house, Shisui's brows could not help but slightly frown. But, he did not speak. After the two came to the living room and sat down as host and guest, Uchiha Jin made a pot of tea. "Come on, Shisui, have tea," Uchiha Jin said. After Shisui picked up the teacup, he could not help but be silent for a moment. "How have you been in recent years? Why do you go to Ichiraku ramen restaurant to eat in the morning?" It's confirmed." The surveillance he felt before should be Shisui in front of him. But he really didn't expect that Shisui had been following him since the morning. After thinking about it for a while, he didn't hide it. "Eat. When my parents died in a mission 8 years ago, I was too young, and Ichiraku ramen was cheap enough. So from then on, I have been eating at ramen restaurants. But, you know, my parents' inheritance is not much, and I am not a genius. If I want to become a ninja and make money by doing missions, I have to wait until I graduate from the ninja school. My parents' inheritance alone is not enough to cover the problem of eating for so many years. So at that time, I discussed with the hand-beating uncle that I would eat 3 meals a day at his place until I grew up, so I wanted to see if a long-term customer like me could get a cheaper price. The hand-beating uncle is kind-hearted. Even if it is closed in the morning, he let me eat with his father and daughter, and he didn't charge me. Even for lunch and dinner, he basically only charged me the cost, and even charged me a lot less each time. I am very grateful to the hand-beating uncle. I regard him as my father." Uchiha Shisui was stunned. He never thought that Uchiha Jin would have such a miserable life these years. But, that's not right. His father died at about the same time as Jin's parents. But he had been taken care of since he was a child. Why is Jin like this? He was so naive that he couldn't figure it out. Why? Shisui couldn't help but ask, "Doesn't the clan care? I remember there is a special orphanage in the clan. As long as they are members of the Uchiha clan, they will accept the loss of their parents. Not to mention, my uncle and aunt died on a mission. You should be more qualified to go to the orphanage, but why?" But, in this regard, Uchiha Jin was silent. After a long time, he spoke in a faint voice. "The reason is very simple. My parents are your grandfather, the die-hard fans of Uchiha Jin. When your grandfather died, his subordinates were naturally liquidated. Don't talk about me, you can go to the clan and see that many of the children under your grandfather's command lived a worse life than me." Uchiha Shisui took a breath of cold air. His face was pale. Even the hand holding the teacup began to tremble slightly. Uchiha Jin sighed when he saw this. In the original play, only Shisui and Ataka joined forces. None of the old subordinates who followed Uchiha Jin and their children were willing to support Shisui. In his previous life, he couldn't figure it out. However, after crossing over, he understood it instantly. Uchiha Jin's subordinates were liquidated after his death, and most of them died in these years. As for their descendants, most of them did not live to adulthood. Even those who barely survived to adulthood probably hated Uchiha Jin and Shisui. Still support him? Nonsense! That is Uchiha Jin, he has lived 2 lives, and his values a are relatively normal. He knows that Jin and Shisui are good people, and his parents' choice is not wrong, but he didn't expect Uchiha Jin to be so short-lived. As for Shisui, he is just a child, he knows nothing. That is why he never blamed Shisui. He chose to stay away from Shisui just because he understood the plot and didn't want to get involved in these plot tasks. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of trouble. And, on the other side, Shisui's face became more and more livid. "No, it's not like that. How could those people do this? These bastards!" Squeak! Even the gentle Shisui was furious after learning the truth. He was really angry. You have to know that Uchiha Jin's experience was because of his grandfather, Uchiha Kagami. Not to mention, according to Jin, he was relatively lucky. At least, under the care of his parents, he lived a stable life until adulthood, and he would have no worries about food and drink if he became a ninja in the future. But what about others? Thinking of the tragic scene, he was so angry that he opened his Sharingan directly. Even, the hidden between. A euro Shisui's 3 Megatamas seemed to be evolving into a Mangekaya. A euro this time. A euro Uchiha Jin, is in trouble. A euro although I don't know when Shisui evolved into a Mangekaya. In the original drama. A euro but if he evolved in his own family, he would be screwed. A euro the Uchiha clan, even the third Hokage. A euro the entire Konoha high level will pay close attention to him as the person involved. A euro in that case, how can he hide? A euro fuck, no. A euro thinking of this, his scalp tingled, and he quickly spoke to stop it. A euro Shisui, calm down. A euro it's nothing, I don't blame you. A euro besides, I'm an adult, don't get excited. A euro damn it, just consider it as my beg. A euro. A euro. Chapter 6 Shisui questioned. Fugaku was dumbfounded. Uchiha Jin, a confused face. What a mess. He couldn't euro trademark T help but smile bitterly, why talk about this? Don't a euro trademark T you know Shisui a euro trademark S personality? More importantly, if it were in other worlds, it would be fine. If he knew, he would just be angry, and then make a big fuss and that would be it. But this world is different. The Naruto world is known as the world of eyes. Especially the Uchiha clan, once stimulated by negative emotions, it is very likely to open the Sharingan. As for Shisui in front of him, he is a member of the Uchiha clan, known as a genius. If he was stimulated to open the Mangekyo, he would have to live a stable life in this life. Hide? Being targeted by the high-level officials of Konoha and the Uchiha high-level officials. You try to hide? Just when Uchiha Jin was thinking, Shisui suddenly took a deep breath. A euro Ejin, a euro trademark I'm sorry. I used to care too much about my strength and had no time to pay attention to other things. But, everything is over. Now that I know, I won't let them go. Just wait, I'll ask for justice for you. After that, in the blink of an eye, Shisui disappeared completely. Instant Shisui, worthy of his reputation. But, damn it. I don't need it. I wanted to persuade him a little more, but before I could open my mouth, Shisui had already disappeared. Uchiha Jin. He had 1,000 words in his mind, but he didn't know whether to say them or not. Really, what a sin. He just wanted to survive the Third Ninja World War and slowly wait until he had enough strength. Why is it so difficult? He was really worried. A euro it's not like he hasn't thought about showing off his strength and growing up slowly by playing both sides. A euro but, it really won't work. A euro although Uchiha Madara is old, he's still alive. A euro this old man has long despaired of the ninja world, and now he wants to implement the Tsukuyomi plan. A euro whether the Uchiha clan is destroyed or not, people don't care at all. A euro if he emerges as a rising star, he will either become part of his plan or he will directly destroy him as a variable. A euro not to mention that there is also the old silver coin, the Six Paths Sage, in the Pure Land. A euro who knows what he thinks? Will he realize that his soul comes from another world? A euro let's not talk about the distant future. A euro just Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nabekage Danzo are not what he can deal with at this stage. A euro but, forget it. A euro it's useless to think so much, just deal with it when the enemy comes. A euro shrugged helplessly, he collapsed on the sofa again. A euro chakra +1 to a euro. A euro fire escape +1 1 a euro. A euro. Enjoying the happiness brought by lying flat, a little unhappiness is forgotten. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As for the future? Whatever happens. He is a coward, not a coward. A euro. And, on the other side, the angry Shisui immediately came to the clan leader's house. Brother Shisui, is the mission over? As soon as he entered the garden, the young Itaki ran over. Looking at Uchiha Itaki in front of him, Shisui couldn't help but smile on his cold face. Well, it's over. I have a 7-day vacation this time. Is your father at home now? I have something to do and want to find the clan leader. Uchiha Itaki frowned slightly. He is also a genius and can feel that Shisui is in a bad mood. But he didn't ask more, just nodded. Father is in the living room. Shisui, please go over. Will you take me out to play when you're done? Shisui smiled and touched Itaki's head, then nodded solemnly. Without hesitation. After saying goodbye to Itaki, he went straight to the living room. Clan leader. Shisui is here, sit down. Uchiha Fugaku's face was calm, and he smiled when he saw Shisui. As a clan leader, the more geniuses there are in the clan, the better his mood. For Shisui, the top genius in the clan, Fugaku was even willing to treat him as an equal. Clan leader, I. Shisui took a deep breath and wanted to speak but was a little hesitant. For a moment, he didn't know how to start. Fugaku saw his entanglement and said with a smile. Just tell me what problems you encounter, even if it's troublesome, I will help you solve them. The Uchiha clan is not in a good situation in Konoha. Therefore, Fugaku certainly hopes to win over the Uchiha genius. As long as it is not too difficult, he will help solve it. On the other side, after hearing Fugaku's words, Shisui finally let go of his worries. Without any hesitation or exaggeration, he told the story of Uchiha Jin, his grandfather Uchiha Jing's death, and the experiences of his old subordinates who followed his grandfather. Finally, he burst into tears. Take a deep breath, look at Fugaku in front of him, and speak in a questioning tone. Patriarch. Even if those people followed my grandfather before, they would not be treated like this, right? Are those who followed my grandfather not Uchiha anymore? Why treat them like that? If Jinjun hadn't been taken care of by the hand-beating couple, he might not have lived to adulthood. Shisui's tone was deep. Uchiha Fugaku was also at a loss. Is that the case? He didn't know. It's not his fault. Although he is the head of the Uchiha clan, he is also the head of the Konoha police department. He has too many things to do every day. Some small matters in the clan are basically handled by the elders. More importantly, the power of his clan leader is not as great as others imagine. When Jing was alive, his father was in power. After Jing died, he hurriedly took over. Although he was the clan leader at that time, Uchiha Setsuna was in power in the clan, and he had just regained power in recent years. So, now after hearing about this, he was also shocked. How is this possible? I'm sorry, Shisui, I just know about this now. You also know that I have only been in power for a few years. In the past few years, Elder Setsuna was in power in our clan. So, hey. I will deal with this matter immediately. Shisui, please believe me, I, Fugaku, am not the style of the radicals. After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku got up and left home in a hurry. Yes. He was really anxious. The Uchiha was already in a weak position in Konoha, and there were endless internal strife within the clan. Now this kind of mess happened. What happened? He was afraid that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated. As the clan leader, since he knew about it, he had to deal with it quickly. On the other hand, Shisui smiled when he saw Fugaku's behavior. He knew that the clan leader was a good person. Even if someone hates just a small group of people messing around. Next, Shisui, who successfully solved the problem, played with Itaka for the whole afternoon. When he left the clan leader's house, a ninja with a rabbit mask suddenly appeared in front of him. Shisui, the Hokage summoned you. Chapter 7 Uchiha Jin? No use value. Hokage Building, 3rd floor. After Shisui came to the Hokage's office, he knelt on one knee. Uchiha Shisui, meet the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was short and had a smile on his face, like a kind old man. Looking at Shisui in front of him, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Good boy, get up quickly. Why do you look so sad? Did something happen?" He didn't talk about business, but instead cared about Shisui. It has to be said, Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely established the character of the kind old man. And, on the other side, Shisui was like a chicken blood injection to the comfort of the 3rd Hokage, and he immediately became excited. This came from him, the Hokage who he trusted and respected the most, personally comforting him. He immediately bowed and spoke with a respectful face. "Hokage, thank you for your concern. I'm fine. It's just a small matter in the family, but it's been resolved now. But, it's better not to say it." When Shisui said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed immediately. But, it was only for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he was replaced by kindness, and he immediately said with a smile, "Well, it doesn't matter. I happen to be a little interested, why not tell me?" He was very interested in everything about Uchiha. But, it's a pity. Shisui, who was completely brainwashed, didn't think of this at all. Anyway, it's not a big deal, if the Hokage wants to hear him, he can tell him. He immediately told everything that happened today from beginning to end, just like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. After listening, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh. So, that's how it is. Kagami is a ninja with the will of fire, but I didn't expect that his subordinates and descendants would live such a miserable life. I am a failure as a Hokage. When Kagami just died, I thought it was a family affair of Uchiha, and it would be difficult for me as a Hokage to deal with it. But, I never thought. It's all my fault. If I had paid a little more attention at the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen began his performance. Of course, he knew the fate of Uchiha Kagami's subordinates. But, he didn't do anything. He was not interested in helping a group of people who had no use value, and they were evil Uchiha. But now it's different. Shisui was a good chess piece, and of course he couldn't bear to give up. To be honest, his performance was very rough. If Uchiha-jin was here, he could easily find many flaws. It's just a pity. The one standing in front of him was Shisui, who was completely brainwashed. His face was full of gratitude. He immediately stopped Sarutobi Hiruzen and said firmly, "No, don't blame Hokage. You are busy every day, how can you have time to deal with such trivial matters? The real blame is still the radicals in the clan, they are so hateful. Hokage, don't worry, as long as I, Shisui, am still here, I will never allow those radicals to do evil." Shisui's words were said firmly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also quite satisfied with this. After a brief chat, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and spoke. "Shisui, go back. I don't think Fugaku can suppress the radicals alone. Those victims were your grandfather's subordinates. You have an obligation to help Fugaku do this. The village also has a certain responsibility in this matter. I declare in the name of the Hokage that if the descendants of those Kagami's subordinates encounter difficulties and the Uchiha clan is unwilling to help, then the village can bear it all. It's me, the Hokage, who failed." Sarutobi Hiruzen, his face full of heartache. Shisui was even more grateful and almost burst into tears. What a good Hokage! How come those bastards in his own clan still think the Hokage is unfair? He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was just generous in words. In fact, it was bullshit. The group of people who followed Uchiha Kagami have long been liquidated and killed. As for their descendants, how many are there? Even if it's all covered, how much money can it cost? Not to mention Uchiha Jin, who has become a ninja directly. How can you ask for compensation from the village? This is Sarutobi Hiruzen. He didn't get any benefits, but earned a good reputation. And this arrangement can continue to divide the Uchiha. Let the moderates and radicals fight. He would be happy if he killed one. But, it's a pity. Uchiha Shisui didn't understand these things. Instead, he said gratefully, I thank the Hokage for his generosity on behalf of Jin and those innocent people. Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled. When Shisui heard the Hokage's doubts, he immediately explained. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly after hearing this. Since he knew the information he wanted to know, he was not interested in arguing with Shisui. Okay, you can go back. But Hokage-sama, my mission. That's okay, I'll let others do it, you just need to solve the Uchiha issue with peace of mind. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Shisui left with a grateful look on his face. After he left, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke indifferently. Come here. In an instant. A masked Anbu appeared, half knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Get me the information on Uchiha Jin. The masked Anbu bowed and saluted after hearing this, and then left the office. 5 minutes later. The Anbu appeared again and placed a piece of information on the desk. Then he saluted again, and without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak, he turned into smoke and disappeared with a bang. Obviously. This is a shadow clone. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't pay attention to the Anbu, but was just checking Uchiha Jin's information. But the more he looked, the more he frowned. It's too bad. If Uchiha no Mizu is a genius, then Uchiha Jin is an absolute idiot. They are already 12 years old, Kakashi is a Jonin, Shisui is also at the peak of Chunin. As long as he makes some contributions, he can be promoted to Jonin at any time. Are you looking at Uchiha Jin? It's hard to say. They are already in the 5th grade, and they can barely use the 3-body technique, and their chakra is pitifully low. Is this Uchiha? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information and showed a subway old man's face. It's too bad. Even if he is a civilian, it's just like this, right? He didn't consider Uchiha Jin hiding his strength, because that is not something Uchiha can do. If Uchiha really has this brain, the 3rd generation Hokage will be Uchiha. Looking at this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. Originally, he wanted to call Uchiha Jin to promote the will of fire and trick him into helping Shisui deal with the Uchiha radicals. But now, he didn't have that intention. Such a cannon fodder was not worth wasting his time on. Squeak! At this moment, the door of the office was opened. An old man with bandages walked in with a cane. Yes. He is the pot king of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. He looked grim and spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately. I know everything. Since that Uchiha Jin is a waste, let him join my route. Just treat it as a waste. I believe that as long as it is used well, even if the Uchiha cannot be killed, at least they can be disgusted to death. Chapter 8 Since you want to die, I will help you. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little tempted. But after thinking about it carefully, he shook his head and refused. No. Uchiha Jin is a junior subordinate of Jing, and now he is very close to Shisui. Shisui is the most important person to monitor Uchiha. If he knows that Jin has been transferred to the route, he will completely lose trust in us. Being on guard against Uchiha is the overall situation. Danzo needs you to understand. Don't touch Uchiha Jin. This is my advice to you. Danzo's face was very dark. His suggestion was rejected again. Sarutobi Hiruzan's indecision made him very angry. He really didn't believe that a mere Uchiha waste could affect the overall situation of Uchiha. Hiruzan, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. After a standard conversation, Danzo turned around with a sullen face, and then slammed the door in anger. He really regretted it. Back then, he was just a little bit away from being the Hokage. Otherwise, he would be the one sitting in the office. The next day, early in the morning, Uchiha Jin yawned and got up. He washed up and left the house and went directly to Ichiraku Ramen. After eating, he walked home leisurely. However, this time, after turning into a small alley, he suddenly found that he was followed again. What the hell is this? Yesterday it was Shisui, who is it today? The envy of the third Hokage, or the root of Danzo. However, the next second, he knew that he was overthinking. Because he just glanced sideways and saw 3 Uchiha clan members. Besides, they are familiar people. Uchiha Yang, Uchiha Yang, Uchiha Yoshio. Uchiha Jin. He is very annoying. In the entire Uchiha clan, the only people who often quarrel with him are these 3 people. Real high-level people, geniuses, and even elites are too lazy to target him every day. These 3 idiots are neither high nor low, and they are annoying every day. In order to survive, he endured it. But looking at these 3 guys, they are addicted to playing. Thinking of this, his eyes flickered. The next moment, he turned a corner in front and went straight to the back of the Hokage Rock, the deep forest near the number 23 training ground, and the edge of the Death Forest. Everyone is a ninja, and the speed of travel is very fast. Half an hour later, Uchiha Jin jumped down from a big tree and looked at the lush forest in front of him. He seemed very satisfied. At this time, Uchiha Yoshio and the other 2 also jumped down and surrounded Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin, you really deserve to die. As a waste, you are not worthy of the name of Uchiha. Why don't you die earlier? It's okay to live in disgrace, but you even brought the matter to Shisui. You are a waste who doesn't even master the 3-body technique. Your existence insults the honor of Uchiha. It just so happens that this place is beautiful, so let's use it as your burial place. Uchiha Yoshio's face was extremely cold. His eyes were arrogant, his hands were crossed, and when he looked at Uchiha Jin, his eyes were full of ridicule and contempt. He is not a genius. As a proud Uchiha, listening to all kinds of flattery of Shisui in the clan, he was angry and aggrieved, but also full of deep powerlessness. He knew it very well in his heart. Although he envied and resented Shisui, he could never surpass Shisui. So, if he couldn't deal with Shisui, a genius, he couldn't deal with you, a waste? He chose to vent all the resentment hidden deep in his heart on Uchiha Jin. To put it bluntly, he bullies the weak and fears the strong. If it were in the clan, he would at most beat Uchiha Jin. But it's different now. Where is this? The edge of the Death Forest. Away from the village, no one pays attention. Especially when he thought of Uchiha Jin, he seemed to be very close to Shisui. The evil in his heart was infinitely magnified, and the murderous intent in his heart was even more surging. As long as he killed Uchiha Jin, Shisui would definitely be sad for a long time, right? Thinking that this move could avenge Shisui, he began to tremble with excitement. Let's do it together and kill him. He showed a sinister smile and directly took out a kunai. Brother, this. Uchiha Yang was stunned and couldn't help but say, it's a bit too much. Although Jin is annoying, he is also Uchiha. Uchiha Yang also advised, yes, brother, Just beat him up. Obviously. These two people are still a little rational, so they naturally hurried to persuade them. However, Uchiha Yoshio, who actually had the intention to kill, would not be easily persuaded. Humph, two soft eggs. Anyway, I will kill Uchiha Jin, you can do it yourself. If this matter gets out, you can't escape. After that, Uchiha Yoshio didn't waste any more words, his eyes turned blood red, revealing his two Megatama Sharingan, and in the blink of an eye, he used the Uchiha throwing technique, and 7 kunai blocked all blind spots, directly covering Uchiha Jin. His hands were not idle either, and he finished the seal in 5 seconds, and then his mouth bulged. Great fireball technique! Boom! The raging flames spewed out from his mouth, forming a huge fireball in the void, flashing with scorching flames and rushing towards Uchiha Jin. And, on the other side, Uchiha Yang and Uchiha Yang, however, could not help but look at each other. There was only fear and confusion in their eyes. This is killing the same clan. But, there is no way. Just as Uchiha Yoshio said, if this matter is leaked, the two of them will not escape punishment. There is no way. We must not let Uchiha Jin escape. The two looked at each other and nodded fiercely, and then their eyes became cold. In an instant, their eyes also turned blood red, revealing their one Magatama Sharingan. Their hands moved very quickly, shuriken and kunai were thrown crazily, and they began to surround Uchiha Jin from both sides. Uchiha Jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the three people rushing towards him, a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Looking at your posture, you are sure to defeat me. But why? I really can't figure it out. Don't you have any brains? I have nothing to do, why do I come to the Death Forest? I am afraid that you can't kill me, so I take the initiative to find opportunities for you. How can your brains be so stupid? Uchiha Jin spoke coldly. He lost his usual gentleness and casualness, and the whole person began to become extremely cold. Yes. This is the burial place he personally chose for his 3 fellow tribesmen. Almost, in an instant, he also opened his blood-red eyes, and the 3 Megatama rotated in his eyes, exuding extreme coldness and evil. Then when he looked at the 3 fellow tribesmen, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had had enough of these 3 idiots. He just wanted to become a strong man, why did he have to find a sense of existence in him? Since they want to die, then let them do it. After all, I am very kind. Chapter 9 Strongly Suppress and Kill, White Zetsu emerges. This is 3 Megatama. How is this possible? Isn't Uchiha Jin a waste? You are deliberately hiding your strength, but why? Looking at the 3 Megatama in Uchiha Jin's eyes, Uchiha Yoshio and the other 2 trembled all over, and even felt that the bones were cold. This is too scary. For the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan represents everything. And Uchiha Jin, who can open the 3 Megatama Sharingan, no one would be stupid enough to think that he is really a waste. But why? What really makes me wonder is why Uchiha Jin hides it. In their opinion, since he has the strength, he should try his best to show it, so that he can be better trained, and then kill as many enemies as possible on the battlefield, so that everyone knows the glory and strength of Uchiha. But, it's a pity. Uchiha Jin, who was completely inspired to kill, had no interest in answering their questions. Dead people don't need to know so much. Shut up and go to the Pure Land. Marine 6 Styles, shave. In almost an instant, he stepped on the ground dozens of times in a row. Accompanied by an air explosion, Uchiha Jin's figure instantly disappeared in front of the 3 people. This speed is too fast. Even their Sharingan can't find any trace, and can only vaguely see a trace of afterimage. The next second, after dodging the fireball and many kunai shurikens, he appeared behind Uchiha Yoshio in the blink of an eye. Marine 6 Styles, finger gun. Bang! He extended his right index finger, and all the chakra in his body gathered at his fingertips. The speed was comparable to that of a real bullet, instantly shattering his bones and opening a big hole in his chest. As for the heart, it had already been broken into pieces by one finger. Uchiha Yang! Uchiha Yang! The two of them felt their scalps tingling, trembling all over, and their Sharingan eyes were full of fear. Yes. Even though they saw the three Megatama in Uchiha Jin's Sharingan, they were terrified, but they didn't feel too much. After all, if they couldn't beat him, could they still escape? Their eldest brother, Uchiha Yoshio, was one of the elites in the clan. He was also the top chunin in the entire Konoha village. But, what about now? Without the slightest power to fight back, he was killed by Uchiha Jin in one move. This gap is too big. At this moment, the two of them really wanted to cry. If they had known that Uchiha Jin was so powerful, would they have dared to trouble him? They really couldn't figure it out. If you are so powerful, why didn't you tell me earlier? You are just sick. But, although they kept complaining in their hearts, they began to beg for mercy on their faces. Uchiha Jin, let us go. We were forced to do this. It's all Uchiha Yoshio's fault. We are just small minions. Don't bother with us. You can be trusted. We don't know anything today. I swear by the six-path sage that I will never tell anyone. They are not stupid. They know that with Uchiha Jin's speed, they have no chance of escaping. If they want to live, they can only beg for mercy. But, it's useless. The next second, Uchiha Jin disappeared again. In just 10 seconds, the two of them completely turned into corpses. Like Uchiha Yoshio, they all had empty chests and their hearts were completely torn apart. Uchiha Jin stood there. Looking at the three corpses in front of him, his eyes were calm and indifferent. It was as if he had stepped on three ants, without any fear. Humph, begging for mercy. If begging for mercy is useful, then why practice ninjutsu? Almost, it's time to leave. Muttering to himself, Uchiha Jin disappeared in an instant. Outside the death forest, it became quiet again. Time passed slowly. About 2 hours later, a white figure grew out of the ground like a grass. He looked at the three corpses in front of him and couldn't help muttering to himself. So pitiful, there is a big hole in the chest. This physical skill is so strong, is that kid really Uchiha? Another good seedling from the same clan as Madara-sama. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. I have to go back quickly and report this to Madara-sama. After saying that, he was ready to leave. But, at this moment, a figure was so fast that it appeared beside him. 6 styles of the Navy, Storm Kick, White Thunder. A figure so fast that the afterimage could not be seen clearly, with a terrifying might, did a 180-degree backflip in the air and cut out a light blue light. The white creature was confused. But before he could react, his body was torn in half. The next second, Uchiha Jin, who had left long ago, appeared again in the same place. He crossed his arms and looked very calm. After looking at the white creature in front of him, he couldn't help but sighed in a faint tone. Damn it, I knew it. Now Uchiha Madara is still alive. How could the entire Konoha village, especially the Uchiha clan, not be monitored by White Zetsu? Fortunately, I am cautious enough and have a deep understanding of the great way of survival. Otherwise, I might really be targeted by that old man Madara. Uchiha Jin sighed. Then, looking at the white Zetsu at his feet, he couldn't help shouting in his heart. System, come out. Don't try to deceive me. Storage space is standard. Don't think I don't know. Hurry up, give it to me. Uchiha Jin was a little scared. In fact, he didn't know that Hido's this broken system have storage space. To put it bluntly, it's just one word. Fraud. Ding, the host is really trembling. Storage space has been issued, don't bother me. Slip away. He was relieved when he heard the system speak. Guessed it right. He didn't say anything more and directly put Baizetsu into the storage space before leaving here again. The edge of the death forest was quiet again. Time passed slowly. After more than 2 hours, Uchiha Jin's figure appeared again. Well, not bad. It seems that there are really no fellow travelers this time. It's time to get down to business. Then he came to his backyard as fast as he could and started digging down. About 10 minutes later, he dug out. Ahem, a corpse. To be more precise, it was a corpse wrapped in ice and wearing a forehead protector from the hidden cloud village. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Uchiha Jin fell into deep thought. This was 2 years ago. At that time, he was just a third-year student. When he was preparing to go to bed at home at night, a ninja from Kumagakure suddenly appeared in his house. Uchiha Jin caught him and got information from him. His Kumagakure team was to catch the bloodline limit. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga clan were their targets. It was just that the guy in front of him was a bit unlucky. He happened to meet Uchiha Jin, a coward who pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger. After he killed this Kumagakure ninja, he did not make any statement. He vaguely felt that this corpse would be useful in the future. So he decided to freeze it with ice cubes. Now, it came in handy, right? Chapter 10 The kind-hearted Shisui gained a lot of benefits. Death Forest, Edge. Uchiha Jin, who avoided everyone, first destroyed the brain of the corpse with fire escape, then restored it to a dying state, and then threw everything in the forest at random, and then left here quickly. Along the way, he didn't meet anyone. After returning home, Uchiha Jin immediately regained his salted fish mentality, and fell asleep directly on the bed. The next day, early in the morning, while he was still sleeping, his door was knocked. Uchiha Jin looked unhappy. He got up in a daze, yawned and opened the door. Looking at Uchiha Shisui in front of him, he couldn't help but complain immediately. I say, Shisui, don't you need to rest? Look at the time, it's only 6 o'clock in the morning. Uchiha Shisui. He looked confused. He looked at Uchiha Jin, who was dazed and obviously not awake, and then looked at the Uchiha clan members who had gotten up and exercised outside a long time ago, and there were exercise figures everywhere. At this moment, he was at a loss. Is this guy in front of him really an Uchiha? It's already 6 o'clock in the morning, why don't you get up and exercise? Shisui can't understand. However, thinking of his purpose, he took a deep breath. First of all, it's very late now. Normal civilian ninjas in Konoha get up at 5 o'clock to exercise. Family ninjas like our Uchiha get up at 4:30. And you may not know that we have a physical ninja in Konoha, Might Guy gets up at 3:30. King, you have to work hard too. You will be assigned to a team the day after tomorrow, and you may directly participate in the battle at that time. Uchiha Shisui can be said to be earnest. For this fellow clan member in front of him, he holds 5 points of indebtedness, 3 points of affection, and 2 points of expectation in his heart. Yes. First of all, the two of them often played together when they were young. Later, after their grandfather Uchiha Jin died, he was so busy practicing that he gradually lost contact with each other. He is a true character. Because of the matter of Uchiha Jin's parents, he really regarded Uchiha Jin as a relative. And Uchiha Jin's experience made him feel 3 points of indebtedness. It's all his fault. If he could pay attention to Uchiha Jin earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so much injustice. So, he has expectations. He thinks Uchiha Jin was wronged in the clan, so he puts on a lazy look. As long as he really cheers up, he will definitely become a strong man. He believes that as long as the two of them join forces, and unite with other clansmen with the same ambitions, they will definitely be able to revitalize the Uchiha family and work hard for peace between Konoha and Uchiha. But, it's a pity. For Uchiha Shisui's earnest advice, Uchiha Jin turned a deaf ear. Okay, Shisui. Don't comfort me, I'm just a useless person, working hard is too tiring, it's more comfortable to just lie down and enjoy. Come in first. Uchiha Jin waved his hand and immediately rejected Shisui. He had been playing badly for so long before he finally established his character. How could he give up so easily? He stepped aside and the two of them came to the living room together. Shisui really felt helpless and troubled by this fellow tribesman in front of him. It's really a long way to go to inspire his will to fight. But it's okay. He believed that with the bond between the two, Uchiha Jin would definitely be able to cheer up. He felt emotional after a while. Shisui did not hesitate and smiled. Jin, I have good news for you. When the chief of the Fugaku clan heard about this, he was furious and scolded the radical elders. From today on, the fate of my grandfather's subordinates will be completely banned, and all the resources in the clan will be distributed according to the normal Uchiha clan members. As for the pensions and resources withheld over the years, the clan is willing to compensate them all. Jin, think about it quickly, what do you want? Oh, there is more. The third Hokage also knows about this, but because it is our Uchiha clan's business, it is not easy for the Hokage to intervene directly. But, the same. The Hokage is still willing to take out some of the village's finances to compensate Jin and other wronged clan members. Uchiha Shisui, there is light in his eyes. Obviously. He is really satisfied with the solution of this matter. And, on the other side, Uchiha Jin, however, could only remain silent. Looking at the extremely excited Shisui, he didn't know how to persuade him. He was upset. He felt very uncomfortable. Uchiha Jin was a normal person, and he could naturally see that Shisui was really doing it for his own good, treating him as a friend or even a relative. But, hey! With a helpless sigh, he really didn't need it. On the contrary, if you do this, can I still watch you being killed or having your eyes gouged out by Danzo? But if I can't be tough, I will inevitably be dragged into the quagmire of Uchiha. So, I'm worried. What a child! But it seems to be true, Shisui is only 13 years old this year. In the world of my previous life, this fucking boy is just an elementary school student, not even a junior high school student, right? What did I do every day when I was this old in my previous life? Copying homework? Arguing with female classmates? Skipping classes? Talking back to parents? Playing games? His heart was very heavy. Looking at Shisui in front of him, the softness in his heart was touched instantly. However, there are too many bad things about Uchiha, and he hasn't figured out what to do. But, it doesn't matter. At worst, he can backstab Danzo and save Shisui and make him disappear. As for the good things Shisui is talking about now? Fugaku? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Bah! This rhetoric can only deceive a rookie like Shisui. But, forget it. It has nothing to do with me, but I can get some benefits. Thinking of this, he immediately said, I want Izanagi and Izanami, a katana, and swordsmanship, and the rest will be replaced with detonating tags and military pills. Uchiha Shisui. He was confused. After a moment of doubt, he couldn't help but say, have you awakened the Sharingan? No. Uchiha Jin said, prepare for the future. Shisui was silent. These things are too important. However, thinking that this was Jin's request, he thought for a moment before speaking. I know Izanagi and Izanami, I'll just give you the scroll later. As for the sword and swordsmanship, I have them at home, I'll get them for you when the time comes. I don't think the clan leader will refuse the detonating talisman and the military pills. No problem, I agree. Shisui, his face was calm. Uchiha Jin, however, looked confused and shocked. Good guy. The things he wanted didn't need to be paid by the clan and the village, Shisui paid most of them himself. So the clan only needed to give some military pills and detonating talismans? I really didn't realize before that Shisui was also a rich man. However, it's normal to think about it. After all, Shisui's lineage is also considered the main lineage of Uchiha. His grandfather is Uchiha Kagami. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a masked Anbu ninja suddenly appeared in the yard. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Jin. The Hokage ordered you two to go to the Hokage building. Right now, right now. Chapter 11. The incident happened, the Anbu took action. Uchiha Jin and Shisui looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. However, since it was the Hokage's order, the two naturally did not dare to hesitate, and hurried to the Hokage building. Along the way, Shisui's face was calm, while Uchiha Jin's eyes flickered a little. Yes. He probably knew what happened. If he was right, it should be that yesterday's incident was discovered. Thinking of this, he felt heavy. Although he didn't think that this matter could be completely concealed, the village's reaction speed was still beyond his expectations. Too fast. What happened last night was not only discovered today, but also investigated on himself. You know, he also threw a body of a Kumagakure ninja at the scene of the Death Forest. But it doesn't matter. He believed in his own means of handling the beginning and the end, and was confident that there was no trace pointing to him at the scene. 10 minutes later, the two of them went directly to the Hokage building and pushed open the Hokage's office. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. However, after seeing the crowd in the office, he still couldn't help but exclaimed. The Konoha F4, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, were all present. In addition, there were Uchiha Fugaku, as well as the Jonin squad leader Narashikaku, the analysis squad leader Yamanaka Inoichi, the captain of the Anbu, etc. It is not surprising that this captain of the Anbu is Sarutobi Shinoshuke, right? After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is reluctant to give such an important department as the Anbu to others. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the back of the office, looking at the two young men in front of him, with a hint of contemplation in his eyes. After a moment, he looked at Uchiha Jin and asked with a smile. Uchiha Jin, right? According to the investigation of the Anbu, you seem to have had some contact with Uchiha Yojiro and the other two yesterday. Now these three people are missing, and you are the last person to have contact with them. I need you to tell me everything you know. This matter is very important. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a gentle tone. He did not mention what happened, but simply asked. No talk of death, only disappearance. This is normal. After all, Uchiha Jin's level is too low for such an important matter. If he is not completely sure that he is related to this matter, otherwise he will definitely not tell him the details. Seeing this, Shisui frowned. As a genius, he often deals with high-level people, so he knows that such a big battle is definitely not just because of the disappearance of several Uchiha. That is why he is more worried. He is really afraid that Uchiha Jin has something to do with this matter. And, on the other hand, even Uchiha Jin, who knows his nature, feels a little dazed for a while, but soon comes to his senses. He did not hesitate. He bowed slightly and slowly narrated. Yesterday at noon, after I had lunch, I was indeed blocked by Uchiha Yojiro and his three men. They wanted to beat me. I was no match for them, so I fled in a hurry and finally hid at the edge of the Death Forest. What happened next, I don't know. Finally, when it was almost night, I still didn't see Uchiha Yojiro catch up. I thought they had given up chasing me, so I went home to sleep. Uchiha Jin narrated. After he finished speaking, he bowed his head and didn't say anything more. Yes. Having lived in Konoha for so many years, he was already familiar with Konoha's rules. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen looked kind in the village, he actually paid great attention to the rules of superiors and subordinates in truly formal occasions. A small shrimp like him had no right to ask questions. Others frowned slightly, but no one spoke. Silence. Everyone was thinking about the authenticity of his narration. And, at this moment, Shisui couldn't help it, and immediately spoke. Hokage-sama, what happened? As a genius, he certainly has certain privileges. Just like what happened before, Uchiha-jin couldn't speak, but he didn't have this pressure. However, for this, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't answer, but after a moment of silence, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then spoke in a calm tone. Okay, I know. Uchiha-jin, you can go back. But don't let a word of what happened today spread. Go out. Uchiha-jin, without hesitation. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he already knew in his heart that the matter here had nothing to do with him. Obviously, he was not qualified to participate in the next discussion. After bowing slightly, Uchiha-jin turned and left. After he left the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Anbu beside him. Shinosuke, you tell me. Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was Hiruzen Sarutobi's subordinate and the captain of the Anbu, did not hesitate to hear the words and briefly told what happened last night. Then he spoke calmly. The death of the three Uchiha is actually not a big deal. Under normal circumstances, this matter should be handed over to the Uchiha clan for judgment. But something unexpected happened. Beside these three Uchiha last night, there was also the body of a Kumogakure ninja. What's even more bizarre is that the brains of both the three Uchiha and the body of the Kumogakure ninja have been destroyed. Even if the Yamanaka Jonin of the analysis class took action personally, he couldn't check their memories. So, the problem has arisen. I don't know if you still remember that 2 years ago, Kumogakure sent a small team to our Konoha to steal the blood limit in secret, but finally, after investigation, it was found that a Kumogakure ninja was missing. At that time, the Yamanaka Jonin had naturally explored the memories of all the captured Kumogakure ninjas. It's a coincidence. When the Yamanaka Jonin saw the corpse of the Kumogakure ninja last night, he was sure that he was the Kumogakure ninja who disappeared 2 years ago and we couldn't find him no matter what. So, the question is this another move by the Kumogakure? Or did someone from our Konoha take action, and this so-called Kumogakure ninja corpse was just used by the other party to disrupt the investigation? After all, it involves Kumogakure, we must treat it with caution. This is also why Uchiha-jin was called to. The reason for the questioning is that Uchiha-jin has a grudge against these three Uchiha. Instantly, with Shinosuke's opening, everyone fell into silence. Everyone was thinking. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and spoke in a faint voice. Okay. That's the thing. Let's discuss it. First, let's discuss whether this matter is related to Uchiha-jin. Chapter 12. Nara's imagination was full of thoughts, and everyone was shocked. After hearing this, Shisui couldn't bear it. Hokage, it's impossible. Shisui said quickly, Jin is an Uchiha, how could he kill his own clan? They have a grudge against each other. There are many such things in the Uchiha clan. It is impossible to develop to the point of killing people. Besides, Jin is just a newly graduated student. He doesn't have this ability. But Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. He did not nod or shake his head. Time passed slowly. After a long time, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Shisui is right. Uchiha-jin does not have this ability. The words were decisive. In his eyes, Uchiha-jin was just an ordinary member of the clan. Even, he could be called a waste. How could he have the ability to kill 3 elite members of the same clan? Yamanaka Inoichi hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. I have to remind everyone of the death of the 3 Uchiha people. They were killed in an instant. They did not resist at all from beginning to end. The murderer's instant body technique was extremely powerful. He even smashed the hearts of the 3 Uchiha with one punch. This is a physical technique master who is good at instant body technique. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Yes. Although they all knew about this, they were not aware of the specific situation. Now, after hearing what Yamanaka Inoichi said, they immediately began to ponder. In today's ninja world, are there ninjas who specialize in physical skills? Yes. But there are basically few who can be called physical skills masters. The only one who can be counted is the Cloud Village, and maybe there is a slight possibility. After all, everyone knows. The 3rd generation Reikage AI created a secret method that can use thunder to temper the body. Therefore, the physical skills of the ninjas in the Cloud Village are very strong. That's it. It's about the Cloud Village again. Hearing this, Yuta and Koharu couldn't help but say, the Cloud Village and Konoha have started a war. Do they have a reason to use such means? The key to the problem is, if it is really done by the Cloud Village. Mito Kato-en said, then what is their real purpose in doing this? Or more precisely, what benefits can they get? With the opening of the 2 elders, the atmosphere in the room became solemn again. Yes. After such a conversation, the possibility of Uchiha Jin's action had long been completely forgotten by everyone. A Uchiha waste is not worth wasting time. He doesn't have that ability. The power struggle in the ninja world is at the most basic stage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has the most powerful power struggle ability, was actually just a primary school student in Uchiha Jin's previous life. So, even if they racked their brains, they couldn't understand Uchiha Jin's brain circuit. On the contrary, Shisui. Listening to everyone's discussion, he was relieved. Fortunately, no matter what can be discussed in the end, at least Uchiha Jin is safe. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Shikaku, tell me. I want to know what you think. As the Hokage spoke, the eyes of others also focused on Nara Shikaku. Yes. In terms of playing with wisdom, the Nara family is the signboard in the whole Konoha. You can fully trust the wisdom of Nara. And, on the other side, Nara Shikaku pinched his chin with his left hand and had been thinking since just now. Now, when he saw everyone looking at him, he couldn't help but exhaled a breath of turbid air, and then spoke with a little doubt. Actually, I have been thinking. Are we complicating the problem? Maybe this matter is very simple in itself. Let me start from the beginning, and everyone should think about whether my guess is reasonable. 2 years ago, a team from Kyumagakure came to Konoha to capture the blood limit, but with everyone either dead or captured, one of the Kyumagakure ninjas finally got scared. So, he ran away. Then some time ago, Kyumagakure captured this ninja again. Now that Kyumagakure and Konoha are at war, it just so happens that Kyumagakure came up with this in order to make use of waste. As for the purpose, it is also very simple. That is to make our Konoha completely in chaos. After all, at this time, Kyumagakure has no reason to take action. But in fact, it clears Kyumagakure even more. It makes the various families in Konoha suspicious of each other, and choosing Uchiha is a brilliant move. Everyone knows the temper of Uchiha. Under normal circumstances, the Uchiha clan will be in chaos because of this. If this matter is investigated, it will definitely cause a huge dispute. The moderate Uchiha faction is fine, but the radical faction will not give up. Especially since the Uchiha still controls the security forces, once this matter is investigated, it will definitely cause chaos in Konoha. By then, Konoha will definitely be in chaos. Even without talking about Konoha, the Uchiha itself may be in chaos. Everyone can try to imagine that Konoha is now surrounded by wars. If civil strife breaks out under such circumstances, what kind of situation will it be? There are masters in Kyumagakure. Hiss. After listening to Nara Shikaku's guess, Everyone was shocked. However, everyone thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. At this critical moment, the enemy must hope that Konoha would have internal strife. In this case, then other ninja villages don't need to make any effort to directly destroy Konoha, the strongest ninja village. With such a great temptation, how could they not be tempted? Subconsciously, everyone accepted this reason. Yes, that's it. The heart of Kumagakure is too dark, it's simply shameless. We must not be fooled. Especially at this critical moment, we must be united. Everyone present spoke up. They were sweating profusely, and they were all frightened by this guess. Especially, Uchiha. After hearing this, Fugaku immediately issued a military order. Hokage, and everyone else. I, Fugaku, hereby guarantee that there will be no trouble in the Uchiha clan. I swear by the honor of my ancestors, if anyone dares to cause trouble during the war, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will be the first to disapprove. He was covered in cold sweat. If it was really because of the Uchiha that the 3 wars failed. This pot is too heavy, he really can't bear it. So without any nonsense, he immediately began to swear. In fact, let alone others. Even the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was now sweating. Good guy, it's really scary. I almost got fooled. You can imagine. If I really go deep into this matter, if we investigate, it will really cause big problems. You have to know that Konoha is surrounded by enemies now. Cloud Village, Iwagakure, Sand Village, Mist Village. 4 ninja villages declared war on Konoha, and Konoha is in urgent need of ninjas. Now even 5th-year students have to be pushed onto the battlefield. If an internal fight breaks out because of this incident, it will be really fun. No matter what the truth is, this matter cannot be investigated further. The most important thing now is to stabilize the hearts of Konoha people. Considering this, he immediately stood up and spoke. This matter ends here. This is the conspiracy of Cloud Village, trying to make me Konoha strife. Fortunately, the senior ninja squad leader Narashikako was smart and directly exposed the conspiracy of Cloud Village. Announce this matter to the ninja world. I want to let the whole ninja world know that the villains like Cloud Village are vicious and vicious. And solemnly warn everyone that it is absolutely impossible to succeed if you try to use this kind of viciousness against Konoha. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 13 Konoha took action, Kumagakure took the blame. Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite smart. He knew very well that the truth of the matter was not important now. Just as Narashikaku said, the most important thing now was to stabilize people's hearts. You know. It was still during the war, so who would have the energy to investigate any case? Besides, it was only the Uchiha who died. The village was already on guard against the Uchiha, so it was a good thing to have more deaths. Even if he didn't die in the village, he would sooner or later find a way to make the Uchiha die in the war. The Uchiha must be restricted and not allowed to be too powerful. In this case, death is death. Therefore, considering this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision on the spot. Which was also a definition of the matter. It was also possible to discredit Kumagakure and boost Konoha's morale. This was a good thing. So without any hesitation, he gave the order directly. And Narashikako lived up to expectations and immediately spread the matter throughout the ninja world. Of course, as this incident fermented, the reputation of Kumagakure plummeted. No way. There are pictures and the truth, there is no reason not to believe. Especially the death of the 3 Uchiha, it seems that there was no resistance at all. Before Might Guy took action, the entire ninja world assumed that only Kumagakure had such a strong physical skill. Kumagakure village. I have 1,000 words of ma, but I don't know whether to say them or not. A euro, they all want to cry because of the blame. A euro, it is said that after learning about this, the third generation AI immediately issued a declaration in the ninja world, saying that this was all slander by Konoha, and that he, the third generation AI, was an upright person and would never do such a thing. But, it is a pity. Konoha quickly took out the various evidences left behind by the Kumigakure ninja team when they went to Konoha to steal the blood limit 2 years ago. This time, Konoha only threw out the evidence, but did not say a word. Silence is better than words. The third generation AI. He was speechless. The most finally, he was so angry that he smashed everything in the office. Damn it! He was really angry. If he really did it, he would accept it even if he failed. But, the problem was, he could swear to heaven that it was not true. He was also a victim. But it was useless. No one in the ninja world believed him now. Even the Uegakure of the Secret Alliance thought that the people on the Kumigakure side were too bad, and they were very careful every time they negotiated with the Kumigakure. The distrust in their eyes made the third generation AI crazy. This black pot was too big, he really couldn't bear it. He swore silently in his heart that he must not let him know who the real murderer was. Otherwise, even if the 3 wars stopped, he had to kill this bastard. It was simply disgusting. Of course, unlike the Kumigakure side, the morale of Konoha was high recently because of this incident. Especially when fighting with Kumigakure, they rushed up with a roar. Obviously, Kurigakure's behavior disgusted them, and at this moment they all wanted revenge. A euro. On the other side, Konoha. Uchiha clan land. As the person involved, Uchiha-jin did not know how big a storm his actions would cause. At this time, he was sitting in the living room, receiving the guest Shisui. Can you tell me what happened? Today's scene is a bit too big, isn't it? Of course, if it's a secret, then you don't have to tell me. Uchiha-jin couldn't help but speak. Looking at Shisui in front of him, he couldn't help but ask. Shisui smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, it's clear. Actually, there's nothing to say. Uchiha Yoshio and the other 3 died last night. And this matter has been investigated clearly. This matter is a conspiracy of Kumigakure from beginning to end. The purpose is to make our Konoha civil strife. Really, wolfish ambitions. We also need the wise Nara clan in Konoha. Now the contemporary Nara team leader, the senior ninja squad leader Nara Shikaku, has completely cracked the conspiracy from Kumigakure. And now this matter has been reported to the entire ninja world. We want everyone in the ninja world to know how dirty and filthy Kumigakure is. Uchiha-jin. He was confused. What the hell is going on? The conspiracy of Kumigakure? How come he, the person involved, didn't know anything at all? Although he did want to pass the blame to Kumigakure, he didn't think too much about it. He just used it as a backup to hide himself. Actually, he himself didn't know how much of an effect it could have. He just thought that if he couldn't be found out, then everything would be fine. Looking at Shisui, who was so angry that he wanted to go to the front line to mention murder, Uchiha-jin didn't know what to say for a while. This kid, is he too honest? However, he still felt that something was wrong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown. Shisui, don't be so angry. Can you tell me in detail? After all, this matter also involves me. I want to know more about it. What did the Nara clan leader say? Uchiha-jin said in a serious tone. Yes. For the Nara clan leader, this term senior ninja squad leader, he didn't dare to underestimate him at all. This is a well-known high IQ in the entire ninja world. He is not a brat like Shisui, who believes whatever others say. So, he needs to know more details to make a more accurate judgment. Shisui did not hide this. He immediately told everything that happened just now, especially Narashikaku's judgment, word by word. Uchiha-jin listened and thought about it for a while, and then he understood everything. He is now very sure that Narashikaku is fooling people. Yes. Don't look at the story he made up, there are causes and processes, and psychological thinking. But, the problem is, what is the situation of Kumagakure? From the third generation AI to the following ninjas, they are all a group of guys who believe in fists and even have muscles in their brains. Do they have this IQ? What kind of international joke are you playing here? Looking back at the establishment of Kumagakure until now, when has Kumagakure ever used its brain? No matter what happens, they basically rely on the word reckless. The only person in Kumagakure who has a little bit of brains and can judge and analyze the battle situation is Mabi. However, this woman is the secretary of the fourth generation AI. Now is the era of the third generation AI. Mabi is just a child now, about the same age as me. Can she help Kumagakure with strategies? Isn't that nonsense? So, here comes the question. I can easily think of something, but Narashikaku, as the brain of Konoha and the top strategist in Hokage, can't he even think of such a simple thing? Absolutely impossible. Even if this world is too powerful in terms of power struggle. But as long as there is no problem with the brain, the situation in Kumagakure can be basically guessed. Especially the Nara clan, but the Hokage has a very high IQ. Flower board. You can't even think of this? Are you kidding me? Chapter 14 Shisui's Generosity. Uchiha-jin was stunned. Uchiha-jin frowned. He realized something was wrong almost instantly. Narashikaku wouldn't be that stupid, so why did he do this time? Is it simply because the dead are Uchiha, so he doesn't want to waste time investigating the case? Or is it because of the war? And he doesn't want Konoha to be in turmoil because of this? He fell into deep thought. Of course, none of this matters. What he cares about is whether Narashikaku has set his sights on him. But, forget it. Whether Narashikaku noticed it or not, since he didn't speak now, there was no need for him to think too much. What he lacks most now is time. As long as he continues to grow, once he becomes a cage-level master, it doesn't matter even if the matter is exposed. In this ninja world, the strong are still respected. After thinking this through, he smiled and spoke. So, that's how it is. This is indeed a good thing for me. Once Uchiha Yojiro and the others die, I can breathe a sigh of relief in the future. On the other side, looking at Uchiha-jin who was full of emotion, Shisui was actually tangled. There was no way. He was kind and couldn't accept Uchiha-jin's idea. However, he also understood that Uchiha-jin had been humiliated by Uchiha Yojiro and others in recent years, so he could only remain silent no matter how unhappy he was. He shook his head bitterly and took a deep breath. Okay, let's not talk about this. I brought you everything you wanted. Take a look first, do you like it? Shisui didn't want to discuss that topic anymore, so of course he took out 3 scrolls. Seeing this, Uchiha-jin's eyes also shone with gold. First, he explored the first scroll, which contained 3,000 detonating talismans, 500 fine steel kunai, and 200 shurikens. This made his mouth twitch, and he sighed in his heart. Uchiha, what a rich man! 1 detonating talisman costs 1,000 taels, which means 2 million taels. Adding the kunai and shuriken, the value of this scroll alone is nearly 5 million taels. No wonder. In the original drama, the Uchiha clan was destroyed, and the entire family was taken back by the village, and Sasuke didn't bother to care about it. I think even if a large amount of Uchiha's money was recovered, the remaining bits and pieces would be enough for Sasuke to squander for a lifetime. Plus, that guy only wanted revenge, and he might not have any concept of money. When I first crossed over, I saw the 900,000 taels left by my parents, and I thought it was barely a huge sum of money. Now it seems that I am too young. The things that the clan used to compensate him alone are worth almost 5 million taels. After comparing them comprehensively, my parents are poor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak. Shisui, isn't this too much? Did you use your own money to subsidize me? Shisui smiled when he heard this. He smiled and shook his head, shrugged and said, "You think too much. This is the compensation given to you by the clan. It's only worth 5 million taels. Is that really a lot? I just do a B-level task, and the starting price is 600,000 taels. If it's an A-level task, the starting price is 2 million taels. This scroll is just the reward of a few tasks for the clan and for me. The truly valuable ones are the other 2 scrolls. The second scroll contains an early sword of my grandfather's great-uncle. If we just talk about the value, it is worth at least 500 million taels. After all, it is mixed with a lot of chakram metal and a small amount of meteorite iron. As for the swordsmanship inside, it is also the swordsmanship of the Uchiha family. It is not weaker than the swordsmanship of the Hotaki swordsmanship. It's just that there are few swordsmanship masters in our clan. And the most valuable one is the third scroll. Izanagi and Izanami, this is the secret of the clan, and it is the real priceless treasure." Hiss. After hearing this, Uchiha Jin took a breath. Good fellow. It is indeed worthy of being a powerful family from the previous year. No wonder the Hokage family has been trying to kill Uchiha since the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Damn, they are so rich. Let alone the huge wealth accumulated by the family from the previous year, the things that Shisui casually gave him would make countless civilians jealous. Even second-rate families such as the Inoshikacho clan, Sarutobi, and Shimura, unless they are truly elite families, they would not be able to equip these things in front of them. As for third-rate families such as Abarame and Inyazuka, let alone. As for Hotaki, it is even more nonsense. Hotaki Sumo, who became famous simply by swordsmanship. As for Uchiha, he casually showed off his swordsmanship that is not inferior to Hotaki. This is the foundation. I think in the entire Konoha, only Hyuga is qualified to challenge Uchiha. Alas! Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly. Uchiha, you have a way to die. You are guarding such a huge fortune, but you don't a Euro trademark T have the strength and mentality to protect it. If you don't a Euro trademark T die, who will die? Once Uchiha dies, Konoha will become rich. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. While he was thinking, Shisui smiled and said, "Do you want to go to the training ground? It just so happens that I have some time today. I can teach you a little. Tomorrow." Shisui looked worried. He knew very well that Uchiha Jin was not a genius. An ordinary ninja like him could not be assigned to a jonin as a guide. At best, he was a chunin who had been on the battlefield. What was even more helpless was that a basic team like this had no time to cooperate and hone. Basically, once a team was assigned every day, they would go directly to the battlefield. He was really worried. So while he had time, he wanted to give some good guidance. It was not that he was bragging. Although he was a chunin for the time being, ordinary jonin were really no match for him. Although he was kind and naive, he also knew how to be close to others. For Uchiha Jin, his childhood playmate, whose parents died because of his grandfather, he really treated him as his own brother. What's wrong with giving him some special treatment? Isn't that what everyone does? Otherwise, do you really think that an ordinary Uchiha can get so much compensation? To put it bluntly, the clan leader Fugaku only gave face to Shisui. As for the katana, swordsmanship, and Sharingan secrets, they are all from Shisui's own coffers. But, for this, when the Uchiha heard this, he immediately shook his head. Forget it. Tomorrow we will be assigned to the team, and then we will fight hard on the battlefield. Now I just want to have a good rest and try to get enough energy. If I am too tired today, How can I be in good spirits tomorrow? Shisui, forget it. I know you mean well, and it's for my own good. But my talent is here, and one day of practice can't change anything. What I have to do now is to conserve my energy. Chapter 15 Shisui's arrangement. The assignment finally began. Shisui was helpless. Looking at Uchiha-jin, who looked lazy. He really didn't know what to say. He felt that Jin's character was better as a civilian. But, there was no way. He could extract chakra, so he couldn't be a civilian. And after thinking carefully, he felt that what Uchiha-jin said didn't seem to be a problem. He was not a genius. Even if he practiced temporarily and taught himself, the effect would probably not be great. With this time, it would be better to conserve energy. That's fine. You have a good rest today, and be careful when you go to the battlefield. By the way, I'll teach you a ninjutsu. After thinking for a while, Shisui chose to give up. However, he was worried. So he taught Uchiha-jin the summoning technique, and summoned a crow directly, and then smiled and said, "This is the ninja crow I trained. Sign a contract with it. Its role is no weaker than that of the ninja cat clan. After this war is over, I will try my best to persuade Chief Fugaku to let you sign a contract with the ninja cat clan. If you really encounter a life and death situation, don't hesitate and let the ninja crow notify me directly. I will save you as soon as possible." Uchiha-jin's mouth twitched. Facing Shisui in front of him, he really didn't know what to say. He could naturally see that Shisui had no selfish motives for him, but just wanted to do good for him. This made him even more uncomfortable. Because, it's not necessary. He was confident that as long as he didn't encounter a cage-level strongman or the tailed beast Jinchuriki of each village, he would definitely be able to guarantee his safety. However, he also knew in his heart that if he didn't accept it, Shisui would never give up. So, forget it. After a helpless sigh, he still learned the summoning technique and signed a contract with the ninja crow. Shisui smiled slightly when he saw this scene. Then, after the two chatted for a while, Shisui said goodbye. No way. Unlike him, an idler, Shisui, as a genius, has a lot of things to do every day. Even though it is his vacation period, Fugaku needs him to deal with radicals. Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally finds him, and occasionally takes Uchiha Itachi to play. Ah! Too much talk, all tears. It is still better for me to be an idler. One person is full and the whole family is not hungry. As for those shitty things, he has no intention of wasting energy. It is just that the bond is sometimes really helpless. Before, he was just one person, whether he rebelled or hid, it was not a big deal. Later, there was the father and daughter. Now there is another Shisui. Really? Alas! He really couldn't imagine if he continued, would he be more bound? Thinking of this, he understood Orochimaru. No wonder he didn't refute at all when the village found out that he was doing human experiments, and he didn't even bother to drag the pot into the water. I think on the one hand, he was disappointed that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't choose him as the fourth Hokage. But, more. He completely understood the meaning of life and tried to pursue immortality, so he took the initiative to cut off these ties of Konoha. In front of the main house, on the steps. Looking at Shisui's gradually moving back, he looked at the ninja crow beside him. Uchiha-jin had a severe headache for a while. Well, it's okay. It's just Shisui. It's not too difficult to save him. It's only the third war now. The Nine Tails Rebellion is still early. And the night of genocide is still far away. Don't worry, take your time. Uchiha-jin rubbed his eyebrows and kept trying to convince himself. Yes. He is not a heartless person. On the contrary, the memories of his previous life and the influence of 5,000 years of civilization have made him know what it means to repay a drop of water with a spring. The father and daughter were beaten like this, and Shisui was the same. He can ignore the death of others. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. The life and death of other people have nothing to do with him. Everyone should clean up the snow in front of his door, and don't care about the frost on other people's roofs. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to destroy Uchiha, but Uchiha-jin didn't care. However, Shisui couldn't do it. He figured it out, and his eyes flashed coldly. The next day, early morning. Konoha Ninja School, 5th grade classroom. It was very noisy, most people were excitedly fantasizing, looking like they were eager to go to the battlefield immediately. Only people from major families looked listless, as if they had not woken up yet. Uchiha-jin. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help yawning. He sat in his seat with a lazy look on his face, leaning on the chair, staring out the window in a daze. He didn't want to participate in the noise in the classroom at all. He didn't have many friends in this class. He was alone, quiet and handsome. Because he was Uchiha, no one took the initiative to make friends with him. After all, the reputation of Uchiha had long been stinking in Konoha. Of course, no one came to provoke him. The reason was very simple. The real family elites and civilian geniuses were basically all in Class A, and his Class B was full of ordinary ninjas. Those who come from a family keep their distance from him. As for those who come from a commoner family, although they hate Uchiha, they dare not really provoke him. After all, although Uchiha has a bad reputation, it is also the undisputed first rich family in Konoha. They are not geniuses, and no one backs them up. Uchiha-jin did not provoke them, and as long as they are not stupid, they will not seek a sense of existence from him. That is why he was able to spend 5 years leisurely in the school. On the other hand, because he is an Uchiha, he is naturally handsome. Therefore, many female classmates tried to pursue him. But, it is a pity. Uchiha-jin is just a coward, not a real waste. So for these female classmates, even if there are really beautiful ones, he does not look down on them at all. The reason is also very simple. They are not so-called commoners. Since they came to this school, they have automatically become ninjas. After today, they will all go to the battlefield. And the probability of survival for these ordinary ninjas is less than 1%. He didn't want to just get a girlfriend today and die on the battlefield in a few days. So, forget it. Anyway, he is still young now. After a few years of survival, he can become a real strong man. Will he still worry about not being able to find a girlfriend? Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, Sarutobi Nobita walked into the classroom. Because he knew that the people sitting here were a group of cannon fodder who were about to go to the battlefield, he naturally didn't bother to talk about feelings and make friends with everyone. So he spoke without any nonsense. Okay, go back to your seats. Now I will announce the team allocation. Everyone listen carefully, okay? I will only say it once. Team 1, Furagai Makoto, Ishikawa Yuta, Miyata Shiho. Team 2, Abe Kare, Ken Haramana, Kawahara Sara. Team 3. Chapter 16. The cannon fodder team is established and ready to go to the battlefield. The classroom was silent. Everyone listened to Sarutobi Daisuke's arrangement with a serious look on their faces. Uchiha-jin, the same is true. He was also very curious about who would be his teammate. Soon, his name was called. Team 7, Narakazama, Ishikawa Shu, Uchiha-jin. Hearing this, Uchiha-jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately scanned the classroom, and then saw the two future teammates. First, Narakazama. A very traditional Nara clan, very lazy on weekdays, and the others are not visible for the time being. Of course, they are not the main line, and their strength is also very poor, otherwise they would not be able to come to Class B. But, Nara. Thinking of this family, he couldn't help frowning. Because of the incident with Uchiha Yoshio, he felt that Narashikako was not right. Now when the class is divided, he meets another Nara. Is this really a coincidence? Or is it intentional? What exactly does the Nara clan want to do? His brain was working fast, but due to the lack of information, he couldn't think of anything for the time being. Secondly, Ishikawa tree. This is just a civilian ninja, so let's not talk about the rest. According to Uchiha Jin's understanding, this guy only knows the basic three-body technique, and then he has practiced a little bit of physical skills. Of course, he can't do the 8 gates of Dunjia or anything like that, and he doesn't have any special physical training inheritance. To put it bluntly, it all depends on your own training. It's just that the muscles are bigger and the fights are more. Others, nothing. On the contrary, this guy has a bad temper. He ranks third in the class based on his grades and looks down on others. This time, the teammates are difficult to deal with. A Nara who doesn't know the details, plus a civilian ninja with a brain full of muscles. But, forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. If you really don't know what's good for you, then I can only reluctantly let you sacrifice. About half an hour later. After Nobita Sarutobi finished reading the list, no one said anything nonsense and just left the teacher. Then 9 Chunins came and called out teams 1 to 9. Obviously. Starting from team 10, they are real cannon fodder. They have no leader or guidance, and they rely on the basic three-body techniques. They have to go to the battlefield to fight for their lives with Kunao. If they are lucky enough to barely survive, they may be able to exchange some common ninjutsu in the village with their merits. If they are unlucky, they will just be a name on the memorial tablet. As for the first 9 teams, although they have a Chunin leader, it is actually just a consolation. There is no difference between Chunin and Genin. The so-called Chunin during the war is a Genin who has survived a war. Perhaps the so-called instructor they are assigned knows less ninjutsu than ordinary rich children. The fact is the same. A small forest. After the Chunin instructor of the 3 of them brought them here, he turned around and spoke calmly. My name is Kudo Nobu. In addition to the three-body technique, I also know a sea-level ninjutsu, the earth flow wall. In the team, I am mainly responsible for defense. It's your turn. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up. This is really an unexpected surprise. The Chunin in front of him can even do a earth escape. Don't underestimate this ninjutsu, this is the difference between cannon fodder ninja and ordinary ninja. From his surname, the other party is just an ordinary ninja. But he is qualified to obtain ninjutsu, and it is sea-level ninjutsu, which proves that he not only survived a war, but also made considerable contributions. Otherwise, the village would never grant this sea-level ninjutsu. You should know that in a small ninja village, a ninja with sea-level ninjutsu is already qualified to be a middle-level leader. If you have B-level ninjutsu, you are a core leader. Don't look at what is shown in the original Naruto. B-level ninjutsu is not as good as a dog, A-level ninjutsu is very ordinary, and only S-level forbidden ninjutsu is okay. It seems that only those with Mangekyo, Sage Body and Samsara Eye are considered masters. The real strong must be like Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the like. That's nonsense. Looking at the current ninja world, Shisui with 3 Megatama has made a name for himself as an instant Shisui. With only an A-level lightning release, Chidori, Hitaki Kakashi became an elite Jonin. Even Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito who had not turned evil were now elite Chunins in Konoha. Are they both strong? Nohara Rin only knew the three-body technique and some basic medical ninjutsu. What about Uchiha Obito? He was a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. He had not even opened a Megatama with his Sharingan. He was clumsy in using the three-body technique and only knew 1 or 2 family fire ninjutsu. But then what? Even so, he was in Class A, the most elite group in Konoha, and now he has become a disciple of Minato Namikaze. This is still the strongest Konoha in the ninja world. What about other large ninja villages? What about small ninja villages? That goes without saying. This is enough to show that Kudonobu in front of him is indeed qualified to be proud. My name is Ishikawa Tree, I know 3 body techniques and physical techniques. Ishikawa Tree said proudly, I am in the top 3 in the class, and I am considered the best ninja. I believe that if I am given time, I will become the strongest ninja. I hope to be the captain of our team. He looked proud. As a civilian, he did not understand this world at all. Especially as he became the top 3 in the class, he had an indescribable pride. But he did not know that his so-called top 3. It was something that the family ninjas did not even bother to compete for. After all, it was just the cannon fodder class B, and it was not as talented as the A class. What was the point of competing for the top few? Even if he got this title, he would be laughed at when he returned to the family. Otherwise, would he still be in the top 3? Although Uchiha-jin was disdainful of this, he still smiled and said, My name is Uchiha-jin. In addition to the 3 body techniques, I also know a little about the family's fire escape. Captain, I have no objection. Narakazama yawned. After seeing everyone speak, he also spoke casually. My name is Narakazama, I know the 3 body technique. And I also have some family ninjutsu. I have no opinion on the captain or anything like that. After listening to the 3 people's introduction, Kudo-shin was really a little shocked. He really didn't expect that there would be 2 family ninjas in his team. He is not Ishikawa Tree. Now that he has truly walked out of school, he now understands the specific difference between family ninjas and civilian ninjas. However, after hearing that the 2 were not interested in the captain, he was only slightly stunned, and then he was too lazy to care about it. On the contrary, he looked disdainful on Ishikawa Tree. He is so arrogant, and he is still a civilian ninja, who has the most deaths on the battlefield. This is the kind of person. But it has nothing to do with him. It seems that he has made up his mind. He decided to get closer to Uchiha-jin and Narakazama in the future. A's for Ishikawa Tree? Hee hee. In his eyes, this guy is already a dead man. After taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. Okay, then it's settled. I will not be in the team from now on, and Ishikawa Tree will be the captain. Gather at the village gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We will officially go to the Kirigakure battlefield. You all go back and prepare well. Chapter 17. On the eve of going to the battlefield, Shisui is very worried. The next day, early in the morning. Just as the sky was getting light, a lot of ninjas had gathered at the gate of Konoha. Most of the people's eyes were full of longing. At first glance, they were young cannon fodder who had just graduated. Only some ninjas who had really been on the battlefield or from the family had more or less tense expressions. Time passed slowly. Kudonobu led Uchiha-jin and the other 3 to the leading ninja Miyamoto Yuki. Miyamoto-sama, B-class 7th team, meet you. Well, go down and wait. Miyamoto Yuki nodded. With a simple nod, he let Kudonobu and the others leave. When the group came to the corner, Kudonobu spoke in a serious tone. Now, let me give you a brief introduction. There is actually no real declaration of war between Kirigakure and our Konoha. Other battlefields cannot mobilize personnel for the time being, so we need to go to the front line temporarily, that is, to garrison at the site of the Whirlpool country. This time, our group is led by Lord Miyamoto Yuki. You don't need to understand the rest, just understand that on the battlefield, as long as the superiors issue orders, they must be completed no matter what. Now all we have to do is wait. Wait until the team is assembled and the material escort team arrives, then we will officially set off. Narakazama and Uchiha Jin both nodded heavily. They are very clear about battlefield discipline. The most important thing on the battlefield is to obey the superior's orders. The ninja world is weapons. But, it's a pity. Ishikawa Shu didn't think so, he immediately said in a firm tone. Everyone, don't worry. With Ishikawa Tree, one of the top 3 in the class, here, I will definitely protect you all. All you have to do is trust me. Uchiha Jin and Narakazama's mouths twitched violently when they heard this. Their team leader is still here, and you can't help but want to take over? Where do you put Kudonobu? The two of them originally looked down on Ishikawa Tree, and after his behavior now, they really didn't know what to say. I've seen stupid people. But I've never seen such a stupid one. People like this often die faster on the battlefield. That's why the two of them secretly made up their minds to stay away from this guy. Kudonobu, not to mention. The look he gave Ishikawa Tree was so complicated. However, he didn't speak. Having experienced war, he knew very well that people like this would die the fastest on the battlefield, and there was no need to argue with them. At this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly blurred. When everyone reacted, they saw an Uchiha clan member with a katana on his waist and wearing a fan embroidered with flames, just appeared in front of everyone. It was Uchiha Shisui. Are you, Shisui-sama? Hello, Shisui-sama? Everyone spoke up. Yes. Although Uchiha Shisui has not yet earned the title of Shisui of Instant Body. But Shisui, who often appears on the battlefield, has already gained a certain reputation within Konoha. Unlike ordinary ninjas like them, who are useless in the clan, Shisui is a genius of the Uchiha clan. Shisui smiled and nodded, I have something private to do with Jin. Captain, I'll go over there. Uchiha Jin frowned, but still spoke to Kudo-shin. Kudo-shin nodded naturally when he heard that. Then, Uchiha Jin and Shisui walked directly to a place not far away. Kudonobu and Narakazama looked at the backs of Shisui and Jin, their eyes were full of inexplicable meaning. Yes. Although they knew Jin was from Uchiha, they never thought that he and Shisui, the Uchiha genius, had such a good personal relationship. It seems so. Their teammate is really not simple. And, on the other side, after Uchiha Jin and Shisui came not far away, Shisui solemnly handed him a fishnet underwear. I forgot it yesterday, and I will make it up for you today. The battlefield is extremely dangerous, and it is your first time on the battlefield. As a brother, I naturally have to help you check for omissions. This is a lock pendant inner armor, which is mixed with a small amount of meteorite iron and 100 refined iron. Hurry up, put it on and let me see. Uchiha Jin. Looking at the fishnet outfit in front of him, he couldn't help but frown slightly. As a grown man, he really didn't want to wear this thing, and he was confident that with his own abilities, no one could hurt him. But, there was nothing he could do. Looking at Shisui who looked worried, it was a mixture of emotions. He really didn't expect that after traveling through time for so many years, he could still feel such deep love and care. Shisui was so good to him. This also made him more entangled. After all, it's better not to mention the Uchiha's troubles. But after thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and put on the fishing net inner armor directly. Well, it looks good. This way I can feel a little relieved. By the way, I'll tell you something secretly. The news just came from the Anbu that Kirigakure had declared war on Konoha yesterday, but this matter was not told to your unit. The real role of your unit is to buy time for Konoha. Now the Hokage has ordered us to draw elite troops from the Uchiha clan, and then Fugaku-sama will be in charge of the Kirigakure battlefield. So, hold on. Just hold on for half a month, and then I'll find a way to transfer you to my team. Hiss. After hearing this, Uchiha Jin's face changed drastically in an instant. Yes. Even though he knew that they were cannon fodder, he couldn't help but gasp after learning how dangerous the situation was. These were real cannon fodder. It can be seen that the possibility of them surviving was very small. The Kirigakure had already declared war, and Konoha was still drawing manpower. Shisui had already made it clear what the role of these people was. That was to delay time. However, he was still full of gratitude for Shisui in front of him. You know, this kind of news is undoubtedly top secret, and Shisui actually told him secretly, which was enough to show his love for him. Take a deep breath and nod solemnly. Although he practiced the way of hiding, Shisui trusted him so much, so he decided to return some of his trust. Of course, only a little. It was just that he couldn't bear to see someone who cared about him so much worrying about him behind his back. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak in a low voice. Shisui, don't worry. I'll tell you quietly, but don't tell anyone, not even the Hokage or the clan leader. I'm not that useless. I killed Uchiha Yojiro and the others. Chapter 18 Everyone's Envy, the task is issued. Uchiha Jin left. But Shisui was shocked, just staring at Jin's back. His mind was blank, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He was confused. Jin's last words had a huge impact on him. Although Shisui didn't like Uchiha Yojiro and the others very much, he had to admit that the three of them were one of the elites in the clan. At the age of only 12 or 13, they had already opened the Sharingan. This is enough to explain everything. Maybe they can't compare with me, but looking at the entire Konoha, they are definitely not comparable to the general young generation. But Uchiha Jin said that he killed these three people. Doesn't this prove that Jin is definitely qualified to enter Class A? He is not what he appears to be, but among the Uchiha clan, he is definitely one of the geniuses. So, why? Why did he hide? He couldn't figure it out. He wanted to catch up with Uchiha Jin several times and ask him the truth. But he couldn't do that on the battlefield. So he could only put his inner anxiety in his heart. Then, he thought. Should this matter be reported? If it were in the past, Shisui would never hesitate. But, that was Jin. After thinking about it countless times, he could only sigh helplessly. He decided to wait until he had time in the future to have a good chat with Jin before making a decision. Yes. Jin secretly told him about such an important matter, and he understood how much trust he had. From another perspective, it also shows that Jin is definitely not a bad person. Not to mention Uchiha Yojiro and the others, Shisui also disliked them. Forget it. After shaking his head helplessly, he looked at the main force bitterly. Jin-kun, you really gave me a big problem. How should I face you? And, on the other side. After Uchiha Jin returned to the team, he was envied by everyone. This is the lock pendant inner armor. For every ninja, they all hope to get such an inner armor. It's just a pity. It's not easy to refine the lock pendant inner armor. And it's not something that ordinary people can get their hands on. Didn't you see that even Nara Kazama looked envious? As a member of the Nara clan, it is also a wealthy family in Konoha. Of course there is a lock pendant inner armor, but for a branch disciple like him, only fixed resources will be issued every month. If you want all kinds of good things in the clan, you can only exchange them for military merits. Uchiha Jin, however, is different. This was sent by Shisui personally. But at the same time, they could feel more and more that Uchiha Jin was not that simple, and was definitely not a simple branch of Uchiha. Especially, Nara Kazama. He might not be very strong, but as a member of the Nara clan, he also inherited the most critical wisdom of the clan. He thought more. It was precisely when he thought of this that his eyes began to flicker. Jin-kun, you are so amazing. What is your relationship with Shisui-kun? Why did he give you this level of inner armor? Everyone spoke up. Especially Kudo Shin, when facing Uchiha Jin, his tone became more intimate. As someone who had experienced the battlefield, he had long lost his previous impetuousness. He knew the difference between the nobles and the common people better than most people. Even if he didn't want to stand out in the future, if he just wanted to survive the war, he should get as close to the nobles as possible. Because it is easier for them to get to know the news than the common ninjas. Even if it is not for ninjutsu, as long as he tells you a little news secretly, it is actually the difference between life and death. Uchiha Jin didn't say much about this. Things like inner armor can't be hidden at all. So, forget it. Let these people think whatever they want. This is not a big deal. But Nara Kazama and Kudo Nobu were fine, their eyes were normal. Only Ishikawa Itsuki. The look he gave me was filled with jealousy and resentment. It seemed that I had to be on guard against him in the future. Having lived 2 lives, he knew very well that although such a small person could not accomplish anything, it was quite easy for him to do bad things. Just at this moment, a chunin in a green vest came over. Team 7, this is your mission. He looked calm. He just glanced at the Uchiha's inner armor, and then after handing out the mission scroll, he turned around and left. Kudo Nobu became serious. He looked at the mission scroll directly, and then spoke solemnly. The mission of our team is to escort supplies to the front line. Let's go. Without any nonsense, he turned around and left. Yes. As a ninja who had experienced the battlefield, he knew very well what to do and when. Uchiha Jin and Nara Kazama were just following behind Kudo Nobu. Only Ishikawa Itsuki. He looked unhappy. He basically hated everyone in this team. The reason was very simple. He was in the top 3 in the class at school, which was what he was most proud of. But after joining the team, he found that what he was proud of seemed to be ignored by everyone. To put it bluntly, it was that he didn't see the admiration in everyone's eyes. It could even be said that they ignored him. How could he, who was high and mighty in the school, bear this for a while? Kudo Nobu was fine. But what were Nara Kazama and Uchiha Jin? Although they came from powerful families, their grades in the class were average and below average. Why did they look down on him as an excellent student? Is it just because of their background? After thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the inner armor on Uchiha Jin's body. Perhaps it was something he would never get in his lifetime. Why? Because he was a commoner? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes naturally became fierce. Obviously. He never thought that their grades were in the middle and lower levels, just because they didn't want to compete. The top few of Class B were not attractive in Konoha. It was just to fool the commoners, who would take this honor seriously. Soon after, the group came to the supplies department, and with the mission scroll in their hands, they directly took out 3 carriages of supplies, and a civilian escort team of 8 people. Yes. Although there was scroll technology in this era, the cost could not be reduced. So unless it was important and the materials were numerous, they still relied on mules and horses to transport them. Sir Ninja, are we leaving now? Yes, let's go. Facing this team of civilians, Kudo Nobu looked extremely proud. Yes. Even though he was a commoner before, the moment he became a ninja, he and the real commoners became 2 different classes. When facing the wealthy families of Konoha, his identity seemed rubbish. But when facing this group of real commoners, his pride as a ninja was instantly revealed. Chapter 19, Encounter with Kirigakure at the border of Konoha. The Land of Fire has beautiful scenery. In the entire ninja world, the Land of Fire is rich in products and has 4 distinct seasons. It can be regarded as a feng shui treasure land. Think of the rain village where it rains all year round, the sand village deep in the desert, and the rock village where the whole country is made of rocks. Looking at the entire ninja world. Other places have their own shortcomings, but the Land of Fire on the side of Konoha is the only one that really has no disadvantages. This is why every time a war starts, Konoha will be targeted by all ninja villages. This is a piece of fat meat. Everyone in the entire ninja world is greedy. Even now, walking in the wild, there are shades of grass and trees, flocks of birds and animals, golden sunshine and breeze blowing gently across your face, and everyone has a lazy look. In their team, civilians are working hard. As for the ninjas in their team, they sit casually on the supply truck and look at the scenery around leisurely. Yes. Now it is still in the territory of the Land of Fire, it is generally impossible to encounter enemies. People cannot stay tense for a long time, so the team now naturally seems a little lazy. The last carriage of the material transport team. Uchiha-jin sat cross-legged, but he did not pay much attention to the beautiful scenery around him. He frowned slightly. He kept thinking about the conversation with Shisui before. It was difficult for him to define whether it was right or not. On the one hand, he had been hiding for so many years, and his heart was naturally very depressed. He naturally wanted to find someone to tell. But, more importantly, this is more of a test for Shisui. If he really exposed this matter, it would not have much impact on him. As a genius clan member, even Fugaku would be reluctant to deal with him, not to mention that it was for a few dead people. Sarutobi Hiruzen's side is not too important. To put it bluntly, this is also the Uchiha clan's affair. According to the rules of Konoha, the clan's self-governance plan is adopted. The Hokage has the final say on Konoha's affairs. If a war breaks out, the Hokage has the right to mobilize the various families. But, at the same time, the Hokage has no right to interfere in the affairs of each family. So, as long as Fugaku doesn't deal with him, his safety will not be a problem. At most, the third generation will target him, but with his current strength, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to break up, he can't deal with him openly. The only thing to consider is Nabekage Danzo. This guy has reached a morbid level against the Uchiha clan. If he knows about this, he will definitely attack him. But, it doesn't matter. As long as Danzo doesn't show up in person and mobilize all the masters of the route, he can escape even if he can't fight. So, take a little risk to test Shisui. This deal is very cost-effective. After all, Shisui is too good to him, which makes him really unable to watch him die. If the test fails, at most, when the time comes, he will save his life. But if the test is successful, it means that he is more important to Shisui than he thought. In this case, he has the possibility to change Shisui. He and Sarutobi Hiruzen and others will definitely become enemies sooner or later. Although he is not afraid of relying on himself, he is alone after all. If he can get Shisui, it will be a good thing for him. After all, Shisui is a true genius in the Uchiha clan. As long as he does not die young, his future is unimaginable. You should know that his Mangekyou is known as the strongest eye technique, the god of the sky. Shisui, I gave you a chance, don't let me down. Leave it to time. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, just when they arrived at the border of the Land of Fire and were about to find a boat to go to the Land of Fire, 2 mist-hidden teams suddenly rushed out. Mist-hidden technique. The leaders of the 2 teams began to quickly seal the moment they attacked. Then, as the 2 mist-hidden ninjas opened their mouths, thick fog filled the transport team. Protect the convoy, be careful of the enemy. Kudoshin roared, and then his hands began to quickly seal. Earth flow wall. Boom. Countless mud surged, and a high wall rose in an instant, directly protecting the convoy behind. Kudoshin did not stop afterwards, and continued to seal. Until he performed the technique 3 times and condensed 3 walls, he stopped with a pale face. Chakra, exhausted. There is no way. He is just an ordinary civilian Chunin, and he is good enough to do this step. In fact, it is so. With the erection of 3 walls, the 2 teams of Mist Hidden were blocked. Unless a truly powerful person shows up, ordinary ninjas really don't have a good way to defeat the enemy. 2 of the 2 Kirigakure teams sent out in front of us can use Kirigakure's technique, which already shows that they are the elite of Kirigakure. You know. Even the ninjas of Konoha can only use the basic 3-body technique after graduation. Konoha is the strongest ninja village. From this, we can imagine what the Kirigakure, which is not as good as Konoha, will be like. Ordinary ninjas basically fight against the enemy with Kunao. Their 3-body technique is not as good as Konoha. Just when Kudonobu took action, the convoy began to surround the city in a circle, and their team also gathered together. My chakra is exhausted and I need 10 minutes to recover. During this period, it depends on you. But don't be afraid, the Kirigakure on the opposite side dare not take action easily. After saying this, Kudonobu swallowed a soldier pill and began to sit cross-legged on the ground to recover. Uchiha Jin and the other 2 looked at each other and frowned slightly. Jin, what do you think? Narakazama asked. Uchiha Jin was stunned for a moment and said, the enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, let's defend. Narakazama nodded. He thought there was nothing wrong with Uchiha Jin's idea. Kiriga was hiding in the dark, and if they acted easily, they would only be divided and killed. But, it was a pity. Although the 2 of them after deciding on the method, Ishikawa Shu couldn't help it. He had long disliked the 2 people and had been holding back his anger all along the way. Now. The 2 people chose the defense method that he hated the most, which made him unable to help it immediately. You 2 are such cowards. Just 2 teams of Kirigakure ninjas, I really don't know what you are afraid of. Don't forget, I'm in the top 3 of the class. I came to the battlefield to kill enemies and make merit, but I'm not interested in playing house with you. Hehe, don't worry. If you are in danger, as one of the top 3 in the class, I will definitely save one of you. And don't forget. We have agreed before that if the captain has problems, I will be the acting captain. Now I declare that I will take the initiative to attack. I will beautifully counterattack these 2 teams of Kirigakure and let them know how powerful my Konoha ninjas are. Kill. Chapter 20, Repel Kirigakure, Nara's Plan. After saying this, Ishikawa Tree rushed out immediately. Uchiha Jin. Narakazama. Looking at Ishikawa Tree rushing out, the 2 were stunned immediately. Grass. I knew that Ishikawa Tree was a waste, but I didn't expect that this guy would be so useless. Especially, Uchiha Jin. He had long known that this guy was not good enough to do things, but he could definitely do more harm than good. But, after it really happened, he couldn't help but slap his forehead and curse. Waste. Is this Ishikawa Tree mentally ill? Narakazama also smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he met such an excellent teammate, he was speechless. However, as a Nara, his strength may not be good, but his brain is not bad. Take a deep breath and speak immediately. Even if we want to kill him, we must save him. Uchiha Jin was stunned and couldn't help asking, why? Because we are a team. Narakazama glanced at Kudonobu secretly, and then explained in a low voice, what if Ishikawa Shu is not dead and wants to report this to the village? Even if he is dead, we still have the captain. Our team is put together. Do we trust each other? As the parties involved, we can trust each other, but are you absolutely sure that Kudonobu will not tell on us? Even if his chakra is exhausted now, he can't hear the outside world when he recovers. But once this matter is reported, it will be a credit. Our captain is a civilian. For this credit, are you sure he won't cheat us once? Uchiha-jin took a breath when he heard it. Then, when he looked at Narakazama again, his eyes began to change. Good guy. I knew the Nara clan had good brains, but I didn't expect them to be so good. This guy considered something that I hadn't considered in my 2 lives, and he considered it so comprehensively. Narakazama, just a side branch. In the original work, he didn't even have the right to leave his name, so what about Nara Shikaku, the patriarch of the Nara clan and the Jonin squad leader? Thinking of this, my scalp tingled. However, now was not the time to think about this. A scream came from the thick fog outside. It was Ishikawa Itsuki's voice. But, how long has it been? Uchiha-jin slapped his forehead and spoke with an unhappy face. This waste. Not good enough to do anything, but more likely to cause trouble. Okay, let's do it. Since he had made up his mind, Uchiha-jin didn't hesitate. He immediately rushed out and began to make seals with both hands quickly. Fire escape, great fireball technique. He opened his mouth slightly, and then sprayed a huge fireball, and then swept towards the place where the sound came from. Narakazama did not hesitate. Wind escape, tornado hurricane. He quickly formed seals with both hands, and a huge tornado rose out of thin air. The wind borrowed the power of fire, and the fire helped the power of wind. Under the influence of the hurricane, the fireball became more violent and blew away the mist-hidden technique. Especially the 3 ninjas who attacked Ishikawa tree, who were torn apart by the wind and fire ninjutsu in an instant. Seeing this, Uchiha was also surprised. This is a B-level ninjutsu of wind escape. It seems that his teammate is not as simple as he imagined. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the mist-hidden technique took action. One team of ninjas kept throwing kunao, and the other team ran to the supplies. I'll deal with these ninjas. Uchiha-jin said, Kazama, you go protect the supplies. Narakazama nodded. Without hesitation, he turned around and went to the supplies. Uchiha-jin saw this and took out a kunao, knocked away the kunao that was stabbing at him, and then rushed towards the group of Kirigakure at the fastest speed. His speed was extremely fast. Even if he didn't use ninjutsu and the 6 styles of the navy, his physical skills were far superior to ordinary ninjas. With just some basic physical skills, none of the Kirigakure ninjas in front of him could withstand his attack. In the blink of an eye, he killed 1 person instantly. How could this happen? 3 Konoha ninjas who know ninjutsu, this is Konoha's elite team. The intelligence is wrong, retreat. The 2 leading the Kirigakure ninja, after seeing this scene, immediately roared, and then did not stop at all. A euro directly, turned around and left. A euro A's for the few Kirigakure who were killed, no one cared at all. A euro an, on the other side. A euro as soon as Narakazama killed 1 person, the other Kirigakure fled quickly. A euro seeing this scene, he immediately ran over and asked Uchiha-jin. A euro do you want to chase? A euro Uchiha-jin rolled his eyes when he heard it. A euro he didn't know how to complain about the teammate in front of him. A euro now he can be sure. A euro Narakazama is definitely not an ordinary ninja. With this wind escape alone, he is qualified to enter the Elite A class. A euro now that he has been exposed, he still looks like he is the leader. A euro however. A euro thinking about the other people in the Nara family, it seems that this is also the tradition of Nara. A euro so, forget it. A euro shaking his head slightly, Uchiha-jin spoke. This is not necessary. Our mission is to transport supplies. There is no need to make things complicated. Narakazama nodded. He suddenly felt that being a teammate with Uchiha-jin seemed to be a good experience. Especially this way of thinking is really in tune with the Nara clan. Wait, that's not right. Isn't this guy an Uchiha? But his style of doing things is not Uchiha at all, okay? But, it doesn't matter. What does it have to do with me? As a Nara, he hates trouble the most. As long as it doesn't affect me. Thinking of this, he yawned and then looked at Ishikawa tree, who had fainted at his feet. Then, he had a headache. This guy is really lucky, why hasn't he died yet? Obviously. Narakazama didn't like this reckless guy. But after sighing, he could only speak helplessly. Well, that's good. Ishikawa tree is still alive, let's treat him. Uchiha-jin frowned. But he still nodded. Although this guy is extremely annoying, he can't be killed, right? After reaching an agreement, the two carried Ishikawa tree onto the carriage. After simply giving him some herbs and a soldier pill, they didn't care about his life or death. Yes. Anyway, there is no medical ninjutsu in the team, and the two don't care about his life or death. Just do your best, don't bother to care. As for the next, it depends on his fate. In the warfront camp, there are Konoha's medical ninjas. If you can hold on until then, you can live. If you can't hold on until then die. The two got off the carriage, and Narakazama's eyes turned. Jin, what do you say later? Narakazama whispered. Uchiha-jin narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was inexplicable, and he couldn't help but test it. Just tell the truth, what else can you do? Narakazama, a helpless face. He felt that the Uchiha-jin in front of him was just playing dumb with him. With his style of doing things just now, how could he not think of this? But, there is no way. Since he took the initiative to propose it, he had to speak even if he was helpless. After our strength is exposed, the tasks we will take in the future will be troublesome. I think we should be the same kind of people, that is, we are afraid of trouble. So, can you be honest? Since people have said this, Uchiha-jin can't play dumb. He also hates trouble. As for the credit of the village, he naturally doesn't look down on it. With a turn of his eyes, he whispered, what do you think? Narakazama, not stupid. Of course he can see Uchiha-jin's temptation, but considering that Kudonobu will wake up at any time, he naturally doesn't want to waste time. Without hesitation, he spoke immediately. The captain is still recovering his chakra and cannot detect what is happening in the outside world. Ishikawa tree is also unconscious now, and all the civilians just died. We each have one of the 3 carriages of supplies. If Jinjun doesn't have a storage scroll, I'll give you one. As for the dead Kirigakure ninja, we will temporarily seal them in the scroll and deal with them later when we have time. When the captain wakes up later, he will say that we are not strong enough and can only barely protect 1 carriage of supplies. The other 2 carriages were taken away by Kirigakure. Ishikawa tree is blindly arrogant and doesn't listen to our advice. He insists on fighting Kirigakure. But his methods are not good, so he was injured by Kirigakure. We both fought hard to save him. Chapter 21, Dividing the Spoils and Shifting the Blame, Nara shows his operation. Uchiha-jin's mouth twitched. After listening to the operation of Narakazama in front of him, he instantly had a lot of complaints and wanted to vomit. Good guy. You have learned the way of arms dealers 100%. Not only can you hide your strength, but you can also make a small fortune. The Nara clan is so treacherous. But I like it. Thinking of this, he spoke immediately. No problem, I agree. Let's do it quickly, otherwise there will be changes. Then. Both knew that time was urgent, so they immediately started to act separately. He took the scroll provided by Narakazama to collect the bodies of the mist hidden who were killed by the 2, while Narakazama went to embezzle the 2 trucks of supplies. About 3 minutes later, after the two met again, Narakazama smiled and whispered said, "I took a quick look. 1 cart of medicinal materials and 1 cart of detonating talismans. I roughly estimated that it is worth about 30 million taels. The card I didn't take is a kunao, which is basically worthless. Just keep the rest for the mission. Besides, don't worry. When I checked, I didn't move the seal of the carriage. I used the secret technique of the Nara clan. I guarantee that no one will notice anything wrong." Hiss. Hearing what Narakazama said, Uchiha Jin was also a little excited. Good guy. It is indeed war supplies. The value of their team alone is so huge. No wonder in the last life, the eagle sauce liked to stir up trouble everywhere. This war money is really a wave of wealth. If you get used to it, you can't stop at all. You know. Even in this ninja world where strength is more important, money and supplies are very important. Especially Narakazama, who surprised him. It's simply, without any bottom line. It's completely different from the performance of the Nara clan in the original book. But it seems normal to imagine. The performance in the original book is too beautiful. What about the will of fire? It looks like a fairy tale. But, what about the reality? This is a force. How can it be as perfect as the original book? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Nabekage Danzo, who were talked about in the previous life, can reveal their true colors only because they are in the main line. Families such as Inoshikacho, Abarame, and Inyazuka, although they are shown in the original book, they rarely appear in the main line. But, think about it. How can they be naive good people if they can really form a family? Especially the Nara clan, they are even more brainy. These families are like the capitalists in the previous life. No matter how glamorous they are on the surface, they are actually cannibals. This is normal. As for Uchiha, maybe he was born in the lineage of Indra, the sage of the 6 paths, so he was too strong from the beginning to the end, and he didn't bother to learn these secret methods. Before the establishment of Konoha, the family was the main thing. Uchiha relied on his strength to dominate one side, and except for the Senju clan, he had no rivals. But, it's a pity. With the establishment of Konoha, the major ninja clans began to join forces, and the Uchiha clan was in turmoil. Uchiha didn't understand power and calculation, and the top genius was fooled by the Hokage. Otherwise, exterminate the clan? What an international joke! After thinking about this, Uchiha remembered a sentence. "My lord, times have changed." Thinking of this, his mouth twitched, and then he took a deep breath and spoke. "Let's do this. We'll split the detonating talismans equally, and you'll be in charge of the medicinal materials. Anyway, your Nara clan is your clan's property, so it'll be easier for you to do it. As for dividing the money, let's wait until the war is over." Narakazama had no objection to this, of course. He took out a new scroll, put half of the detonating talisman in it, and then threw the scroll to Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin didn't look at it and just put it away. He believed in Narakazama. As the smartest member of the Nara clan, there was no need to provoke him, an Uchiha, because of such a small matter. A few minutes later, Kudonobu woke up. Uchiha Jin and Narakazama also happened to rush over after the division of the spoils. As a counselor, Narakazama naturally had to explain such things, and he naturally had to not let him. "Captain, I'm very sorry. Although Kirigakure was repelled by us, Jin and I were weak. We tried our best to kill only 3 people, and we only saved 1 truck of supplies. We have sealed the bodies of the 3 Kirigakure ninjas in the scroll. As for Ishikawa tree, this is a long story." Narakazama, full of emotion. Of course, he also started to say that he was too talented in performance. A few words. Not only did he show the merits of the 2 people, but he also put all the blame for the loss of supplies on Ishikawa tree. In summary, it's all this idiot's fault. If he hadn't refused to listen to advice and had to be blindly confident. Otherwise, with the combined strength of the three people, even if they couldn't kill the Kirigakure ninjas, they could barely keep themselves safe. But, there was no way. Not only did this guy have no strength, but he didn't listen to the advice of the two people, and he had to rush out stupidly, and then he was beaten up by Kirigakure. Now, he was directly seriously injured. It was only with the help of the A Will of Fiery A trademark that the two of them managed to save this guy while guarding the supplies, otherwise this idiot would have been beaten to death. So to be frank, Ida trademark s all this idiota trademark s fault. Otherwise, how could there be so many problems if we all guarded the supplies together? After listening to this, Uchiha-jin was also shocked. This, damn. As expected of Nara. If this guy hadn't a trademark T spoken, he really wouldn't a trademark T have known that he was so great? It turns out that I am also the successor of the A Will of Fiery A trademark. Bang! Kudo-nobu, who had just woken up, punched the tree in anger. A Ethi's Ishikawa tree is such a waste, A trademark ve long noticed that this guy is very arrogant, but I didn't a trademark T expect him to be so ignorant A at an a trademark T you know that our mission is not to kill the enemy but to transport supplies, I know about this I will report to Lord Miyamoto when we get to the front camp, Yes. Kudo-nobu, really believed it. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes and their contact was very brief, he also understood Ishikawa tree's character. This is indeed something he can do. Of course, more importantly, Ishikawa tree, not dead. When he wakes up and is handed over to the front-line camp, the Anbu will naturally be able to pry the truth out of his mouth. Uchiha-jin and Narakazama, there is no need to tell such lies. Of course, more importantly, now that the supplies have been lost, someone must take the blame. Otherwise, the three of them will be punished at that time. The village doesn't care about the reasons, but only the specific results of the matter. But, it's different now. Since someone is taking the blame, even if they don't have any credit, at least they won't be punished. As for Ishikawa tree, no one cares if he lives or dies. The three people present don't like him. It can even be said. If he died, everyone would be happier. Yes. Uchiha-jin and Narakazama are both truly smart people. Kudo-shin can survive a war, so he is not a fool. That is why. If the three of them cooperate, they will have a high chance of surviving in future wars. But with Ishikawa tree, things will be different. This ignorant idiot is really good at making trouble. Everyone will be killed. Under such circumstances, no one will sympathize with him. Chapter 22 Sure enough, the evil Uchiha. 2 days later, the three of them took a car of supplies and finally found a ship, and arrived at the front-line camp in the evening of the third day. Uchiha-jin and Narakazama were randomly arranged in a tent. The two asked for a stretcher, carried Ishikawa tree, and sent him to the medical camp before coming to their tent. Are you sure you can fool people with your words? Seeing that there was no one around, Uchiha-jin whispered, after all, 2 trucks of supplies were lost. Are you sure you won't hold us accountable? Don't worry, it's okay. Narakazama smiled, this kind of thing is very common. Everyone does it this way. So far, there has been no problem. Even if no one is found to take the blame, at most they will just be reprimanded, which will have some impact on future promotions. Especially in wartime, basically they are all making up for their crimes, and there is no impact on promotions. This time, even the person who takes the blame has been found, so there is no need to worry about these things. Believe me, there will be no problem. There won't even be a scolding. It's just 2 trucks of supplies. For a war, what's the big deal? The truly cruel people dare to directly empty the reserve warehouse of the frontline camp, and then take the initiative to destroy the warehouse when the enemy attacks, and then directly report to the village that it is the enemy's doing. This thing is called war damage. The total value of the supplies stored in the warehouse of the frontline camp is no less than 5 billion taels. Hiss! Uchiha Jin, a look of confusion. He has tried his best to underestimate the integrity of these people, but he never thought that he still overestimated it. Good guy. This operation is too familiar. But he still can't figure it out. He has been here for so long, why hasn't he heard of this matter? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speak. This is not right. I am from Uchiha, and I am considered a wealthy family in Konoha. Why haven't I heard of this kind of operation? Hearing this, Narakazama looked at Uchiha Jin with an inexplicable look. He frowned slightly. Obviously. For a moment, he really didn't think about how to explain this to him. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin spoke directly. We have experienced fighting together, and now we are teammates in the same team. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Narakazama was a little helpless. But after thinking for a moment, he still said helplessly, "You have said the reason yourself, because you are Uchiha." Hearing this, there is no need to say. He suddenly realized. Yes. Uchiha Jin really understood. What Uchiha looks like, he naturally knows better than anyone else. No brains, stubborn, and arrogant. Things like these on the battlefield are basically unspoken rules among the top leaders of Konoha. Everyone does this. Whether it is the big families or even the Sarutobi family, they often do it. And they get the most. As for the reason, it is quite simple. These materials belong to the village and are allocated by the daimyo every year. No more? It doesn't matter. Just ask the daimyo for it. It is probably because of this reason that the Uchiha in the village are out of tune. Yes. If the Uchiha knew about this, they would definitely not be willing to go along with it. Instead, they would make a big deal about it to prove the glory of the Uchiha. The Uchiha is proud. And it is precisely because of this pride that they are destined to never pee in the same pot with other families in Konoha in this life. In his previous life, he was always a little confused. Uchiha. Although there are many scoundrels in the Uchiha clan, there is no need to exterminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Although there are radicals in the Uchiha clan, can those guys really overthrow the rule of the third Hokage with their brains? What a joke! Not to mention that a large number of ninja clans are neutral. Inoshikajo belong to the Hokage clan. As long as the Uchiha clan rebels, even Tsunade and the other three will definitely stand on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. There are also the Hokage Anbu, the Danzo root, and perhaps even the Uchiha moderates, and even the clan leader Fugaku, will choose to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. In that case, why exterminate the clan? Isn't it better to keep the Uchiha clan? Even if there is a war, it's better to send them to the front line to die. In his previous life, he always thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a brain-dead person, a typical person with a brain problem. Now, he understands. The core reason is that the concept is different. The rest is nonsense, just some appearances. No wonder Uchiha can't become Hokage. If Uchiha really becomes Hokage, can everyone still happily embezzle the village assets? Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. Okay, no more words. I finally understand why Uchiha can't be Hokage and why everyone is targeting him. Senju Tobirama is right, it's really an evil Uchiha. Narakazama, embarrassed. However, to hear an Uchiha say that his own clan is evil? He really opened his eyes. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Uchiha Jin could think so deeply after he just gave him a little hint. When did Uchiha have such a brain? And, the important thing is, even though he understood everything, Uchiha Jin didn't seem to be angry. The last sentence was more like a sigh. Obviously. Even though Nara's mind was fast, he still couldn't figure it out for a while. In the end, he could only conclude that his teammate was not Uchiha at all. Ahem, this is what you think. It has nothing to do with me. You can't tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'm dead. Nara Kazama. His face full of bitterness. He really didn't expect that Uchiha-jin would be so smart. If he had known this, he wouldn't have done it. Honestly. He really regretted it. If his behavior really made those stubborn Uchiha people completely understand why they couldn't be Hokage and why no one supported them. Hiss. Thinking of this, his scalp was numb. But, there was nothing he could do. Since things had come to this, what could he do? He could only try his best to pray that Uchiha-jin would not be that kind of big mouth. Don't worry, I won't tell. Uchiha-jin smiled and said, I'm not a nosy person. It won't affect you, just rest assured. It's a pity. Even though Uchiha-jin said so, Nara Kazama still frowned and sighed. Obviously. Uchiha-jin's assurance could not really reassure him. Euro. On the other side. Led by a ninja, Kudo-shin came directly to the frontline meeting tent. Looking at Miyamoto Yuki in front of him, Kudo-shin knelt on one knee. Sir, I'm sorry. Our team encountered two elite teams from Kirigakure. Team member Ishikawa Shu disobeyed orders, which led to the failure of the final mission. We only managed to save a truck of supplies. Please take a look at the specific situation and the bodies of Kirigakure members, sir. Chapter 23 Frontline Repair, Nara's Curiosity. Kudo-shin, kneeling on one knee. He held up two scrolls in his hands, then bowed his head to remain respectful. Miyamoto Yuki frowned slightly, but still took the scroll away and read it. After a while, after he finished reading the task scroll, he couldn't help but slap the table in anger. Humph, damn it! What did that Ishikawa tree learn in the ninja school? Don't you even know the basic ethics of a ninja? Not listening to orders, attacking blindly, and weak. Seriously injured. Hehe, why doesn't he just die? Miyamoto Yuki was extremely angry. Yes. He has been a jonin for so long, and he has seen all kinds of ninjas, whether arrogant or cowardly. But as a ninja, obeying orders is the minimum. So, no matter how arrogant they are in normal times, when they are actually carrying out a mission, they will still listen to orders. This is the first time he has seen someone like Ishikawa tree in his life. More importantly, this is the first time he has been in command on the front line, and Ishikawa tree has given him such a big surprise. You can imagine. Even if he can make merit in this war, Ishikawa tree will become his stain. How can you expect him to have a good temper with this kind of stuff? If this guy is from a noble family, perhaps I, who was born a commoner, would give him a little face. But, haha. Ishikawa tree is just a commoner, so I don't a Euro trademark T have to worry about it. Take a deep breath and speak immediately. Please ask the Sir of the Anbu to come over. Kudo Xian Chunin, you just need to hand Ishikawa tree to the Anbu later. As for this mission, there is no reward or punishment. Next, you should make up for your crime and make meritorious contributions. After handing Ishikawa tree to the Anbu, your team can rest and wait for the next mission. It's good. After listening to Yuki Miyamoto's words, Kudo Nobu was relieved. Anyway, this time he finally fooled it. Thinking of this, Kudo Nobu cursed Ishikawa tree in his heart, and he couldn't help but feel lucky for the reliability of the other two teammates. Not only did he save a truck of supplies, but he also found someone to take the blame. He is really worthy of being born in a powerful family, his brain is really powerful. About 10 minutes later, an Anbu wearing a fox mask appeared, and Kudo Nobu followed him all the way to the medical camp, and officially handed over the unconscious Ishikawa tree to the Anbu. After doing all this, he returned to the team tent tiredly. After returning, he lay directly on the folding bed, rubbing his eyebrows with a face full of fear. Looking at the two people in front of him, he smiled and began to speak. "Don't worry, you guys. Ishikawa tree has been handed over to the Anbu. Our mission does not count the merits, and there is no punishment. Next, take a good rest. Just wait for the new mission." Narakazama heard this and looked as if it was true. Uchiha-jin also breathed a sigh of relief. But this also made him completely understand that what he had just considered was right. The demise of the Uchiha clan was really related to the concept. To put it bluntly, it was still about interests. If the Uchiha clan cannot change their concept and be in harmony with the world, then the future of the Uchiha clan in Konoha will still follow the timeline of the original work. Time slowly passed. In the past few days, no tasks have been issued. XXXX. After getting up every day, Uchiha-jin would lie down on a beautiful lawn outside the frontline camp. Sunbathing. As for training, he had given up since he had the system plug-in. Anyway, it would make you stronger, wouldn't it be nice to lie down? Evening. Narakazama, who had returned from training outside, looked at Uchiha-jin lying on the grass, and his eyes were really hard to describe. He walked over and sat next to Uchiha-jin. "Jin, you are really strange. We have been on the front line for several days. As long as we don't have any tasks during this period, we have basically been training non-stop. Everyone hopes to increase their strength as much as possible before encountering the enemy. Why do you look so leisurely every day? If you don't know, you would think you are here for a picnic." Narakazama, with a puzzled look on his face. He really couldn't figure out Uchiha-jin's thoughts. The closer he got, the more confused he felt. Every time he felt as if he understood Uchiha-jin, he would tell you the next second, "You think too much." The only thing he could be sure of now was that Uchiha-jin was not like Uchiha at all. No matter how he behaved or how he did things, he was incompatible with the orthodox Uchiha. This gave Narakazama a headache. Yes. He was a traditional Nara. Although he seemed to be very lazy at ordinary times, but that was just because he was bored. Because no matter what the matter was, he could basically see through it at a glance. Over time, he became bored. Usually, he looked lazy. But since he met Uchiha-jin, no matter how many brain cells he spent, he could not give an accurate definition of him. This made Narakazama very distressed. He has been trying to persuade himself that there is no need to dwell on this matter. Anyway, he and Uchiha-jin were just forced into a small team, and they were not even friends in essence. After all, a cannon fodder team like them would not cultivate something like bonds. However, as a Nara, he was unwilling to admit defeat. So, in the past few days, he had been trying to get close to Uchiha-jin, wanting to really see through the man in front of him. But, after getting really close, he realized that this guy was even lazier than himself. At least he practiced for a while every day, but since leaving Konoha, he had never seen Uchiha-jin practice. This naturally made him very curious. You know, when fighting against the enemy a few days ago, Uchiha-jin the performance is not weak. At least. Definitely reached the standard of Class A. He guessed that Uchiha-jin wanted to hide his strength, and he could guess the reason. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how such a lazy guy could practice to this level. Now that he saw that everything was fine, he naturally began to test. And, on the other side. Uchiha-jin, lying on the ground, looked at Narakazama in front of him, but his eyes were full of fear. For his test, he did not answer directly, but spoke in a faint tone. I am also very curious about you. According to the strength you have shown, there will be no problem entering Class A. So why do you want to act so useless and come to a cannon fodder class like Class B? And, Inoshikacho. This is the iron rule of your three tribes, and there are people from these two tribes in our class. Why Yuri in the same team with me, an Uchiha? How's it going? Nara-san is very curious about me, and I'm also curious about you. Can you tell me more? Chapter 24. After some probing, Ishikawa tree is back again. Nara-Kazama was silent. He didn't know how to answer Uchiha-jin's question. And, for this, Uchiha-jin didn't ask any more questions. He just took this opportunity to tell Nara-Kazama that everyone has their own secrets. Since everyone's relationship hasn't reached that point, there's no need to explore other people's secrets. After seeing the other party's silence, he continued to bask in the sun. Until the sunset. Even though it's not as warm as the sun at noon, he still likes this relaxing feeling. Unlike in the village, he is calculating all kinds of things every day. Tired. Seeing that it was getting late, he got up and yawned, but when he turned around and prepared to go back, he saw Nara-Kazama beside him. Why haven't you left yet? Uchiha-jin's face was full of doubts. Nara-Kazama raised his head after hearing this. After looking at Uchiha-jin for a moment, he said in a faint tone. My father is Nara-Luming, and he is a brother of Nara-Shikaku. But he failed in the competition for the position of clan leader, and then died in a mission 5 years ago. Before my father died, he told my brothers that we should never become geniuses in this life, and it would be fine to live a mediocre life. But my two brothers didn't listen. They were genius ninjas in the family since they were young, and then they died one after another in the past few years. I listened to them and always behaved mediocrely. So, I survived. Ino, Shika, and Chako are indeed inseparable, but I still gave up on my own initiative. Because my father will never lie to me. Uchiha-jin, his face was calm. Just looking at Nara-Kazama, his brain began to work rapidly. He really didn't expect that Nara-Kazama would be like this. As for lying? Impossible. As a traditional Nara, he would not tell such a lie that would be exposed at a touch. After a long silence, he spoke faintly. I can't work hard. I can't bear hardships, I'm a waste Uchiha. If I suddenly become hardworking, or even a genius, some people will not be able to eat. As a cannon fodder ninja, I have to live up to the waste character. You are a smart person, I don't need to say more. Nara-Kazama smiled. Yes. No need to say too much, he will think by himself. He understands the situation of Uchiha, as long as he understands this point. He can naturally guess some of Uchiha-jin's thoughts. You are very successful in disguise. Nara-Kazama said with a smile, I have never paid attention to you in the past few years in school. I was arranged by Nara-Shikaku, he wanted me to see what kind of person you are. If my guess is correct, it should be related to the 3 dead Uchiha. My uncle should have set his sights on you. But don't worry. The Nara clan seeks stability and will not easily provoke enemies for the family, let alone enemies like Uchiha. Even after confirmation, he will secretly invest in you. The Nara clan's style of doing things is not to put all eggs in one basket. Uchiha-jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. He really guessed right, his words did not hide Nara-Shikaku. This made him have a murderous intention, but he quickly hid it. The Nara clan has a long heritage. Although it is not as good as the Uchiha, it is not easy to provoke. Not to mention. Just as Nara-Kazama said, Nara-Shikaku had no ill will towards him, otherwise he could have exposed him directly in the Hokage's office. Oh, that's it. Uchiha-jin took a deep breath, and then didn't say much, just went straight to the front line camp. Narakazama followed him, and couldn't help complaining after a long time. "Jinjun, are you really Uchiha?" Narakazama said, "You don't act like an Uchiha at all in your style of doing things. When you were born in the hospital, was it possible that you were taken away by the wrong child? You are more like a Nara." Uchiha Jin's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect Narakazama to say that. But thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. After shaking his head helplessly, he spoke in a faint tone. "You think too much, I have Sharingan. Okay, go back. There is no need to hide such a small matter. After all, with Narakazama's brain, he can guess it even if he doesn't say it. Of course, more importantly, he really has some ideas to win over Narakazama. This guy is not bad, he is definitely a genius. The key is that his brain is useful. With him by his side to give advice, he can walk more steadily in the future. Of course. There is plenty of time, no need to rush." And, on the other side, hearing Uchiha Jin's words, he also looked as expected. Bang evening. The night was as dark as ink, and the full moon was hanging high. The front-line camp was quiet. Except for the patrolling ninjas, basically no one was walking outside. The tent of Uchiha Jinayuro trademark S team now welcomed an uninvited guest. The Anbu investigated that Ishikawa Tree did not obey orders, which led to the failure of the 7th team's mission. The facts are solid and cannot be refuted. However, considering that it is a period of war, Ishikawa Tree is allowed to return to the original team to redeem himself. "This is your new mission, and you will act immediately tomorrow morning." The ninja next to Miyamoto Yuki handed a mission scroll to Kudo Nobu, and then turned around and left. In the tent, there was silence. Everyone looked at Ishikawa Tree in front of them, and didn't know what to say for a while. "Damn! This guy is back again." Everyone's face was basically not good. After all, the matter of reporting Ishikawa Tree has already torn their faces. How will their team cooperate in the next action? Kudo Shin, his face was gloomy. Although he was very unhappy, he really couldn't refuse the arrangement from above. After looking at Ishikawa Tree, he spoke coldly. "I hope you can remember this lesson and don't cause trouble for everyone. There are still tasks tomorrow, everyone should have a good rest." After that, Kudo Shin lay on the folding bed to rest. Uchiha Jin and Narakazama looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and then rested separately. Ishikawa Tree, his face was ugly. Especially when he looked at Narakazama and Uchiha Jin, his eyes were full of anger and resentment. Yes. He didn't think he was wrong, but thought it was because of these two people who didn't cooperate with him well. He was in the top 3 in the class, how could he be saved by two slackers? A bunch of bastards. It must be their fault, otherwise how could I fail? Just wait for me, I will never let you go. Chapter 25. Heading to the garrison point, the thick fog gradually rises. Inside the tent, it was extremely quiet. Others have gone to bed now, only Uchiha Jin is lying on the bed, staring at the night outside through the small window. He was full of emotion. Cannon fodder simply has no human rights. Think about the training plan of Class A in Konoha. Not only is there a senior ninja as a guide, but also has to go through the experience of snatching bells, doing D-level tasks in the village, etc. Only when the bond is really cultivated can you really practice with C-level tasks. And what about Class B? Nothing. A cannon fodder Chunin is the guide, snatching bells is even more out of the question. You can't snatch a bell, so you're sent back to study? What the hell are you thinking? A cannon fodder team like them is sent to die. There is no bond between them, nor any trust, but all kinds of intrigue and deception. Thinking about the things he has encountered every day since he left the village, he couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. What a headache! It is extremely difficult for a cannon fodder team like this to survive until the end of the war. What about now? Sending this shit Ishikawa tree back again, Uchiha-jin felt a headache just thinking about it. €. The next day, early in the morning, several people got up and had a simple breakfast, and Kudonobu spoke directly. Our mission this time is to go to the left side of the Whirlpool country, the 27th garrison point. We need to closely monitor the situation on the sea during this trip, and send a signal immediately once we find the hidden mist. Then find a way to delay the enemy and buy time for the base camp. Let's go. After briefly introducing the mission, Kudonobu took the lead to go out of the front-line camp. Uchiha-jin and Narakazama looked at each other, and then naturally followed behind Kudonobu without any nonsense. Only, Ishikawa-shu. He could naturally feel that he was incompatible with this team. But the proud him did not look for the reason from himself, but directly blamed his teammates. He thought that it was these guys who dragged his feet, otherwise he would have made a lot of contributions when he encountered Kirigakura last time, and maybe he could have changed ninjutsu in the front-line camp a few days ago. And now? Not only did he get nothing, but he was investigated by the Anbu. All this is to blame these guys. He looked at the three people with resentment, snorted coldly, and followed. The four people in a row were very fast. After all, they were all ninjas, so they naturally couldn't walk, but moved quickly with the help of the big trees in the forest. About half a day later, everyone arrived at the mission site. There was only a simple wooden house built on the trunk of a thick tree. Staying in this wooden house, you can see the situation on the sea through the layers of leaves without exposing your position. Okay, be alert. We have to divide into two groups, day and night. Uchiha-jin and I will form one group, and Narakazama and Ishikawa-shu will form another group. Uchiha-jin and I will rest now, and you two will be responsible for watching. When it's night, we will take over. Of course, no one would have any objection to Kudonobu's arrangement. Even if it was Ishikawa-shu, he was just nodding coldly. Obviously. Having suffered a loss once, he at least dared not refuse openly. Seeing this, Uchiha-jin naturally did not say anything more. Just gave Narakazama a look, and after seeing him nod slightly, he returned to the wooden house to rest with peace of mind. Yes. He really did not believe Ishikawa-shu. When this guy looked at everyone last night, the cold and resentful eyes still flashed in his mind. Of course, we have to be more careful about this bastard. Narakazama, of course, is not stupid. Even if Uchiha-jin did not speak, he understood everything in an instant. €. The days passed one by one, and 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, everything was calm. They never noticed the figure of Kirigakura, which made them a little confused. If they had not encountered Kirigakura's sneak attack before, they would have thought that the information in the village was wrong. Is Kirigakura coming again? Especially, Uchiha-jin. He felt something was wrong. Unlike others, he knew the actual situation. Shisui had told him that Kirigakura had declared war on Konoha. And his memory from his previous life also told him that Kirigakura had indeed participated in the Third War, and the 8 gates of ninjutsu worn by might became famous at that time. So, the calmer it was, the more uneasy he felt. When the handover came, it was time for the handover again, and he specifically went to Narakazama. Be careful. I think something is wrong, and there will definitely be a tough battle next. Be careful, don't die. Narakazama was stunned for a moment. But he reacted quickly and nodded solemnly to show that he understood. Obviously. He was not stupid. Since Uchiha-jin said so, he must have noticed something. The time they had been in contact for quite a while, and he was of course willing to choose to believe Uchiha-jin's judgment. That day, late at night, just when Uchiha-jin was sleeping, Narakazama pushed him and Kudoshin to wake him up. Something is happening. There is fog in the woods. I suspect it is the mist hidden technique. After Kudoshin and Uchiha-jin got up, they hurriedly looked outside the cabin. Indeed, just as Narakazama said, the entire woods were completely occupied by thick fog. Uchiha-jin frowned slightly when he saw this. They did not see any unusual movement on the sea. According to common sense, the mist-hidden technique cannot come through. But the thick fog in front of them really cannot be explained. After all, fog will not normally occur at this time of year. Could it be a coincidence? Kudoshin said, "We have been monitoring the sea all this time. How could the mist-hidden technique get under our noses?" Ishikawa Shu shrugged his shoulders with disdain and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Haha, what a fuss. I just told Nara that a little fog doesn't mean anything. But they don't listen, there's nothing I can do." Narakazama, his face remained unchanged. He didn't care about the two's suspicion and disbelief at all. The only one he really cared about was Uchiha-jin. Yes. Although it was nonsense to talk about bond in this cannon fodder team. But along the way, the two of them had some friendship. More importantly, the two of them knew each other's secrets. In this case, it was at least a kind of alliance of interests. Compared with the other two, they could still achieve basic trust between each other. "I'm going to investigate," Narakazama said. "Jin, are you going?" Narakazama chose to ignore Ishikawa Shu's weirdness. Instead, he looked directly at Uchiha-jin. Uchiha-jin frowned slightly. But after thinking for a moment, he agreed. "Okay, let's go and have a look. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep well tonight." Then, the two looked at Kudonobu. He is the captain, and his consent must be obtained. Kudonobu narrowed his eyes, glanced at the two, and nodded. "Okay, I agree. I also feel something is wrong, so I will go to investigate." "Ishikawa Tree, are you going?" Chapter 26 Fatal News, everyone panicked. Kudonobu, not stupid. Although he didn't understand why Narakazama and Uchiha-jin made such a judgment, he knew a little after experiencing the war. The nobles are different from the common people. They have more means and can receive more information. Since the two made this judgment at the same time, it is better to believe it than not. As for Ishikawa Tree, he didn't bother to care about him. Does his life or death have anything to do with him? That's why he didn't use the captain's authority, but used a negotiating tone. Ishikawa Tree didn't understand this, and shrugged immediately. "I don't think a thick fog can explain anything. I don't want to suffer in the middle of the night." Kudonobu nodded. I didn't bother to pay attention to Ishikawa Tree's weird tone, and immediately turned around to look at Narakazama and Uchiha-jin. "Let's go," Uchiha-jin said. Narakazama nodded. Three people after reaching an agreement, they immediately moved quietly into the depths of the thick fog. In the forest, they walked very carefully without making any sound. "Stop, something is wrong ahead," Narakazama said. Uchiha-jin and Kudoshin stopped immediately after hearing this. Although they didn't notice anything, since Narakazama said it, they naturally chose to believe it. After all, he was born in the Nara clan, so he must have his own secret technique. Narakazama pinched his hands. Shadow head neck binding technique. Swoosh! A dark shadow formed under him, and his speed was extremely fast. And he rushed forward. About a moment later, Narakazama said in a condensed voice, "A standard mist-hidden team, I have controlled one of them." "Do it." Uchiha-jin said coldly, "Kill the other two and leave the controlled one. We need to pry more information out of him." Kudoshin and Narakazama, of course, had no objection to this. Then, Uchiha-jin didn't waste any words and rushed forward, and Kudoshin followed closely behind. In just 5 seconds, Uchiha-jin saw 3 figures. He didn't even bother to use ninjutsu and took out a kunai. He threw it out and pierced the throat of a Kirigakuer. Enemy attack! A Kirigakuer shouted. But before he could really find the enemy, Uchiha appeared behind him and slit his throat with another kunao. 10 seconds later, Kudoshin rushed over and looked at the two Kirigakuer corpses in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a little cold all over. He looked thankful. Fortunately, he listened to the two people, otherwise he might still be sleeping if he was found at the garrison. Thinking of this outcome, he felt cold all over. Just when Kudonobu was stunned, Narakazama also rushed over, directly broke the limbs of the controlled Kirigakuer, and then dispersed the family secrets of the Nara clan. Tell me, how many people did Kirigakuer send out this time, and how did you get here? What is your plan? It's just a pity. This Kirigakuer ninja was quite stubborn, just looked at everyone hatefully, and then said disdainfully, I won't tell, just kill me. Narakazama, his face was calm. He didn't pay attention to this Kirigakuer ninja, but looked at Uchiha-jin and the others. I'm not from the Yamanaka clan, and there is no way to directly extract memories. But my Nara clan has other ways to achieve the same effect. It's just that the scene is a bit bloody, Jin-jun and the captain, you should avoid it first. Uchiha-jin heard the words and immediately understood, and went directly to a distance. He knew that people were going to use secrets. And this kind of family inheritance naturally cannot be seen by others. What he said now is just some polite words. Bloody? As ninjas, how could they be afraid of this? Kudoshin is not stupid. Although he did not react for a while, he followed Uchiha-jin when he saw him move. When the two walked not far away, Kudoshin asked. What Kazama said should have other meanings, right? Uchiha-jin nodded. He is going to use the family's secret technique, and it is not convenient for us to see it. Kudoshin looked surprised. No wonder. Although he is a chunin and the captain of this team. But, in fact, now he feels more and more that his ability is not good enough. On the contrary, whether it is Uchiha-jin or Narakazama, they are better than him. They are really worthy of being the children of a powerful family. These are not the family's geniuses, but just some waste materials in Class B. Of course. He was not jealous. He knew the shortcomings of being a civilian, which no one could change. On the contrary, he would try his best to get along with the two of them, so that he could survive to the greatest extent. As for Ishikawa Shu, he didn't even bother to speak. Because he knew that kind of guy wouldn't live long. Time passed slowly. About 10 minutes later, Narakazama came over. But at this time, his face began to look very ugly. The situation is not good. According to that mist-hidden ninja, they hid in the Whirlpool country half a month ago. And in the Whirlpool country at this time, there are as many as 4,000 ninjas hiding. Hiss! Hearing this, everyone's scalp numbed. Even Uchiha-jin was pale now. Although he was confident that he had some ability, he was not sure that he could protect himself under the siege of 4,000 ninjas. What should I do? Kudonobu panicked. Narakazama also had a gloomy face and said angrily, the most terrible thing is that before there is an order, we can't even take the initiative to retreat, because doing so is equivalent to defection. Yes. He was also panicked. There are 4,000 ninjas. His ability to hide is useless in the face of such a huge number. They can wear him to death. This news is like a mountain, pressing him so hard that he can hardly breathe. He didn't care too much and looked directly at Uchiha-jin. Jin-jun, the situation is not good. It's meaningless to hide at this time, we must fight desperately now. Do you have any solution? Hearing this, Kudonobu also looked at Uchiha-jin. In the face of this fatal news, he didn't care that he was the captain. Being able to survive is the key. Thinking of this, he immediately spoke directly. From now on, everything will be subject to your orders, Jin-jun. I will obey completely. Yes. He knew his own strength. If it was normal, he could still act like a captain. But in this dangerous situation, he had already lost his composure. He knew that Uchiha Jin and Nara Kazama were at least much stronger than him. So, he was quite sensible and put himself in the right position. Chapter 27. The 7th team was reorganized, and Ishikawa tree was captured again. Uchiha Jin frowned slightly. Faced with such a dangerous situation, even he felt numb, and naturally he was not interested in hiding his strength. 4,000 ninjas. It was more important to save his life. His brain began to work quickly, and he spoke directly after a moment. Since you trust me, I won't waste my words. Send a flare. After saying that, he looked at Kudoshin. Kudoshin was stunned. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, but he still explained reluctantly. There are 4,000 ninjas in Kirigakure. Wouldn't it be exposing our position if we send out flares directly? Nara Kazama hesitated a little. But he still stood on Uchiha Jin's side. Since we choose to trust Jin, we should follow his orders instead of questioning them. In battle, this is fatal. Kudoshin naturally understood this explanation. But sending flares in this situation still made him hesitate. After all, facing 4,000 ninjas, if this exposed the position, he was sweating profusely when he thought of this. He was scared. Just when he chose to remain silent and Nara Kazama tried to persuade him, Uchiha Jin stopped him directly. Then he looked at Kudoshin and explained directly. Let me tell you the reason. First of all, there are too many enemies, a total of 4,000 ninjas. We can't let Kirigakure prepare, otherwise the situation we face will be worse. Just fire a signal flare to let the frontline camp prepare so that they can hold back more Kirigakure. Only if the frontline camp holds back more Kirigakure, will our hope of survival be greater. Otherwise, the frontline camp collapses directly without causing great damage to Kirigakure, and we will have to face the 4,000 Kirigakure ninjas. And after firing the signal flare, we leave as quickly as possible and find a secret place to hide. Then, fight guerrilla warfare. Keep moving throughout the whirlpool country and never stay at any point for too long. Hide when you encounter a large force, and kill when you encounter a small Kirigakure. Only in this way can we delay for a longer time. I believe in the village's intelligence capabilities. The village will soon find out that something is wrong here. We can only delay until the village reacts and sends a large force to arrive, and then our crisis will be over. This is the best way I can think of. Nara Kazama, the fastest responder. When he only heard half of it, he knew that Uchiha Jin's method was the best way for them at this stage. Kudoshin, not stupid either. He accepted it directly and said immediately, I agree. Very good, it seems that we have reached an agreement. Uchiha Jin nodded, and then said again, like Kazama said, I don't have time to explain when I really encounter a battle. So through this incident, I hope the captain can understand this. Since you choose to believe me, I hope the captain can believe it to the end. Otherwise, if you doubt it in the battle, even if you hesitate for a moment, all 3 of us will die. Kudonobu nodded solemnly. At this moment, he listened to it completely. He immediately made various guarantees and apologized for his previous doubts. Seeing this, Nara Kazama couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although this is just a cannon fodder team, there is no bond between each other. Fortunately, Uchiha Jin is a qualified commander. In just a moment, trust was gathered. From this point of view, the chance of survival is greater. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Uchiha again, and couldn't help but complain in his heart again. Is this really an Uchiha? No, more like a Nara. A Euro. Theta Euro trademark asset. The reorganized and relisted Team 7, under the guidance of Captain Uchiha Jin, directly detonated the flare in their hands. Whoosh! The flare was launched into the air, emitting a brilliant light. Then the three people who had discussed in advance directly sneaked to the left without a sound. As for Ishikawa Tree? Who is this? Sorry. Their team was in good order, and they all accidentally trademark forgot about him. About 10 minutes later, more than 50 Kirigakure ninjas, under the leadership of Tokugawa Yaito, one of the Kigakure 7 trademark and the user of the blunt knife, Kabuto, directly surrounded the grove. Ija. Ninsama after sensing the ninja, the signal flare launch site is here. We found the 27th Kirigakure squadron here. Now it is confirmed that all of them are dead. 2 people were stabbed to death by Kunao, and the other person was found to have been tortured. Now it can be basically confirmed that Konoha has discovered our Kirigakure plan. After checking, there is a Konoha sentry post 500 meters to the left. Tonko Yabai people, with fierce eyes. After listening to the introduction of his subordinates, he gave the order without hesitation. Go to that Konoha garrison point to see if there are any clues. The Kirigakure people responded loudly. Then, the group moved very fast and soon arrived at the 27th outpost. The Tokugawa Yaito waved his hand casually, and a Kirigakure team rushed in, and then Ishikawa Tree, who was sleeping soundly, was dragged out and thrown to the ground. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Ishikawa Tree, who looked confused, opened his eyes very unhappily. Then, looking at the more than 50 Kirigakure ninjas in front of him, he almost peed his pants in fear. Ishikawa Tree trembled, his tone trembled, and he couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. XXXX. Yes. Although he acted like a big shot in front of Uchiha-jin and the others, he knew that even if Uchiha and the others were unhappy, they would not dare to kill him. But it was different now. The group of Kirigakure ninjas in front of him were the ones who really dared to kill him. And, on the other side, Tonko Yiren looked at Ishikawa Shu and felt disgusted. As a ninja, he looked down on trash like Ishikawa Shu the most. No nonsense. He walked up to Ishikawa Shu and slapped him hard. He was beaten so hard that blood gushed out of his mouth and 2 of his teeth were broken. Tell me the truth if you know what's good for you. Who are your teammates and where are they now? Tell me everything you know. Ishikawa Tree. He was really stupid. Looking at such a ferocious Tsuya Ito and the fierce eyes of Kirigakure around him, all the ambitions and aspirations he had in Konoha were extinguished at this moment, and he immediately told everything he knew honestly. That is, Kirigakure was not interested. Otherwise, he would have told them without hesitation that he wet his pants at the age of 3 and peeked at a widow taking a bath at the age of 5. After hearing this, Tsuya Ito waved his hand casually. One of the ninjas stepped forward and took out a kunao. Ishikawa Tree was shocked. He couldn't help but speak immediately. I have confessed everything, why do you want to kill me? Spare my life. Chapter 28, Ishikawa Tree dies, Kirigakure attacks. Kirigakure, who was taking action, looked at Tsuga upon hearing this. Although they looked down on ninjas like Ishikawa Tree, Tsuga still had to speak up for ninjas who were willing to rebel. Tsuga couldn't help but sneer upon hearing this. What's the point of keeping such a useless Konoha genin? We Kirigakure don't need useless people. Kill him. Hearing these ruthless words, Ishikawa Shu was completely dumbfounded. This is not right. Why would he kill people if he was willing to betray the village? At this moment, he really regretted it. Thinking about his short life, he couldn't help but think of those teammates whom he never took seriously. Before, he was angry and thought he was superior. But when it really rained, he knew who was the one who didn't bring an umbrella. Those teammates he looked down on are still alive and well, while he is about to die. Now he couldn't help but recall that if he wasn't so proud, if he had made friends with everyone before, not been so arrogant, and even chose to leave with Kudonobu just now, would his ending be different? But, it was too late. Before he could figure out this problem completely, the kunao in the hands of the mist ninja, how to tear his throat directly. The scarlet blood splattered, he felt more and more difficult to breathe, and his vision began to blur. He was dead. And his death was worthless. Yes. In fact, his death came a little late. When he betrayed the team. Had a gap with the team members, and annoyed everyone, he should have died. The only difference is whether he died early or late. Unless, he was extremely powerful. But, it's a pity. The Uchiha, who was the strongest in Konoha, offended all the families in Konoha, and finally led to the annihilation of the entire family. He was just a civilian ninja with no backing and no strength. Does he have the qualifications? So. He must die. At this time, no one in the Kirigakure cared about him at all, and turned to look at the leader, Tokugawa Yaito. Nara? Uchiha. It seems that our ninja team did not die unjustly. Leave 3 teams to hunt down Konoha's 7th team, and leave a sensory ninja to cooperate. Others, go all out to attack Konoha's frontline camp. Send a general attack signal to our base. Since we have been exposed, we cannot give Konoha time to prepare. After that, at the command of Tong Kusanobi, the signal flare of Kirigakure was launched into the sky, and a brilliant light burst out. Many Kirigakure no longer hid their figures, and just rushed directly to the front camp of Konoha. As for the 3 Kirigakure teams left behind, they also chased Uchiha-jin and others directly under the command of the sensing ninja. Front camp. Miyamoto Yuki sat in the big tent, staring at the map hanging on the wall in a daze. He frowned slightly. The whole person's face was solemn, and his eyes were full of thoughts. This was his first time as the commander-in-chief of the front line, and he naturally felt that the burden on his shoulders was extremely heavy, so he did not dare to relax at all in doing things. Even though it was already late in the morning, he still felt sleepless, always afraid that he would make mistakes in command. No way. As a civilian ninja, this opportunity was not easy for him. It is difficult to avoid mistakes without seeking merit. It doesn't matter if he can defeat Kirigakure. As long as he can survive the difficult period and hold on until the Konoha army arrives, he can retire with honor. With this achievement, he will be qualified to join the Konoha upper echelons. This is also his greatest wish in his life. But, it's a pity. Until now, he still doesn't know that his goal will never succeed. If it is a real opportunity to make merit, how can he, a civilian ninja, take the turn? To put it bluntly, he is the scapegoat. Konoha had long known Kirigakure's declaration of war through spies. It was just because of the tension on other fronts that not enough ninjas could be mobilized at once, so he, a scapegoat, came to fight with a group of Konoha cannon fodder. To be frank, Konoha didn't expect him and a group of cannon fodder to hold on. As long as it can buy Konoha a little time to mobilize Konoha's real strong men, it will be enough for Konoha. As for afterwards? If he died, that would be fine. Even if he survived, he was doomed to be responsible for the failure. A civilian in the true sense, who has not yet joined the Hokage family, is doomed to never become a high-level official. While he was thinking, a ninja rushed in. Miyamoto Yuki's eyes slightly frowned, but before he could get angry, the ninja spoke first. J.A. Nin-sama. An emergency flare was observed, and it was the highest level red. The location of the signal was found to be post No 27. Hiss. Hearing this, Miyamoto Yuki couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Finally, it's here. He knew that his biggest test had officially begun from now on. Without paying attention to the ninja in front of him, he hurried out of the command tent and saw the red flare in the sky. He looked grim. This was the highest level flare, proving that the situation was truly urgent to the extreme. But he couldn't figure it out. What happened to warrant the release of this red flare? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly discovered that another flare was launched. However, this purple flare did not belong to Konoha. Then, it could only be Kirigakuer. Considering this, he did not hesitate and shouted to everyone. Everyone, be on guard. Notify the medical team to retreat, and the 3rd Brigade to protect the medical team. Others, follow me and prepare to fight the enemy. As Yuki Miyamoto spoke, the entire frontline camp became busy in an instant. A sharp alarm sounded, and both the patrol team on duty and the ninja team that was resting began to move. About half an hour later, without waiting for Konoha to set up the defensive formation, more than 20 Kirigakuer rushed over. They made seals with their hands and spoke at the same time. Water escape, Kirigakuer technique. In the blink of an eye, all the Kirigakuer ninjas blew out thick mist from their mouths, which instantly filled the entire frontline camp of Konoha. Konoha was a little panicked. There was no way. Most of the people on Konoha's side this time were ninja school students, and to put it bluntly, they were just cannon fodder. They had never done any missions, and had never killed any bandits or thieves, but were thrown directly onto the battlefield. Despite all their lofty words before they came, when they really faced the battlefield, to be honest, it was good that they didn't collapse directly. Everyone, stay calm. Miyamoto Yuki shouted while preparing to rush out to attack the Kirigakuer head-on. But, before he could do anything, team after team of elite Kirigakuer emerged from the woods, and then they came directly to kill. Seeing this, Miyamoto Yuki's face was extremely ugly. But facing this situation, he had no choice for a while, and could only shout and rush out. But, the next second, a huge sword blocked him, and then a man with a bandage wrapped around his neck and sinister eyes rushed out. 7 ninja swordsmen. Miyamoto Yuki looked grim, gritted his teeth and said, "Beheading sword, Biwajuzo." Chapter 29. 7 ninja swordsmen gathered together and easily destroyed the Konoha front camp. Miyamoto Yuki was completely dumbfounded. Yes. He never thought that the first enemy he faced when he arrived at the front line of Kirigakuer was Biwajuzo, the beheading sword from the 7 ninja swordsmen. This. He really wanted to cry. He was just an ordinary jonin, and he was promoted by merit. In fact, in terms of hard power alone, he was not as good as Uchiha Shisui, the current Konoha Chunin. But, why? He couldn't figure out why he met Biwajuzo. Now Konoha and Kirigakuer are in a confrontation, and there has been no real declaration of war? Sent him to the Kirigakuer front line, wasn't it just for defense? But before he could figure out this problem, several more people came out one after another. Is this guy the commander-in-chief of Konoha's front line? Konoha looks down on us Kirigakuer too much, sending out this thing to resist Kirigakuer. I think it's normal. Now the major clans of Konoha are cooperating with the Hokage apprentice to resist Iwagakuer and Kumigakuer in the Rain Country, and Sand Village has tied up part of Konoha's main force. Our Kirigakuer declared war suddenly, and Konoha probably can't send out its main force. If we had known this earlier, we would not have hidden our ass. We should have taken the initiative to attack when this group of people came. Konoha is really getting worse every year. With the death of Senju Tobirama, the Senju clan disappeared directly. A few years ago, Konoha finally produced the White Fang flag Momo, but I heard that Konoha forced him to commit suicide. Now facing our Kirigakure, they actually sent such a disgusting thing. The people of Kirigakure were talking about it. Everyone's face was full of ridicule. Yes. Think about Konoha in the past. When it was first established, Hashirama Senju could suppress the entire ninja world by himself, and there was also an equally powerful Uchiha Madara. What happened later? When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, Konoha's strength was cut in half. After Hashirama Senju died, Tobirama Senju relied on his old capital to barely maintain the strength of the largest ninja village in the ninja world, and survived the First Ninja World War alone against 4. But, even so, during the Second Ninja World War, Tobirama Senju still showed a decline, and could only barely rely on his death to barely end the Second Ninja World War. Later, when Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, Konoha began to become all kinds of sloppy. A few years ago, it was not easy to have a Hitaki Shimamo, who relied on one person to beat the ninja world and made it dare not say a word. But, who would have thought? Before everyone could figure out how to kill this guy, Hitaki Shimamo was killed by his own village. Damn it! When they thought of this, they wanted to laugh. On the other side, unlike the relaxed Kirigakure, Miyamoto Yuki couldn't laugh at all. She didn't even want to listen to Kirigakure's discussion. Just looking at the ninjas in front of him, he was trembling with shock. Biwajozo, Zigwashin Pufferfish, Kurishi Kushimaru, Mori Shinpeiki, Kurakurega. Wow! Except for the user of the blunt knife. Kabuto, Tsuya Ito, the 7 ninja swordsmen are all here. What does this prove? This proves that Kirigakure had already declared war on Konoha. Otherwise, as the strongest of Kirigakure, how could they appear on the front line of Whirlpool Country for no reason? But, damn it! I am just an ordinary jonin of Konoha, is it worth the 7 ninja swordsmen to fight together? What is his virtue? At this moment, he cursed the village in his heart. Is this the so-called defense? Fooling around? However, Yuki Miyamoto, who could become a jonin, was not a simple power struggle novice. So, he immediately understood that he was being abandoned. The village sent him and this group of cannon fodder here simply to buy time for the village. He hated it. He was loyal to the village. How could the village do such a thing? However, before he could figure out this problem, another group of people came out from the depths of the woods. The leader was none other than the remaining A-7 ninja swordsman Euro trademark, the user of the blunt sword, Kabuto, Tsuya Ito. A-Euro Ihei. What are you doing, A-Euro? A-Euro is it time to chat now, A-Euro. A-Euro at an A-Euro trademark T. You know that this behavior is disrespectful to the Konoha ninjas, A-Euro. Everyone in Kirigakure laughed. Obviously. At this time, Kirigakure had already taken a decisive position against the Konoha ninjas in front of them. Biwajozo sneered, Yeren is right, kill them. After that, he stopped talking nonsense. His speed was extremely fast, and he swung the beheading sword in his hand. Miyamoto Yuki didn't even react before he was beheaded by Biwajozo. Others also took action. As for the other side, the Konoha ninjas were all stunned now. Obviously, no one expected that their commander couldn't even take a single move. What a fight! The Konoha ninjas present were a group of cannon fodder, so they collapsed instantly. Everyone fled in all directions. I just hate my parents for not giving me 2 more legs. Yes. This is cannon fodder. No matter how many lofty ambitions they had in the ninja school, how big their dreams were. But, in essence, they are just a group of people who have never seen blood in their lives in a peaceful village. 10-year-old boys. In Uchiha-jin's previous life, they were just a group of elementary school students who only knew how to play. Before they had gone through any trials and were guided step by step by the village, they were so fragile. When the wind was in their favor, it might be better. But facing the desperate situation in front of them, they couldn't even fight to the death. Ha, this is Konoha. It's really funny, kill. Hey Chulaya laughed and killed a Konoha team at will, and couldn't help complaining. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, his face was a little serious, it's just a group of Konoha cannon fodder, what's there to be proud of killing such a thing? Puffer Ghost is right. Biwajozo said, kill the Konoha ninjas as soon as possible, leave the necessary manpower in the Whirlpool country, and clean up the remaining Konoha cannon fodder as quickly as possible. Others, find a boat as soon as possible. We must invade the fire country as soon as possible before Konoha's elite troops are dispatched. After all, it seems that this batch of cannon fodder is just a trick. This is Konoha's way of fooling us and buying time for its own elite troops to be dispatched. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we in Kirigakure must not give up. Also send a messenger to inform the village of our situation. It's better to send the Jinchuriki here. We'd better take advantage of the situation before Konoha reacts and completely destroy the Konoha ninja village. Others responded loudly. Yes. No one is stupid. Seeing that the Konoha ninjas who blocked them were just a group of cannon fodders who had just graduated from the ninja school, anyone who was not stupid would naturally understand what was going on. No one wanted to give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, with Biwajozo's words, all the Kirigakure ninjas performed their duties and began to work on their own. Chapter 30 Ishikawa Tree is a hero? Funny, right? 3 days later. In the depths of the dense forest in the land of whirlpools. In a hidden cave, a small fire was burning. Uchiha-jin and the other 3 people gathered around the fire. While eating the soldiers' ration pills to replenish their physical strength, they began to discuss the next action plan. I didn't expect that Ishikawa Tree died so tragically. Kudonobu sighed. Narakazama, on the other hand, had a calm expression. When he chose to stay at the outpost and not act with us, many things were already doomed. The situation at that time was here. Kirigakure had already launched a large-scale attack. There were 4,000 Kirigakure ninjas hiding in the dark of Whirlpool country, and we in Konoha didn't know anything about it. How could such important information be delayed because of Ishikawa Tree alone? I believe that even if Ishikawa Tree was alive, he would agree with our actions. After all, everything is for the village. Ishikawa Tree's sacrifice is worth it. He will be engraved on the memorial tablet and will be supported by Konoha forever. Ishikawa Tree is a hero and will live forever in our hearts. Kudonobu. He was confused. His mouth opened slightly, and he looked at Narakazama in disbelief. Oh my god! Is the truth of the matter like this? His mind went blank, and he even felt that there was something wrong with his memory. But it's not right. It was obvious that everyone hated Ishikawa Tree, so they chose to ignore him, and even wanted to kill him. How come Narakazama's upper lip touching his lower lip has such a meaning? He became a hero? Everyone will still remember him? Is he going to die? If Ishikawa Tree was still alive, he would definitely give them a beating. And he would definitely yell that even if he became a ghost, he would never let you bastards go, right? He was speechless. And he instantly understood why the Nara clan, despite its low strength, could still become a major clan in Konoha and was deeply trusted by the Hokage. This broken mouth is really amazing. The dead can come back to life, but he can only shout Old Iron 666. In fact, let alone him. Even Uchiha-jin, who knows Narakazama, now has a lot of complaints but doesn't know how to vent them. This guy is definitely a talent. Yes. During these 3 days, they were a group of 3. They had avoided countless pursuits by Kirigakure, traveled countless times in the land of whirlpools, and killed a total of 31 Kirigakure ninjas. On the way, they naturally passed by the outpost they had stationed before, and also found the body of Ishikawa Tree. However, considering that if they brought his body back, it might be implanted with memories by the Yamanaka clan. Even if they destroyed Ishikawa Tree's brain, there would be a trace of detection. So, it was over. They cremated Ishikawa tree directly. Okay, there's no point in saying more. Ishikawa tree is glorious. He sacrificed himself for the village. He is a hero of our Konoha, and he will live forever in everyone's hearts. Let's not discuss this person anymore. Let's discuss the next action. Hearing this, the two nodded quickly. Yes. It's better not to discuss the matter of Ishikawa tree. After all, the real situation was indeed a bit too dirty and too inconsistent with the will of fire. However, when they really started to think about the next situation, the three of them, but he couldn't help but start to have a headache. The Kirigakuru's search became more and more frequent. This is normal. After all, for Kirigakure, the next whirlpool country is the bridgehead for them to capture Konoha. Such an important position, of course, Konoha ninjas are not allowed to make trouble. It would be great if there was a Hyuga ninja in our team. Kudoshin couldn't help but speak. However, after he finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at Uchiha Jin. Sorry, Jin-jun, I don't look down on Uchiha. No need to say more, I understand. Uchiha Jin said calmly, in terms of large-scale exploration, the Sharingan is indeed not as good as the Byakugan. He really doesn't care. First of all, he really looks down on Uchiha. More importantly, Kudoshin is not wrong. Sharingan is indeed strong. In terms of single combat, Uchiha suppresses Hyuga. But, the same. In this large-scale war, Hyuga's Byakugan is a strategic resource. Didn't you see that group of reckless people from Kumigakure who fought against Konoha twice for blood? Both times they went for Hyuga's Byakugan, and had no intention of paying attention to Uchiha? Even a few years ago, the Kumigakure ninja that Uchiha Jin encountered was essentially that guy who wanted to escape and accidentally escaped to his residence. Why didn't he steal the Sharingan? Isn't it because the Sharingan is strong in single combat, but it is of little help in such a large army battle? Unless one or two strong people are as strong as Hitaki Sumo and Fuba Minato, the change to the battle situation is really not big. Suddenly, just when Uchiha Jin opened his mouth and was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a call. Summoning Jutsu. He made a seal with both hands and slapped the ground. Bang! A black ninja crow appeared, with a note tied to his foot. Uchiha Jin opened the note, took a look at it, and burned it with fire escape, and then smiled and spoke. 2 more days. The Anbu has informed the village of the situation here. Now that the Konoha army has gathered, this time our Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, will lead the team personally. Everyone, hold on. Yes. As early as the moment they confirmed that the frontline camp had collapsed, he contacted Shisui through the Ninja Crow, wanting to ask when the Konoha army would arrive. Of course, he is not stupid. Because he knows Shisui's character, he is afraid that this guy will directly tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that he has contacted him. So, just asking. He did not inform Shisui of the specific situation on the front line. This is great. Kudonobu shouted, Uchiha, we are saved. He cheered loudly. After all, in this desperate situation, even if Uchiha Jin is commanding well, the pressure of facing life and death at any time still makes him a little breathless. In fact, let alone him. Even Narakazama is relieved now. Yes. He knew very well that the Uchiha who took action this time was the clan leader Fugaku. Then the ninjas brought must be elite. At least. They are definitely not like them, all cannon fodder. The same is true for Uchiha Jin. Although only a few days have passed, he feels as long as several years. This kind of life of keeping nerves tense every minute and every second, and the brain constantly calculating, is simply not something a normal person can bear. But, it's okay. Once the Uchiha army arrives, they can breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking of this, he smiled and spoke. Okay, everyone. Now that we have received the news, everyone is relieved. Next, have a good rest. In 2 hours, we should continue to set off. Chapter 31 The Last Day, Encountering a Strong Enemy. 2 days later. In the depths of the dense forest, figures flickered. Uchiha-jin and the other 3 kept jumping on the tree trunks. And their figures were moving quickly. Compared with the previous life, guerrilla warfare is more useful in this world. After all, they are ninjas. They move faster, have better physical fitness, and are stronger in single combat. Although the enemies are similar in all aspects, as long as they don't know your specific whereabouts and don't have a sensor ninja to keep tracking, it's a joke to want to chase and kill them in a targeted manner. Now, that's it. Uchiha-jin and his group have been in the Whirlpool country for several days, but the Kirigakure still hasn't caught them. Even if they occasionally encounter some small teams, in their eyes of hiding their strength, they are just lambs to be slaughtered. As for the large army, don't forget Nara Kazama. Although the Nara clan is not as good as Hinata's Byakugan in terms of exploration, they are not completely without this ability. The strongest thing about the Nara clan is the shadow imitation technique. Shadows are invisible and traceless. Especially at night, it is basically difficult to defend. They rely on Nara's secret technique to explore the enemy's whereabouts in advance. Although it is not as convenient as the Byakugan, it is better than nothing. As for Uchiha-jin, he did not expose his Sharingan, and his physical skills and fire escape alone were enough to make him the captain. The reason is also simple. Although the 3 of them are cooperating well now, they had to do so under the threat of death. Once they are truly safe, who knows what they are thinking? Nara Kazama, fortunately a little bit. Both of them know each other's dirt, and unless there is a major interest impact, neither of them will betray each other. But for Kudonobu, it's hard to say. He is just a civilian ninja, who has gone through countless life and death efforts and barely returned to Earth escape ninjutsu. Even this is just a sea level. In front of powerful families like Uchiha-jin and Nara Kazama, it is simply a joke. It is too easy to bribe such a civilian ninja. With just 2 or 3 C-level ninjutsu, he can sell them out. If he is given a B-level ninjutsu, he dares to kneel down and call him daddy. As for killing him, the 2 have never had this idea. It's not kindness, or an emotional bond. First of all, if you can survive in the ninja world, kindness is irrelevant. It only appears in the weak or the absolutely strong. Either they are civilian ninjas fooled by the higher UPS, or they are as powerful as Hashirama Senju, or they are children of destiny like Naruto Uzumaki, or at least they are second-generation ninjas with backgrounds. Except for these people, no one else is qualified. Is Hitaki Kakashi kind? In the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is just a ninja in the dark, and he kills whoever he is told to kill. Right and wrong are not important at all. Is Namikaze Minato kind? Even though he later became the 4th Hokage, he did not do what Sarutobi Hiruzen did not allow him to do until the day he died. He did not even have complete control over the Hokage Anbu. Even such people cannot be considered kind, let alone Uchiha-jin and Nara Kazama. Bondage is even more nonsense. Before they met, they were all old silver coins who understood everything. In just a few days of contact, there were all kinds of intrigues. How could there be bonds after just a few days of cooperation? This is a joke. Unless they are an elite team specially trained. Don't even think about cultivating a bond. Not killing Kudonobu is for the sake of profit. Whether it's Nara Kazama or Uchiha-jin, both of them have something to hide. Even if they reveal a little bit of their strength, they can use war to cover it up. As long as they don't reveal their strongest combat power, they won't attract the attention of the village. At best, they will be promoted from cannon fodder to ordinary ninjas. But if both civilian ninjas die, the village will notice something is wrong, and then let the Anbu investigate the 2 carefully, and even trace back everything from their childhood to adulthood, then everything will be ruined. People are not gods. Even Uchiha-jin can't be completely sure that he has never made a mistake in his life and can withstand the investigation of the village. Therefore, it's better to keep Kudo Nobu. Be careful, pay attention. There are 2 Kirigakure teams ahead, with average chakra strength, and they are probably ordinary teams. Nara Kazama suddenly spoke. Kudo Shin heard this and looked at Uchiha-jin. Obviously, after the cooperation over the past few days and countless successful escapes, Uchiha-jin proved himself. Hearing this, Uchiha-jin did not hesitate. Old rules. I will cooperate with Kazama. Shin, you hide in the dark to finish off the enemy. Fire escape, Phoenix fire technique. He pinched his hands and 7 fireballs were scattered and blasted directly towards Kirigakure. Nara Kazama did not waste words. Wind escape, suppress harm. A huge wind escape took shape, crushing the surrounding dead branches, collapsing the earth, and gathering with Phoenix fire. The fire took advantage of the wind and swept everything. With the Kirigakure teams as the center, the area of a more than 10 meters was completely destroyed in an instant. Several Kirigakure genin were completely killed in one blow. Only the remaining 2 chunins could barely withstand this wave. This is Konoha ninja. Kirigakure chunin gritted his teeth and spoke. He, with hatred in his eyes. You know, his brother died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. At this moment, he wanted revenge. But before he could do anything, Kudo Arita attacked from behind, and the kunai directly cut his throat. He died. Just as the remaining chunin was about to escape, Uchiha-jin threw a kunai, which directly pierced his heart. Seal the head, retreat. Uchiha-jin spoke calmly. Nara Kazama and Kudo Arita just nodded and started to do their own things. After these few days of cooperation, everyone has long been familiar with this set. But, at this moment, a fat mist-hidden ninja, carrying a big sword that looks the least like a sword, came out with a gloomy face. Big sword. Same Hata, watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. Nara Kazama exclaimed. He, with a pale face. Facing this 7 ninja swordsman, a well-known existence among the jonin, he did not think that he and others could handle it. Uchiha-jin's face changed slightly. If he really burst out with all his strength, even if he couldn't kill the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him, at least it wouldn't be difficult to defeat them. But, no. His true strength must not be exposed here. Run! After saying that, he ran immediately. Nara Kazama had already made preparations, and as Uchiha-jin spoke, he naturally started running without saying a word. At this moment, he really burst out with all his strength. But what can he do? The 2 of them ran, but Kudo Shin was far behind. He was so frightened that he couldn't even exert half of his usual strength. Ziguishin Puffer Ghost had a sneer on his face. Even Same Hata didn't bother to do anything, and just punched Kudo Shin fiercely. Yes. For the 3 Konoha genin, as a jonin, he could easily kill these 3 ants with his chakra alone. Hehe, 3 little ghosts. So many ninjas have died in the mist village these days. It seems that you are the ones who are causing trouble. Since I have run into you, you can save your life. Chapter 32. Even if I can't kill you, I will tire you to death. Kudo Shin's face was pale. Especially when the Ziguishin Puffer Ghost rushed towards him, he even smelled the breath of death. But, at this moment, he felt that the whole person was flying into the air, and the next second he instinctively looked back. He found that Uchiha had turned back and dragged him away. Uchiha, Jin. His mind was blank. They had known each other for such a long time and had known each other's character. In his opinion, Uchiha-jin was an egoist. Under the premise that it would not affect himself, he would be willing to help his companions, and this was on the premise that you had his approval. But, the same. If it affects his own life safety, he will abandon his companions without hesitation. He only talked about the will of fire. So, why? He really couldn't figure out why Uchiha-jin wanted to save him? You have to know that he is just a civilian. Before he figured out this problem, Uchiha-jin caught up with Narakazama, picked him up with his empty left hand, and ran away with the two of them. Kudonobu. Narakazama. Now the two of them were completely dumbfounded. Obviously, Uchiha-jin's actions really made them feel like they had cognitive impairment. In fact, let alone them. Even Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, who was about to attack, now had a question mark on his forehead, and looked at Uchiha-jin with a look of astonishment. Then, there was anger. Good guy. As an elite jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the recipient of the big sword Samehada, if he let the 3 little ghosts of Konoha run away, wouldn't it make the whole ninja world laugh? This must not be tolerated. The Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, who was completely angry, was so angry that he held Samehada in his hand, and then rushed directly towards Uchiha-jin. Little ghost, I'm angry. He chased and shouted loudly, stop for me now. Uchiha-jin's mouth twitched. As if he had heard a huge joke, he ran away and shouted behind him. Jounin? That's it. With your IQ, you are still called the 7 ninja swordsmen. Do you want to make me laugh to death so that you can inherit my Konoha forehead protector? You asked me to stop, so I can stop? Do you think I'm a fool? You can't say such stupid things without a 3-year cerebral thrombosis. Are you too old, old man? I advise you to go back to Kirigakure to retire. The battlefield is for us young people. Why are you still here at your age? Fug. After hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost almost vomited blood. Damn it, I'm just a catchphrase. Is there anyone who is so exaggerated as you? Who doesn't say that? He was even more angry. He never thought that the Konoha kid in front of him would have such a bad mouth. The key is that he wanted to refute, but he couldn't think of a reason for a while. After all, what he said was right. You can't just tell them to stop and they will really stop, right? They're not stupid, right? But, that's why. The anger in his eyes grew more and more angry, and he immediately yelled. Konoha kid, you're dead. Even if I chase you till sunset today, I will definitely kill you, little bastard. Even if I give up all other missions, I swear to kill you today. But, for this, Uchiha-jin sneered. He didn't take the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost seriously at all. If there weren't 2 useless people holding him back, he would have turned around and killed him. Therefore, he continued to talk dirty to this guy's threat. Hey, come on. Old man, you must take care of your body. Don't twist your waist. Don't force it. Uchiha-jin's words seemed to be concerned about the other person's health, and he was doing it for your own good. But, he couldn't stand it. We are all enemies. No one can stand this kind of ridicule. Not to mention Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost, he is an elite jonin among the 7 ninja swordsmen. If this matter gets out, how can he live his life? So, he got even angrier. While chasing frantically, he started to throw all kinds of ninjutsu, senbon, kunao, and shuriken at Uchiha. You can say. Except for the Samehada in his hand, he threw almost all of them. But, what can he do? Uchiha-jin's physical skills are too strong, especially this kind of the endurance of the long-distance run was simply beyond the reach of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Even though he had used all his strength, he just couldn't catch up with Uchiha-jin who was carrying 2 burdens. Even let alone him, even the ninjutsu he threw out couldn't catch up with this Uchiha kid. This is really helpless. Even if his strength is high and his ninjutsu is powerful, he can't catch up with the enemy, which makes him very helpless. Even, he can't figure it out. How did Konoha produce such a thing? The strength is not good, but he runs away very fast. Narakazama. Kudonobu. At this time, the two people were already numb. Although they were held in Uchiha-jin's hand and looked very indecent, they really didn't dare to speak up and asked Uchiha-jin to put the two people down. They are not stupid. It is clear that with their abilities, they can't outrun the enemies behind them. So, hey. That's it. They just couldn't figure out why Uchiha-jin wanted to provoke Zigguishin Puffer Ghost. In their opinion, this was pure brain disease. But they didn't know in their hearts that Uchiha-jin had already scolded the two men to death in his heart. Nonsense! If it weren't for these two trash, he would have killed them long ago. Why would he be so frustrated like this? Now he is spitting trash words just to vent. Time passed slowly. One of them chased and the other fled, which lasted for almost half a day. In fact, Zigguishin Puffer Ghost wanted to give up. Facing such a guy who could never be caught up, he really extinguished the urge to kill the other party. He was tired. You know, he is a fat man. Even if he is an elite jonin, he can't bear to chase for several hours. He is just a ninja, not a track and field athlete. But, damn it! Whenever he wanted to give up and take the opportunity to slip away, the bastard Uchiha-jin would come back and taunt him. Uncle could bear it. But Aunt couldn't. Even though he was furious, he could only force himself to chase for the sake of the elite jonin's face. That's it. Time slowly came to night. Just when the two ran to the beach again, they saw more than a dozen large ships, flying the flags of Konoha and Uchiha, approaching the country of whirlpools in the wind and waves. And their pursuit and escape battle obviously attracted their attention. Then, more than a dozen elite jonin came to kill on the sea. The only person was Uchiha Shisui. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. He had 1,000 words in his mind, but he didn't know whether to say them or not. Chapter 33 Konoha's elite arrived, and the Anbu began to investigate. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost had a dull face. He was tired and dandy. His forehead was full of sweat, and his breathing was extremely rapid. He was half squatting and panting. But when he saw the Konoha ninja rushing towards him, he was so angry that he wanted to curse directly. What the hell? He was fooled by Uchiha-jin for a whole day, and he didn't kill this bastard at the end, but turned his head to see the army coming to support Konoha? His luck was really bad. He felt that he must not have checked the almanac when he went out today, otherwise how could he encounter such a disgusting thing? At this moment, he really wanted to cry. If he had known that he would encounter such a crappy thing, he would not have come out to pretend to kill this Konoha team. But, who could have thought of it? In a mere Konoha cannon fodder squad, would there be such a weirdo as Uchiha-jin? So, hey! After a helpless sigh, he glared at Uchiha-jin fiercely, then turned around and ran without saying a word. Yes. There were more than a dozen Konoha ships, at least 3,000 Konoha ninjas, and they were flying the Uchiha flag. There was no need to consider it at all, these were definitely Konoha's elite ninjas. Even if he was an elite jonin of Kirigakure and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he could only run in the face of such a situation. Otherwise, how could he fight? That was just giving away his head. As Zigguishin Puffer Ghost left, Uchiha-jin also threw the 2 people in his hand away, and then lay directly on the cold ground. Yes. The Konoha army came, and he could live a quiet life again. Kudonobu. Narakazama. Looking at the Uchiha-jin who was hiding in front of them, they could only roll their eyes, and didn't know how to complain for a while. Looking at each other, they could only sigh helplessly. About 5 minutes later, Uchiha Shisui and other senior ninjas arrived, and frowned slightly when they saw the 3 people in front of them. Konoha ninja? Another Nara? An Uchiha? However, although they didn't know the specific situation, everyone's faces relaxed. What happened just now? Who of you can explain it? Uchiha Shisui asked first. If it was private, Uchiha Jin would definitely speak up. However, considering this situation, he shook his head helplessly. He shook his head, indicating that he was very tired, so he let Narakazama speak. In terms of speaking, Nara can be trusted completely. Narakazama lived up to expectations. He directly explained everything that had happened since they came to the Whirlpool country to garrison. Of course, it was all true. Only Ishikawa Itsuki did some necessary beautification. Many jonins fell silent after hearing this. They were all shocked. Who would have thought that a team of newly graduated cannon fodder genin could delay for nearly 3 days in the territory where the Kirigakure army was stationed, and today they escaped from the hands of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon, the 7 ninja swordsmen. This is simply a myth. However, everyone saw the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon who just escaped, and this is something that no one can fake. Well, I understand. The 3 of you should have a good rest. Anbu will talk to you later. You don't need to worry about the rest. It's our turn. Uchiha Shisui spoke in a very gentle tone. But the words he said were very domineering. Then, more than a dozen Konoha ships docked, and batches of Konoha ninjas disembarked. In less than 2 hours, a frontline camp was built directly on the spot, and even various defensive formations were set up. It has to be said. This batch of Konoha elites is like 2 extremes from the previous cannon fodder army. Uchiha Jin and the other 3 were arranged in a tent. About 2 hours later, an Anbu team appeared in the tent and strictly checked the 3 of them. This is normal. After all, the original frontline camp collapsed for almost a week. No one dared to guarantee whether they had rebelled during this period. However, after the 3 of them took out the heads of nearly 50 Kirigakure people they had killed, as well as a large number of Kirigakure ninja forehead protectors, various kunao, shogun pills, and shurikens with Kirigakure logos. This Anbu team still chose to believe. Yes. They had taken out so many things, enough to prove how cruel the situation they had encountered in the past few days. If they still don't believe it, are they still human? Even if they hesitated for a moment now, once this matter was spread, all the ninjas in Konoha would be furious. They encountered such a cruel situation, and they made such a contribution but were still suspected. Which ninja can guarantee that they will not encounter such a situation? Okay, I understand. We will take away all the evidence such as the heads and forehead protectors of the Kirigakure, and conduct further investigation and confirmation. Once it is finally confirmed, it will be directly converted into contribution points. After the preliminary investigation, the report will be submitted to the village. The Hokage will make the final judgment within 2 days at the latest. You should have a good rest. During this period, your team will not have any missions. Just don't leave the frontline camp. After saying this, the Anbu turned around and left. As for Uchiha Jin and the other 3, they did not show any concern and fell asleep directly on the bed. Yes. Their contributions are real, and the village is in need of people now. Even if it is the Nabekage Danzo, don't try to make trouble at this time. And the frontline camp now is different from the previous cannon fodder camp. Kirigakure, you can't kill me. In this case, naturally, you should rest quickly. You know, they have been nervous these days. Now that they have such a safe place, they must take a good rest. This sleep. They slept soundly. When they woke up again, it was the afternoon of the next day. The 3 of them had a simple meal and returned to the tent again and started chatting. Yes. Anyway, they don't a Euro trademark T need to participate in the battle before the village investigation is completed. Since they have this time, they must relax. During this period of time, even Shisui didn't a Euro trademark T come to him. This made him realize instantly that before the investigation was completed, they were under house arrest in disguise. It was just that their situation was special and it was not suitable for direct detention. But, even so, no one could approach them before the investigation was thoroughly completed. Otherwise, relying on Shisuiya Euro trademark's temper, he would have come to him directly. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, the former NBU team leader came to the tent of the three again. After investigation, there is no problem with your team's merits, and now the merits have been thoroughly recorded. Also, the Hokage's order. Kudoshin was promoted to an elite jonin, and was transferred to other teams to serve as captains. Uchiha-jin and Narakazama were promoted to chunin. As for the specific fate, obey the frontline dispatch. Chapter 34 Drinking and Chatting, Nara's Determination. After the Anbu announced the order, they left the tent directly. Uchiha-jin and the other three were now completely relieved. Yes. Even though they knew the result long ago, they were still worried before it was over. Still a little worried. Now that the Hokage has given the order, the matter has been settled. Well, good news. Anyway, I feel that the three of us will not be given new appointments in a short time. At least we have known each other for a while. Even if we go our separate ways in the future, we will not go home drunk today. After saying that, he took out a storage scroll, and took out several blankets of wine, and a lot of snacks. Yes. This was prepared by himself before he came to the front line. It was fortunate that it was the front line camp, otherwise he would dare to eat barbecue directly. He is a normal person. Although he has some calculations in his mind, it is just for his own life. After all, in this chaotic and dark world, if you don't have some wisdom and means, you will die sooner or later. The world of Naruto is not the style of pirates. Now, it's different. From now on, everyone will definitely not be in the same team, otherwise Sarutobi Hiruzen would not give such an order. Since you are not in the same team in the future, there will naturally be no conflict of interest. In addition to the contact during this period, although they could not become life and death friends, at least they had some friendship. Before it involved his own interests, he was still very happy to make friends. That's good, anyway, I'm free. Narakazama also smiled and said, drink, don't go home until you're drunk. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Just thinking about it for a while, he also understood that Uchiha-jin's guess was right. Under normal circumstances, a team like them who had just experienced a war must be given some rest time. During this period, they were under great pressure to survive. Every day they were on the verge of life and death. Since there was such a good opportunity, it would be good to have a good drink to relax. Besides, drinking, it was also a good opportunity to cultivate feelings. Kudonobu Yoshi didn't say anything, but just smiled and agreed. Then, the three of them started to drink and chat in this tent. All kinds of things, all kinds of nonsense. Also in this indulgence, they gradually began to relax. Kudonobu Yoshi, with a look of emotion. Especially when he saw Uchiha-jin in front of him, his eyes became extremely complicated. He knew it in his heart. If he hadn't helped him, he might have been a corpse 2 days ago. After thinking for a long time, he drank a glass of wine and then suddenly spoke. Uchiha-jin, if you hadn't helped me, I would have died now. We are all smart people. I know in my heart that you must have your calculations when you saved me. But, it doesn't matter. After all, you saved my life, and I'm just a civilian ninja, and my life is not that valuable. In the future, if you need me, just send me a message directly. Uchiha-jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at the grateful Kudoshin in front of him, he actually didn't care at all. First of all, things on the wine table can't be taken seriously. Maybe he is indeed grateful to himself, but these words in front of him are also stimulated by alcohol, so he couldn't help blurting them out. But, in fact, when he sobered up, if someone offered him an olive branch, he might just run over. Of course. Even if he knew it in his heart, he would not say such a dull remark at the table. After a laugh, the matter was over. About an hour later, Kudo-shin had the worst alcohol tolerance and immediately crawled under the table. Uchiha-jin and Kudo-Fusama lifted him and threw him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. Then, the two returned to the table again. After a few more drinks, Nara-Fusama spoke first. Jin-kun. Kudo-nobu is actually worth recruiting. He is just a civilian ninja, and the village actually doesn't think highly of him. Just give him some basic ninjutsu, and he will basically serve you. And he has survived at least 2 wars, and his character and ability are quite good. As long as he is trained seriously, he will definitely be a helper in the future. As for being afraid of his betrayal, I don't think it matters at all, just let him show some loyalty. There are too many ways to ensure that he won't betray. Of course, what's more important is actually his identity. As a civilian ninja, when he really grows up, he will have a huge appeal in the civilian ninja group. Nara-Kazama, clear logic. Even though he had drunk a lot of wine, it still didn't affect him. However, Uchiha-jin was confused about this. What's going on? After looking at Nara-Kazama strangely, he couldn't help but speak. What's the matter, kid? Although we have experienced life and death together, we can barely say that we are comrades. But, the problem is, we all know each other, and we all have our own calculations. You are planning for me like this, I can't think of your purpose. Before this issue is clarified, I am not interested in listening to your next words. Yes. Anyone's choice has his own purpose, which can also be said to be interests. But, what about the two of them? They were just a cannon fodder team that was forced together by various coincidences. How could they plan for themselves wholeheartedly? Uchiha-jin naturally couldn't figure out what Nara-Kazama was planning. Hearing this, Nara-Kazama also smiled bitterly. Brother, don't laugh at me, we are actually similar. Nara-Kazama said in a deep voice, his eyes flashed a cold light. Uchiha is a mess, I don't believe you can't see it. Your current behavior is to cut off from Uchiha. But, the problem is, I don't think the village will be willing to let you go, because your surname Uchiha is the original sin. Of course I believe in your talent, and sooner or later you will become a strong man, even so strong that Konoha dare not provoke you. But, then what? Personal strength is important in the ninja world, but it's not important. How powerful was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and with his death, didn't the Senju clan disappear as well? So the best choice is to create your own power. Because you can't be alone forever. On the one hand, you are young now, and on the other hand, you have too many things to worry about every day. But when you become a real strong man, you must consider getting married and having children. Can you protect your family for a lifetime? The best choice is to build your own power. Although my Nara clan is very stable, my identity is very embarrassing, so I naturally have to consider the future. Even if I lie dormant for a lifetime, even if I can become stronger, what can I do? The Nara clan of Konoha will never have a place for me, and Nara Shikaku will not give me a chance. Now, I have found you. After this period of contact, I bet you can make a name for yourself. I bet you can have the strength of Senju Hashirama and the means of Senju Tobirama. Chapter 35 Uchiha-jin's heart is moved, Nara-Kazama's plan. Uchiha-jin was stunned by Nara-Kazama's words. Good guy. I was only thinking about how to avoid the night of genocide, but this guy has started to think about the safety of his descendants. As expected of Nara, he really thinks long-term. However, after thinking carefully, even he couldn't help but ponder. Narakazama's considerations were right, and his previous plan was a bit one-sided. Now under the threat of death and genocide, he didn't think too much for the time being. But, what about the future? Like Narakazama said, can he really stay single for his whole life? Reproduction is instinct. Does he really not like women? Nonsense. Although he lived in a peaceful era in his previous life, the high bride price made him, a social animal, powerless. Now that he is reborn in this world, will he be single for the rest of his life? Absolutely impossible. He knows very well in his heart that when he settles down completely, he must find a wife to marry. Then, here comes the question. After he gets married and has children, can he really protect his wife and children for the rest of his life? Impossible. Even if we don't talk about his life after 100 years, he can't stay at home 24 hours a day when he is alive. In this chaotic world, he has to fight and kill people at any time. What will happen to his wife and children after he leaves? So, in fact, from the beginning to the end, he only has one choice. That is to build his own power so that he can protect his family. Isn't the meaning of the existence of the families in the Warring States period and the major villages in the ninja world today here? After thinking about this, he looked at Narakazama again, and his eyes began to become different. I have to admit it. The brains of the Nara clan are really amazing. They are the same age as him, but they can think about problems so far. Even he is a little inferior in his 2 lives. In this respect, this is a very good ally. Thinking of this, he spoke quietly. Yet, that makes sense. Although I still can't figure out why you trust me, an Uchiha, so much. But it doesn't matter. You succeeded in convincing me. Can you talk about your ideas for a while? Yes. Although it's a bit early to talk about this now, after all, the 2 are only 12-year-old boys now. But Narakazama is right. The sooner you plan for such things, the better. So he is really curious about what Narakazama is thinking. And, on the other side, hearing Uchiha Jin's nod, Narakazama was relieved. His eyes became serious, and he didn't look like he had been drinking at all. Then he spoke with a serious face. First of all, the Uchiha are very strong. Although the Uchiha have more or less problems, it is undeniable that they are a strong force. The current Uchiha is not good, it's simply because the clan leader Fugaku is too stupid and has no leadership ability at all. I can't say much about the Uchiha because I know too little about it. But I believe that you, Jin, will definitely have a way, so the Uchiha side still depends on you. Find a way to win over all those who can be won over and form a group of forces that completely obey your orders. I am familiar with the 3 tribes of Pig, Deer, and Joe. I know many clansmen who are suppressed, feared, or even dealt with in secret. I will find a way to win them over so that they can truly join our forces. As for the civilians, I believe Kudo Nobuyuki can handle it. There is no problem with his character and ability, he is just too weak now. When he becomes really strong, he will naturally become our helper. There are also Abarame, Inyazuka, etc. In fact, each force is similar, and there are many different voices inside, which is similar to your Uchiha side, at best it is more or less. As long as we can make good use of it, we can win over a group of people. We are too young, and we have enough time to plan, and wait until the moment when our forces are truly formed. If you want to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and take over, you can also win over a group of people who hate the 3rd Hokage. After all, these people are constantly being taken from various clans by the Danzo route. Poaching people, that's a large number of people. Even if the rest don't join, I have ways to make them neutral. Even, let's take a step back. Even if this move feels a bit risky, we can slowly find ways to transfer the people we have won over the years out of Konoha and hide them. There are many ways, such as death in the mission, being killed by enemies, etc. There are too many reasons. Especially when there is a war, we can evacuate in batches. As long as we win enough people and strong people, Konoha will not dare to really deal with us. Otherwise, even if we can destroy us, the remaining Konoha will not be able to withstand the 4 major ninja villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not stupid, he dare not do such a thing. Of course, this is just a rough plan. If we really want to implement it, we still need to modify it slowly. But according to this model, it seems that there will be no big problem. Uchiha Jin closed his eyes and thought. He had to admit it. If they can really strictly implement this plan, then they can quickly establish a force that is not weaker than Konoha. But, damn it! This is digging up the roots of Konoha. If this matter is exposed, then they are both dead. Thinking of this, he looked at Narakazama again, and his eyes instantly became extremely complicated. But, the same. As long as this plan can succeed, even if it is half successful, then it can be used for both offense and defense. After thinking for a while, he slowly nodded. I understand. Let's take this civilian ninja, Kudo Nobu, as the first step of our plan. You can handle this matter. Narakazama, of course, has no objection to this. Without even thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. This is easy to do. But let's wait until he is in danger and asks us for help. It's not a good deal to rush to help. We can't be too proactive. Don't worry that he won't come to us. After all, the survival rate of civilian ninjas during the war is too low. He has a good character and ability. At least he is not a stubborn person. Of course, if he doesn't ask for their help until he dies, it can only prove that his ability is just so-so. Let him die. Uchiha Jin, of course, had no objection to this. Since the matter had been handed over to Narakazama, he was not interested in asking too much. Don't ask about the process, just the result. This is what he learned from those capitalists in his previous life. Then, the two began to talk about some other things, and this short-term alliance was established. Although the two of them didn't trust each other much at this time. It was a good start, and the rest can only be left to time. Chapter 36 Shisui arrives and asks the reason. This indulgence lasted until the evening. Narakazama couldn't stand it anymore, so he just lay on the bed and slept, but Uchiha Jin's alcohol tolerance was better. Although he felt dizzy, he was not drunk at all. He just lay on the bed, staring at the outside through the window of the tent. He was thinking. What is the probability of success of Narakazama's plan? Of course, more importantly. Is this guy trustworthy? He doesn't know. But it doesn't matter. Now the two of them are just making tentative contacts, and Uchiha Jin will never show the real important trump card. Even if there is a problem with Narakazama, he is confident that he can get away with it in the end, and at most he can just defect. As long as the system's ability is not exposed, the rest is not a big deal. At most, he can survive for a while. After he really becomes a strong man, he can stage a king's return in Konoha. The only thing that bothered him was that before he had enough power to protect his family, he could only say sorry to those beautiful ladies. At this moment, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and Shisui, who was covered in blood, walked in directly. Then, the next second, he was choked by the huge smell of alcohol and started coughing. It's not that he couldn't smell the alcohol, but he was not mentally prepared at all. After all, who would have thought of drinking in the front-line camp? And under the premise that the enemy could launch an attack at any time? This is not pure. Are you looking for death? After coughing for a long time, Shisui couldn't help but speak. Jin, you guys. How much alcohol did you drink? Are you crazy? This is the front-line camp. He was really speechless. On the other hand, Uchiha Jin, who was lying on the bed, did not show any fluctuations in his expression when Shisui suddenly appeared. After all, he knew Shisui and knew that this guy would definitely come to find him. He just shrugged his shoulders in response to his question. What's wrong with this? It's normal, right? You know, our team has just experienced life and death, and our nerves are tense to the limit. Anyway, it's impossible to arrange tasks in a short time. Why can't we take this opportunity to relax and relax? Shisui was speechless. He was really helpless about Uchiha Jin in front of him. This guy always has a reason. He really can't beat him. Really, not Uchiha at all. After shaking his head helplessly, he was too lazy to waste time on this. He rolled his eyes and took a deep breath and said, "You don't seem drunk, come out with me. I have something to talk to you about." Uchiha Jin did not refuse. He had expected this day, so there was nothing to be surprised about. He stood up and yawned, then followed Shisui and walked out of the front line camp again, coming to a quiet seaside. The two sat on the beach, facing the gentle sea breeze, looking at the endless blue sky and white clouds. Their mood calmed down for a while. After a long time, Shisui's face was calm, and he spoke casually, "Why did you say those words to me the day you left Konoha? You are so good to me, I don't want to lie to you." Uchiha Jin, his tone was calm. Shisui was silent. He could feel that Uchiha Jin did not lie. And, thinking about the scenes of their contact, it seemed to be true. I treated him well countless times, and only then did I get those few short words from Uchiha Jin before he left. But he didn't understand. Yes. For someone like him who showed his talent since childhood and kept working for the peace between Uchiha and the village, he naturally couldn't understand Uchiha Jin's thoughts. Especially after knowing that Uchiha Jin really regarded him as a friend, he naturally didn't want to test anything. "You are very strong," Shisui said calmly. His eyes were very sharp, even stronger than what the Anbu has investigated in the past few days. "You led the team to travel around the Whirlpool country for 6 days, avoided the Kirigakure army countless times, and killed so many Kirigakure ninjas. Especially from the hands of Zigwashin Puffer, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you escaped with 2 ninjas for half a day and successfully persisted until the arrival of the Konoha army. Why? Since you have this strength, why don't you show it?" He was a little excited. He had been thinking about Uchiha Jin's behavior for several days, but he still couldn't figure it out. He just looked at Uchiha Jin, his eyes full of thought and confusion. He really didn't understand. On the other hand, Uchiha Jin said in a very relaxed tone, "Why else? I don't want to." "Why don't you want to?" Shisui asked hurriedly. "I don't want to get involved in the mess between the village and the Uchiha." Uchiha Jin said in a steady tone with a hint of disdain, "In my opinion, the Uchiha is doomed and destined to be exterminated. If you show your talent, you will definitely be lured by the trash in the clan. And I don't want to have too much contact with the Uchiha. If that happens, when the Uchiha is exterminated, I will definitely be liquidated by the village. Although my last name is Uchiha, I am not deeply bound to the clan. Why should I be buried with the Uchiha? Isn't it good now? When the Uchiha is exterminated, I will most likely be treated as an orphan and let go. Anyway, I don't have any feelings for the Uchiha. Even in the worst case, I can only be a rebel ninja at best. Because I don't have a deep relationship with the Uchiha, the intensity of the village's pursuit will definitely not be high. It is likely that they will just issue a bounty on the black market. Hiss. Shisui was completely dumbfounded by Uchiha Jin's words. His mind was blank. A euro. He had thought of countless possibilities before, but he had never thought of this one. But, how is it possible? How could the Uchiha clan be exterminated, the village? No. Absolutely impossible. Shisui took a deep breath and quickly comforted him in a low voice. Don't worry, Jin, there will be no conflict between the clan and Konoha. I have been working hard for this over the years, and I promise that what you are worried about will not happen. I will definitely find a way to deal with the radicals in the clan. And, on the other side. When Uchiha Jin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Well, sorry. Under normal circumstances, I won't laugh unless I really can't help it. But Shisui, can you please stop telling jokes? There are no radicals in Uchiha. If there were radicals, would Uchiha become like this? In my opinion, there are only moderates and surrenderists in the clan now, plus a useless clan leader. But that's normal. Old antiques from the Warring States period like the Uchiha are destined to be unable to adapt to the rules of the game in the new era. It's only a matter of time before the clan is exterminated. It doesn't make much difference whether it's one day earlier or later. Chapter 37. Why? Because you are strong. Uchiha Jin, speak freely. He had made this preparation long before he left Konoha. A hero needs 3 helpers. Even in this high-level martial arts world, he needs real helpers. He naturally remembered how good Shisui was to him in Konoha. He is not a heartless person. Whenever possible, he has to help Shisui. Under such circumstances, the necessary information cannot be concealed. He is a coward, but not a coward. Even if he knows that Shisui may lose control, he can bear the necessary risks. Not to mention, after a conversation with Narakazama, he has a clearer plan for the future, so he immediately decided to make an extra effort and try to take the risk to talk more with Shisui. As long as he controls the frequency and tries to change little by little. He believes. Even if Shisui is killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was brainwashed, and he could also bring him back little by little. A euro. After all, he was just brainwashed, not completely brainless. A euro. Not to mention that he didn't say bad things about Sarutobi Hiruzen this time, he was just commenting on the affairs of the Uchiha clan, and it was unlikely that Shisui would report him to the Hokage. A euro. He had done the experiment. A euro. Just before leaving Konoha, he told Shisui something. A euro. If he reported him to the Hokage, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have done nothing during this period of time. A euro. Since there was the first time, is the second time far away? A euro. Therefore, after saying this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and looked at Shisui, who looked confused. A euro. Yes. A euro. At this time, Shisui's mind was blank. A euro. He obviously didn't expect that Uchiha Jin would comment on the family like this. A euro. His brows were tightly knitted, and he couldn't help but speak. A euro. I don't understand. A euro. Why do you say that, Jin? Uchiha Jin sighed. After taking a deep look at Shisui in front of him, he spoke in a deep voice. First of all, the so-called radicals. In my opinion, that's a joke. Shisui, you have to understand that the biting dog doesn't bark. If you really want to change armed forces, you should not tell anyone, and then prepare silently in secret, even lick your face and be a dog, wait for the moment when the third Hokage relaxes in his heart, and then directly and ruthlessly attack, and completely kill all those who disobey. But what about the so-called radicals in our clan? Don't look at the loud shouting, but you don't dare to really take action, and you don't even dare to quietly kill a few Hokage's men. Let him think about it himself. They have been shouting for so long, but have they really made any preparations? No, nothing. They just shout slogans to gain the support of some people in the clan. Their real purpose is just to compete with Fugaku for power. The same is true for the moderates. They think that if there are radicals charging, the village will definitely try to win them over. To put it bluntly, it is also for the sake of power and profit. But these two factions don't understand. They are just shouting slogans, but the village is serious. They don't even think about it. You shout about rebellion every day. How dare the people in power really not care? Not to mention the Uchiha, who are a group of people with abnormal brains and may really go crazy at any time. Our clan leader Fugaku is even more stupid. If there were no external enemies, he would have no problem playing balance, pulling one faction against another, and maintaining his own rights. But, what about now? The village is hostile to the Uchiha to this extent. Whether you want to rebel or submit to the village, you should at least choose one and then take power. Only when you completely control the Uchiha, you are qualified to talk to the village. But, what about Fugaku? I don't know if he is really indecisive or just trying to play a balance. He has been the clan leader for such a long time, but he still hasn't said a word. He just allows all kinds of infighting within the clan, constantly consuming the limited power of the Uchiha. The entire Uchiha is full of such idiots. I'm not sick, why should I play with these idiots? Hiss. As Uchiha Jin spoke, Shisui couldn't help but take a breath. Is this true? The clan never thought of rebellion, but just shouted slogans for power? He had never seen the affairs of his own clan from this angle before. But, it is undeniable. From the perspective of Uchiha Jin, the things that he had been unable to figure out before seemed to make sense now. But if so, what was his hard work in the past few years? He was confused. But after thinking about it for a while, he suddenly spoke in confusion. Wait, that's not right. Since the radicals in the clan are just shouting slogans, why do you say that the Uchiha clan must be exterminated? This doesn't make sense. Yes. In Shisui's view, this is a paradox. Since he knows these things, he can naturally explain them. Tell the village about it. At that time. The tension between the village and the Uchiha clan will surely be greatly relieved. Isn't this a good thing? Then why did Uchiha Jin just say that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated? In this regard. Uchiha Jin spoke faintly. Do you know what the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, said when he caught the nine tails when the village was first established? Shisui was confused. In the past few years, he has been running around for the clan and the village. How can he have time to understand these? So. He could only shake his head helplessly. What did the first Hokage say? You are too strong. Uchiha Jin spoke lightly. After saying this, he pondered for a moment before speaking in a gloomy tone. Nine-tailed fox was not as irritable as it is now. He was just a happy little fox. In the ninja world, he happily ate hot pot and sang songs, and never hurt any human. Suddenly, one day, Senju Hashirama came to Nine-tailed Fox and said that your strength is too strong, so I must seal you up. Nine-tailed Fox, I am numb. Am I strong or is it my fault? I have never hurt humans. But, what a pity. Senju Hashirama didn't care about that at all. He knocked the nine tails unconscious with a slap, and then stuffed it into the body of his wife, Uzumaki Mito. If you were the nine tails, would you be angry? Damn, what kind of person are you? I'm so strong, but I was knocked unconscious by a slap from you. How strong are you, Senju Hashirama? Why didn't you seal yourself? This is also the reason why the Nine Tails has been thinking about destroying Konoha for all these years. No matter which Jinchuriki it is in, it can't change his mind. Shisui, people are stupid. He never thought that when the first generation of Hokage sealed the Nine Tails, there was such a thing. However, think about it carefully. If it were me, I would probably be very angry too. Wait, that's not right. Shisui couldn't help but say, we were talking about our clan, why are we suddenly talking about the Nine Tails? The principle is the same. Uchiha-jin said calmly, for the village, the Uchiha are too strong. Especially the Sharingan, which is totally unreasonable. Even if the Uchiha who seems very weak now, once he falls into dark emotions such as anger, he can immediately open the Sharingan. Such a strong Uchiha, such an unstable Uchiha. If it were just like this, the village would just bear with it for a while, but the key is that you Uchiha are still not obedient, and you openly shouted that you want to pull Sarutobi Hiruzen down and take the position as Hokage. If it were you, would you panic? Although the Uchiha are very strong, even without the Uchiha, even if Konoha's strength is damaged, it will still not be destroyed. In that case, you know. Chapter 38, Inducing Step by Step, Shisui fell into thinking. Shisui was silent. Just like what Uchiha-jin thought, although he was brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it doesn't mean that he is really stupid. He has his own judgment on right and wrong. Especially the example given by Uchiha-jin, he can also empathize with him. Did Hashirama Senju do anything wrong? From Konoha's perspective, absolutely not. Even if the Nine Tails did nothing wrong, because of his extremely strong strength, it is an uncontrollable factor in the ninja world. Let's not talk about other things. Didn't Uchiha Madara capture the Nine Tails and fight with Hashirama Senju? From this point of view, regardless of whether the Nine Tails has done bad things, at least he has the ability to do bad things, and if he is left outside, he may be used by others. In this case, it is normal to be imprisoned. Shisui understands Hashirama Senju very well, and does not think that the first generation Hokage did anything wrong. But, the same. From the perspective of the Nine Tails, is this matter reasonable? I haven't done anything to harm the world, and I haven't even dealt with you humans. Just because I'm strong, you want to imprison me? Any creature with normal thinking ability will never accept this. Even if it's Shisui, it won't work. So, there is no right or wrong in this matter, it's just that everyone stands on different positions. This is just a story. But what about the Uchiha clan? The same applies. Just like the Nine Tails caught by Senju Hashirama, it doesn't matter whether you have a rebellious heart or not. What matters is that you have the ability, and you are quite disobedient. So, that's it. In order to change the bad situation of Uchiha in Konoha, but it hasn't changed for several years. Now, after listening to Uchiha-jin's words, he finally understood the root cause. But, the same. After completely understanding the root cause, he realized that his previous actions were actually all in vain. Thinking of this, there was a hint of despair in his eyes. Is it really impossible to change? No, that's not right. I can still ask the Hokage for help. He must have a solution. When this mission is over, if I tell the Hokage about this, he will definitely help me find a solution. He is the Hokage, how could he not have a solution? Shisui muttered to himself. Yes. Even though Uchiha-jin said so much, he still trusted Sarutobi Hiruzen by nature. Uchiha-jin frowned. Although he didn't say bad things about Sarutobi Hiruzen, he always mentioned the Hokage high-level officials. Why is Shisui still like this? No, absolutely not. These words must not be passed on to Sarutobi Hiruzen, otherwise he will definitely find a way to kill himself next. I was still impulsive. I shouldn't have said so much to Shisui. What should I do? His brain was working fast, and he suddenly asked after a moment. By the way, Shisui, what do you think about Hatake Shimo's suicide? I want to hear your opinion. Shisui was confused. He was worried about the family affairs. How come it was related to Hatake Shimo? It's just that. Through this conversation, he also understood that this brother who he could only take care of silently in his heart before was definitely much better than himself in terms of knowledge. So he didn't refute, but thought silently. After a while, after taking a deep breath, he still said what was in his heart. Hatake Shimo is a great ninja. Although the villagers slandered him in various ways, it didn't prevent me from recognizing him. It's just a pity. He obviously had a bright future, but in the end he ended up committing suicide. Uchiha Jin nodded. Shisui's words were not unexpected to him. Even though Hatake Shimo had committed suicide, he still had many supporters in Konoha. I didn't see it. Even if Hatake Shimo died, would Sarutobi Hiruzen still let Namikaze Minato, the future fourth Hokage in his mind, the orthodox Hokage faction, be the teacher of Hatake Kakashi? Why? On the one hand, to appease people's hearts. It is to tell Hatake Shimo's supporters that he will not deal with Kakashi secretly, but will directly include Kakashi in the Hokage faction. But, more importantly, he also wants to use this incident to directly win over all of Hatake Shimo's supporters to his own hands. After thinking about it for a while, Uchiha Jin continued to speak. I have a question. The mission that Hatake Shimo carried out at the beginning seemed to be the highest level S-level mission, right? Normally, there is a level of confidentiality starting from the B-level mission, and the confidentiality level of the A-level mission is unknown only to the top. How come a mission with the highest level of confidentiality, such as the S-level, suddenly became known to everyone in Konoha? What about the confidentiality level? Did it get eaten by a dog? Who spread it, and why hasn't it been investigated yet? To be more precise, has there been any investigation? Is it the end of the matter once Hatake Sumo dies? Shisui was dumbfounded. Yes. How could such a top-level mission be known to everyone? And it happened within a day. Even if it was accidentally leaked, it couldn't spread so quickly, right? Also, just as Uchiha Jin said, how come the village didn't even conduct a little investigation on such a top-level leak? Faintly, Shisui smelled a conspiracy. Because of all these abnormalities, he knew that the Konoha high level must know the real reason for the leak. But, not investigating. It is enough to explain everything. This made his trust in the Konoha high level, and even his trust in the will of fire, quietly tore a crack. Thinking of Uchiha Jin suddenly mentioning this when he talked about looking for the Hokage, he also vaguely understood what Jin wanted to express. Take a deep breath, wipe the cold sweat from his head, and shake his head and say, Jin, just say it directly. Although I trust the Hokage, I also have my own thinking ability. Just say what you want to say. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Shisui joined the Hokage faction, he was essentially for Uchiha. It's just that no one in the clan supports his ideas, and it happened that Sarutobi Hiruzen extended an olive branch at this time. To put it bluntly, he had no choice. In this regard, he is different from Itachi. Itachi, the filial son, was led astray by Fugaku since he was a child. After being brainwashed by the will of fire, he came up with a wave of justice to kill his relatives for the good of the village. His situation is a typical unstable foundation. If he had started from a young age and started with small things, and gradually understood the nature of the world and power, maybe he could really become a revolutionary. But, it's a pity. He only knew the fur of many things, and with Sarutobi Hiruzen's deception, he was completely fooled. After thinking about this, Uchiha Jin was clear-headed. What I want to say is still the sentence just now. Uchiha Jin said in a deep voice, Nine-Tail, you are too strong. Chapter 39 Steady Progress, Shisui's three views began to shatter. You are too strong. After hearing this again, Shisui looked a little confused. However, he is not stupid. After a little thought, he understood. Whether Nine-Tail, Uchiha Jin Shiha, and Hatake Shimo These three things have one thing in common, which is what Uchiha-jin expressed at the beginning. They are too strong. Yes. Like Uchiha, how strong is Hatake Shimo? Captain of the Anbu, leader of the Jounin squad, and head of the torture and interrogation department. Among the 7 major departments of Konoha, Hatake Shimo alone occupies 3. And a few months before he committed suicide, he was given the title of Hokage half-sleeve by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It can almost be said. Before Hatake Shimo committed suicide, he was equivalent to half a Hokage. And now? Since Hatake Shimo's death, the captain of the Anbu was replaced by Sarutobi Shinoshuke. The Jounin squad leader became Nara Shikaku, and the head of the torture and interrogation department became Marino Ibiki. As for these 3 people, they have a common feature. They are all members of the Hokage family. Marino Ibiki was born a commoner, and only grew up to this point with the help of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nara Shikaku, let alone Ino Shikacho is the traditional Hokage line, and they will support whoever becomes Hokage. Sarutobi Shinoshuke, that is their own son. Good fellow. I had never thought about these things before, but now Uchiha-jin reminded me. After thinking about it carefully, I felt a chill on my spine. Is this still the kind-hearted Hokage in my impression? Hatake Shimamo, the dignified Hokage, died in such an unclear way, while the Hokage line won a great victory. Then what? Hatake Kakashi joined the Hokage line. That's it. The entire Hatake Shimamo power was completely wiped out. Why? This still doesn't make sense. Hatake Shimamo, why did he commit suicide? Shisui was at a loss, and he couldn't accept it. His worldview was shattered, and he immediately found a problem and asked like crazy. After all, this cognition was completely different from what he thought. Uchiha-jin, however, was full of emotion. This is exactly what I admire about Hatake Sumo. He is a real ninja, so he can only choose to commit suicide. He is worried about Konoha. If he doesn't choose to commit suicide, then he can only compete with the Hokage line. If Konoha is in chaos, will other ninja villages miss such a good opportunity? On the contrary, as long as he dies, everything can be solved. Konoha will not be in chaos because of this. Even in order to reduce the impact, Sarutobi Hiruzen dare not touch his son Hatake Kakashi. In fact, that's exactly the case. Hatake Kakashi became a disciple of Namikaze Minato, and thus completely devoted himself to the Hokage line. It is precisely because of this that the Hokage family completely brought Hatake Shimo's loyal followers under their command. Hatake Shimo's defeat is also inevitable. Meanness is the passport of meanness, and nobility is the epitaph of nobleness. How can a noble person deal with meanness? The more upright, the easier it is to deal with. The so-called victory of the Hokage family is just to take advantage of Hatake Shimo and not want Konoha to suffer because of it. This is what I admire Hatake Shimo, but I will never be like him. After saying this, Uchiha-jin shut up completely. He said what he should say. If he continues, it will only make Shisui's heart more confused. It's just right here. Let him think about it and think about it. Let him understand it before speaking. Therefore, after doing all this, Uchiha-jin just lay on the sofa, closed his eyes and enjoyed the sound of the waves and the golden sunshine above his head. On the other hand, on the other side, Shisui looked confused, his brain kept thinking. He was sweating all over. Obviously, Shisui, whose IQ was not low, was not as stubborn as Itachi. It was not difficult for him to accept it. But, the more he understood, he became more pessimistic about the future of the Uchiha clan. What to do? He kept thinking about this, but he couldn't get an answer for a long time. Time passed slowly. Shisui's face became paler and his eyes were full of fear. He didn't dare to believe Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although what Uchiha-jin said was just some of his guesses, there was actually no evidence. But, it still didn't work. He didn't dare to make any mistakes in such a big thing as saving the clan. Wait. Uchiha Jin. Yes. Since this guy can think of all these, how can he not have a solution? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately woke up Uchiha Jin, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed. Jin, wake up. You must have a solution, tell me quickly. Although I know you have no feelings for the tribe because of the radicals, we all have the same blood flowing in our bodies. How can you bear to watch the tribe being destroyed? Uchiha Jin. He never thought that Shisui would beg him for help. Good guy. He didn't want to say it today. Because for things like this, he certainly didn't dare to say more for a while. After all, Shisui is not Narakazama. For such a person, he can only guide him slowly. So, even if Shisui has said so, he is unwilling to do it now. I don't want to say more. Of course. It's not a big problem to throw more dirty water on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, he shook his head immediately. Shisui, don't shake me. I'm just a kid, how can I do anything? The gap between Uchiha and Hokage is simply too big. Think about our Uchiha, proud and conceited, simple-minded, arrogant, stupid, like the boss of the sky and the second of the Uchiha. Stupidity doesn't matter, the key is to be stupid and not know it. It's like relying on the glory of Uchiha, you can fight against the sky, the earth, and the air. But they don't know that the times have changed. If it was during the Warring States period, at that time, the families fought each other, as long as they were strong enough. If you are strong, you can sweep away everything. But, what about now? Since the establishment of Konoha, it has entered the era of villages. Even if the Uchiha clan is powerful, they have all united. You think you can just kill Sarutobi, but in fact, once you start, you will have to deal with Sarutobi, Shimura, Udaten, Mito, Inoshikacho, Aberame, Inyazuka, and a large number of civilians. Even if you learn from the Hyuga clan, even if you look cowardly, you will only lose face at most. But can the Uchiha clan do it? No. In fact, let alone dealing with the entire Konoha clan, the Sarutobi clan alone is not something the Uchiha clan can fight against. I thought that when Konoha was first established, the Uchiha clan was the founding family, when Sarutobi just defected to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been in control of Hokage for so many years. Do you know how many ninjas the Sarutobi clan has now? More than 3,000, nearly 4,000 ninjas. The Uchiha clan works hard to make money by doing missions, while the Sarutobi clan controls the village finances and uses the village finances to support their own family every year. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan has only 600 or 700 ninjas at most. And every time a war breaks out, ninjas from various clans are consumed. How many ninjas from the Sarutobi clan have you seen on the battlefield? The Sarutobi clan ninjas are constantly expanding, while the Uchiha ninjas are constantly consuming. Can they be compared? They also rebelled against the village to grab Hokage? Isn't this bullshit? Only the 3,000 or 4,000 ninjas of the Sarutobi clan ninjas, even if the Uchiha clan can fight 1 against 3, what can they do? One person can spit at you to death. Why do I hide my strength? Do you understand now, Shisui? The Uchiha clan is a bunch of idiots, and the useless clan leader Fugaku has created many factions. Now the clan can't even achieve the most basic unity. How desperate am I to follow such a force? The Hokage family can't do it either. If I follow them, I'll probably have to count the money for them if I'm sold out. I might as well just stay here and do whatever I want. And I advise you to be more open-minded and worry less about so many useless things. Nothing is difficult in the world as long as you give up. Chapter 40. Continue to fool around. Shisui is in a dilemma. Shisui rolled his eyes when he heard this. Give up? Even though he feels very confused now, he still doesn't have the option of giving up in his mind. But, the same. After listening to Uchiha Jin's long speech, he instantly felt that his three views were exploded. He never thought that the situation of the Uchiha clan had become so miserable. And, the Sarutobi clan. He thought of the several times he had gone to the Sarutobi clan to find Sarutobi Hiruzen and report the situation of the Uchiha clan when he was on the road. He saw the scenes at any time. A euro densely packed houses, densely packed ninjas. A euro at that time, he just sighed, it really deserves to be the family of the Hokage. A euro it's really prosperous. A euro but now think about it. A euro yes. A euro when Konoha was first established, Sarutobi was just a small tribe. A euro how many years has Sarutobi Hiruzen become Hokage? Where did the Sarutobi clan get so much money? How could there be so many more ninjas at once? A euro now, Jin told him the answer. A euro the village's finances. A euro think about the Uchiha guards, every year, they live frugally, and the village rarely allocates money. So where does the village spend the more than 2 billion yuan allocated by the daimyo every year? The village has not changed much. Instead, it is more depressed than before. The rewards for ninjas to complete missions are issued by the sponsor. Not only does the village not have to pay a penny, but it can also get a part of it for each mission. Konoha Hospital? How much money can it cost? Anbu is a place where money is spent, but 10 or 20 million a year is enough. Torture and interrogation department? Mission hall? Ninja school? It doesn't seem to cost much. It's just that every time a battlefield is opened, it costs a little more to buy kunao, detonating tags and other supplies. But, the problem is, every time a war is started, the daimyo will allocate funds specifically. Then, the question is, where did the money go? Even if Shisui didn't believe it in his heart, he knew that Jinjun was right. All the money went into the pockets of the large number of ninjas headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and was used to train ninjas of their own tribe. Alas! Thinking of this, his face was full of helplessness. Thinking about what he had done before, he even felt a little scared. The Uchiha clan was bad, and he trusted such a Hokage. If he continued, the consequences would be hard to imagine. Is there really no way? Shisui said faintly. Uchiha Jin just shrugged his shoulders, I'm just a child. I don't really care about the Uchiha clan. It's just that Shisui, you are so good to me, I don't want to see you die because you took the wrong path. You are my friend, I must save your life. Shisui smiled bitterly. He had never thought before that Jin, who he was very worried about and treated as a younger brother, actually looked at him like this in his heart. However, think about it carefully. It seems to be true. In front of Jin, he is like a child. His previous thoughts seemed too idealistic. What to do? He knew that he could not change Jin's views on the clan for a while. But, the same. He loves his own tribe, and as a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, he must also work towards this. So after thinking for a moment, he continued to speak. Jin, I won't force you. But I have my own goals. If you regard me as a friend, then give me some advice. What should I do? Yes. The self in front of him was very confused. Suddenly he found that the direction of his efforts was wrong. What he needed most now was to find a way to see the future. And, on the other side, Uchiha Jin was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that this time it would go so smoothly. Shisui was so easy to convince. However, imagine Shisui in the original work, that is really no one he can trust. Although there is a Itaka who is considered the same kind, he can't give him any advice. On the contrary, Uchiha Itaka still has to rely on him for guidance. Now that he has himself, although Shisui is kind and is also running for the family, he is not extreme. As long as what you say makes sense, he is willing to listen. In this respect, he is much better than Itaka, the filial son. Shisui, it's very difficult. Uchiha Jin sighed, today's Uchiha, only a great destruction can be established. However, for this, Shisui just shook his head, I don't care, as long as there is a way. This, okay. Uchiha Jin pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he slowly spoke, if you want to completely change the Uchiha, the first thing is to integrate the voices within the clan, at least there must be only one voice. To do this, you must have your own power, so that you are qualified to compete with the other two factions. What you have to do now is to find a proposition that suits you, a proposition that others can agree with, just like the radicals and moderates. The first step is the hardest. But after you do this, the next step is not difficult, but you must be ruthless. Because you need to divide and win over, use all conspiracies and tricks to eliminate the other two factions and strengthen your own faction. Including but not limited to framing, public opinion attacks, for example, through a small matter, use public opinion to make the two factions fight each other. At the critical moment, you assassinate one of them and put the blame on the other faction, so that they have to fight. When they are both injured in the fight, you secretly ensure that the leaders of the two factions are all killed accidentally, and even if they are not dead, they must be disabled. Then mobilize public opinion, just like dealing with Hitaki Sumo, and completely discredit them. Finally, clean up the mess, swallow up the other two factions, and finally force Fugaku to abdicate. When you completely make the Uchiha united, you can barely have the qualifications to negotiate with the village. As for the rest, wait until you achieve this step before talking. Shisui trembled all over. His scalp tingled when he heard it, and his brain was blank. Yes. He wanted to change the family, but he was unwilling to use this method. This is too cruel, isn't it? Shisui couldn't help but say, it has to be this way, can't it be gentler? Uchiha Jin rolled his eyes. This is struggle. Shisui, I hope you understand that the struggle for power is not a dinner party. If you want to hold on to the power of Uchiha, you will destroy other people's jobs. People are going to fight you to the death. This is a life and death struggle. If you don't have this determination, I still advise you to give up immediately. If you are kind in the power struggle, Hitaki Sumo is your precedent. In this kind of struggle, there is no good or evil, the winner takes everything. Chapter 41 Hand-in-Hand Teaching Shisui, Sudden Appointment. Shisui fell into silence. His face was uncertain, and his brain was in intense thinking. Obviously, the path that Uchiha Jin said was inconsistent with his beliefs. But, it must be admitted, although doing so would go against his beliefs, the possibility of success is really high. How to change the family? He had been thinking about this since he was a child. He graduated from the ninja school a few years ago in advance so that he could find a way out faster. Of course he gained something. Through learning the A will of Fiery A trademark and being the grandson of Uchiha Kagami, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen extended an olive branch. He promised to help him, but now, after several years, there is still no change in the clan. In the past, he was confused. However, after a brief period of confusion, he still chose to believe in the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Because, he had no choice. But now Ida trademark is different. He has Uchiha Jin, a new track. Unlike what Sarutobi Hiruzen promised, the path that Uchiha Jin pointed out to him was full of blood and killing, but he could really see the road ahead clearly. He knew that as long as he succeeded, he would definitely change the family. After such a comparison, he instantly understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought about really helping himself and the Uchiha clan. He just wanted to use himself to achieve his ulterior purpose. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. I understand. I will keep going with my faith. As long as I can truly save my family, I, Uchiha Shisui, am willing to give everything. Blood and killing cannot defeat me. He was serious. Yes. He was confused because he couldn't find the way before, but now that he has found the way, he will go on even if it is difficult. Uchiha Jin narrowed his eyes. After hearing what Shisui said, he was relieved. It's good. What he said just now was not wasted. Just when he was sighing, he saw Shisui asking again. Jin, what slogan should I use? Shisui said awkwardly with a tangled face, and who should I win over? I have almost no friends in our clan. And whether they are radicals or moderates, they are all very hostile to me. It's really a headache. Is there anything Jin Jun can do? Uchiha Jin. He was sighing, but when he heard Shisui's question, he almost broke his waist. Good guy. I have guided him to this point, and I am just short of feeding him myself. That's it, and you can't do it. He immediately had a black line on his forehead, and then he let out a long sigh. Okay. It seems that the abilities of these Uchiha guys are all in those eyes, but their brains have not evolved at all. They can probably be compared with the big idiot Senju Hashirama. But, forget it. Anyway, Shisui is doing things for me, so he shook his head helplessly and said. Shisui, you forgot a group of people. In addition to the radicals and moderates, there are a large number of marginal Uchiha in the clan. They only enjoy the basic welfare of the clan, and are actually no different from civilian ninjas. As long as you take out a C-level ninjutsu scroll, they are willing to follow you directly. If you are willing to take out a B-level ninjutsu scroll, they are willing to sell their lives to you. Your family background is too high, and you don't understand how difficult it is at the bottom. Of course, don't give away all the good things at once. Even if they are from the same clan, they will definitely be doomed if they do this. Because in a force, corresponding rules and systems must be formulated. In this regard, you can refer to the village. Without rules and relying on emotions, is it okay? So if you want to form a force, you must not be emotional. If you want your things, you have to do it. How much work you do, how much stuff you get. As for what slogan to use, I suggest you ask Sarutobi Hiruzen directly. Just say that the radicals in the clan cannot be won over, and even the moderates have their own calculations, and they can't completely turn to the village. So you decided to form a faction yourself. You are Sarutobi Hiruzen's man, so he will definitely believe you if you say that. When the time comes, he will not only find a way for you, but he will even let the Anbu help you, so that it will be easier for you to build a faction. Shisui, remember one thing. There are no eternal friends or enemies in the world, only eternal interests. Make more enemies and fewer enemies. You must distinguish between enemies and friends, because friends and enemies are changing at any time. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen for example. He is a friend when he helps you build a power, but once you succeed in building a power, or even completely control the Uchiha clan, then you and Sarutobi Hiruzen will be enemies. Uchiha Jin is very dedicated to this matter. After all, if Narakazama's plan is really implemented, then Uchiha will become very important. Although Uchiha has brain problems, as long as they can be used well, they are the top group of thugs. And, on the other side, Shisui, a shocked face. He really didn't expect that there are so many tricks in this matter. Thinking carefully, it makes sense. It was only after thinking about this that he realized how naive he was before. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Okay, I understand. Let's stop chatting here and talk about business. The clan leader and Nara Shikaku have already discussed the follow-up arrangements for your team. You and Nara Kazama will join my team, and we will also be assigned a member of the Hyuga clan. Our team is an elite team. As for Kudo Nobu, he will be assigned to an ordinary team and serve as the captain. Get ready, we will take action the day after tomorrow at the latest. Uchiha Jin was stunned. He was stunned. I was just a bystander, how could I be assigned to Shisui's team? This is too sudden, right? How could I, a lazy guy, become an elite? But wait. In the original work, Nara Shikaku should go to the front line of the Rain country. Why would a top military strategist like him come to the front line of Kirigakuer instead of dealing with Uegakuer and Kumigakuer? Wait, Shisui. Is the Nara Shikaku you are talking about the Jonin squad leader or the head of the Nara clan? Shisui was a little surprised when he heard this. He couldn't figure it out. Uchiha Jin, why would he care about this? It's just that. Although he couldn't figure it out, he still nodded. Clan leader Fugaku is the commander-in-chief, and Nara Shikaku is the deputy commander-in-chief. I heard that the village originally wanted clan leader Nara to go to the front line of the Rain country, but he took the initiative to find the Hokage, hoping to come to the front line of the Mist village. Hokage, I was convinced. Chapter 42 The two Naras talk and test each other. Hearing what Shisui said, Uchiha Jin's face began to become more and more ugly. Good guy. This Nara Shikaku, will he come for him? Besides that, he can't think of any other possibilities. After all, the importance of the Kirigakuer battlefield is actually very ordinary. Konoha is most concerned about the Rain country. Kumigakuer and Uegakuer are the strongest outside of Konoha. Kirigakuer is actually only a little stronger than Sandgakuer. Declaring war on Konoha now is just to pick up the pieces ye. Nara Shikaku is Konoha's military strategist. Why don't you go to the land of rain and come to the front line with Kirigakuer? Nothing big has happened here. His eyes were obscure and flickering, and his brain began to work frantically. But, it's useless. There is too little information available, and there is no way to analyze it. But, forget it. It's nothing more than a matter of time. With the little tricks he has on me, he still needs to use me. King, what are you thinking about? Shisui asked in confusion. Uchiha Jin heard this and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I'm an ordinary ninja, joining your elite team, to be honest, it's very stressful. Shisui rolled his eyes at this. He didn't know how strong Uchiha Jin was, he hadn't seen it and didn't know. But he knew very well that it was definitely not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Okay, there's no need to do this. You are smarter than me, so I don't need to persuade you. It is difficult for people to hide for a long time, because no one is a fool, especially on the battlefield. Uchiha Jin nodded. Of course he understood what Shisui said. He just simply hoped that this time could come later. But now it seems very difficult. Even if he didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knew that the old man must have set his sights on him now. After all, only a few of them survived the cannon fodder army before. And, on the other side, in a slightly larger tent, Nara Kazama walked in, looked at the man in front of him and spoke respectfully. Patriarch. Nara Shikaku, who was sitting behind the desk and reading various battle reports, put down the battle reports in his hand after hearing these words, and then a faint smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's Kazama. Hurry up and sit down, there is no need to be so formal between uncle and nephew. I haven't seen you for a few days. You look more manly now. It seems that the battlefield is really a good place to train people. Nara Shikaku smiled and stood up, asked Feng Jian to sit at the reception table, and then personally poured him a cup of tea. He spoke in a gentle tone. It was like facing a real relative, not caring about the relationship between superiors and subordinates at all. Nara Feng Jian was naturally moved. After the two sat down, they started chatting. Narashikako first cared about his health, and then expressed his feelings about the close relationship between the two families. Afterwards, after everything was almost done, Narashikako talked about business. By the way, how do you feel about the teammates that your uncle arranged for you this time? I didn't lie to you, did I? Narakazama, his face was calm. To be honest, he actually didn't expect to see this dear uncle on the battlefield of Kirigakure. Therefore, he was not mentally prepared for this. But, it doesn't matter. He believed that he was not the opponent of this uncle in terms of wisdom, but he wanted to get information from him. Haha, I think too much. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Uchiha Jin, is it? He is indeed a good teammate. With his ability, he is enough to go to the elite version of Class A. I really can't figure out what that guy is thinking. A strange Uchiha. When he said this, Narakazama began to perform. He said the strangeness of Uchiha and expressed his doubts. Even it can be considered as a leak of some information about Uchiha Jin's strength. But, in fact, it doesn't matter whether this leak is leaked or not. Because Narashikako arranged him to come here, it proves that he has noticed it. It makes no difference whether he says it or not. The most important thing is, he used this insignificant situation to directly cover up his biggest secret. That is, he has already formed an alliance with Uchiha Jin. So, that's it. Narashikaku's face was calm, and then he smiled and said, Uchiha Jin's strength sounds very strong. Narashikaku nodded slightly to this. Yeah, very strong. Not to mention the basic three body techniques, he is also proficient in fire escape, and his strongest skill is physical technique. We can hold out for 3 days in the Kirigakure base camp, on the one hand, relying on our clan's shadow secret technique, which can barely detect the reality in front. On the other hand, it's Uchiha Jin. We can escape from Kirigakure's encirclement many times, all thanks to Uchiha Jin's physical technique ability. Many times he can lead us to outrun the Kirigakure. Yeah, very good. Some more information has been leaked. However, there is nothing Narakazama can do about this. After all, it is a bit unreasonable that their team can hold out for so long in the Kirigakure base camp. If there is no reliable reason, it is definitely a death wish. So, I can only say. Of course, I think Uchiha Jin doesn't care about this little information. After all, if the ability has been exposed, then naturally he doesn't care about being known by others. Besides that, have you figured out what Uchiha Jin's purpose is? Why does he want to hide his strength? Narashikaku continued. Obviously. This is his most fundamental purpose. He can now almost confirm that the 3 Uchiha who died were the ones who were killed by Uchiha Jin. He is not interested in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. But what he cares about most is the body of the Kumigakure ninja. As the leader of the Jonin squad, he actually controls the intelligence department of Konoha. Therefore, he confirmed that the Kirigakure corpse that suddenly appeared outside the Death Forest that day was the Kumigakure ninja who suddenly disappeared for no reason when Kumigakure came to kidnap Shinkuna 2 years ago. So, why? What happened that day? This matter concerns Kumigakure and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. He must find out. This is also the reason why he wants Narakazama to join the Uchiha Jin team. On the one hand, the other Nara clans are all in Class A. Forcing him to be assigned to a small team would naturally attract a lot of attention. Although he didn't trust Narakazama. But he was confident that he could control Narakazama, and it was just a small matter. He believed that with Narakazama's insight, he could easily handle it. But, it was a pity. Narakazama would answer his previous questions honestly. But don't even think about this question. This involved the biggest plan between him and Uchiha Jin. Thinking of this, he shook his head helplessly. I don't know. The team that Uchiha Jin and I are in is, to put it bluntly, just a cannon fodder team. You should know about cannon fodder teams, uncle. This kind of team will not cultivate ties, and there is no time to do cooperative tasks. Talking about trust in such a team is nonsense. So Uchiha Jin and I have basically never discussed any topics other than tasks. But according to my guess, Uchiha Jin actually has no trust in the Uchiha clan. Hidden strength, it makes sense. Chapter 43, Kazama returns and points out the reason. Narashikaka frowned slightly. Obviously. He was not very satisfied with this answer. But, at the same time, he had to admit that what Narakazama said made sense. Konoha actually didn't value this kind of ordinary team, or even a cannon fodder team hastily formed to die. After all, the original intention of establishing such a team is to send people to die and consume the enemy's manpower. To put it bluntly, these teams are consumables. In this case, who cares whether there are ties between the members of these teams? So, the question is, because there is no bond between them, it is already quite good to be able to cooperate a little on the battlefield. Too much is unrealistic. Everyone is not even friends with each other, let alone any bond, just gathered together for the mission. They don't trust each other, and they are even afraid of each other. Expect Uchiha Jin to talk to you about some of his heart? Nonsense. Ah. It was precisely because he understood this that Narashikaka was very helpless. After thinking for a moment, he spoke faintly. Well, I understand. It doesn't matter. I believe there will be opportunities in the future. Your new team members have come out. You will still be in the same team with Uchiha Jin, and the Uchiha genius, Shisui, will be your team leader. Even your little there will be a Hinata in the team this time. Did you see that? Unlike the cannon fodder team before, the team you reorganized this time is a real elite team. The missions that elite teams do are more dangerous, so it is necessary to cultivate bonds between teammates. Kazama, this is very important. You must understand this clearly. As long as you succeed, I will count it as an A-level mission in your clan. Hiss. Hearing this, Narakazama took a breath of cold air instantly. Yes. This surprise was not a performance. He really couldn't figure out what kind of evil things Uchiha Jin had done. How could his uncle care so much about this matter? No, absolutely not. When he returns this time, he must figure this matter out, and then he can quickly find a way to deal with it. Otherwise, how can they do their big things when they are always being watched by their uncle? He doesn't think that he and Uchiha Jin can really create their own forces under the magnifying glass of their uncle. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Pretending to be very surprised, Narakazama said a little excitedly. I understand. Don't worry, uncle, I will do my best. Narakazama, his face was full of determination. He did not make more specific guarantees, that was not something the Nara clan could do. Performance transitions will cause problems. It's just right now. In fact, this is also true. After hearing this, Narashikaku smiled and nodded. Then, the two chatted about other things, and then he waved and let Narakazama leave. Euro. Team 7, inside the tent. Uchiha Jin sat on his bed, his brain began to work crazily. Why did Narashikaku target him? In the tent, it was quiet. Kudoshin had already left to meet his new team members. I think unless the war is over, the two will definitely not meet again. After all, who made his luck so bad that he was directly assigned to the elite team? It's just, damn it. Narakazama is not here either. However, Uchiha Jin thought that this guy was probably called away by Narashikaku. This is also a good thing. When Nara Kazama comes back later, he can ask about this matter. For such a complicated matter, he really has to ask Kazama. It's too brain-burning. Even though he has lived 2 lives, he still can't figure it out. Time passed slowly. About 2 hours later, Nara Kazama walked in. Uchiha-jin stood up directly. After carefully looking around the tent and finding that it was quiet and no one was there, he whispered. Kazama, did you go to Nara Shikaku? Nara Kazama nodded. He also used the family's shadow secret technique to check the situation around him, and then asked in a low and serious tone. Jin-jun. We are in the same boat, so I asked directly. What did you do to make my uncle pay so much attention to you? Do you know? He has been asking me to find out your secrets. If I succeed, he is willing to give me an A-level mission in the family. You must tell me the truth, and we will plan this matter carefully. We must not let my uncle keep watching us, otherwise our plan will not be able to be carried out at all. My uncle is a smart man. If he really keeps watching us, any small action of ours will make him aware of the truth. In terms of intelligence, he is top-notch. Uchiha-jin's mouth twitched. He really didn't expect that Nara Kazama would speak first before he could speak. But he was also confused. It would be great if he knew the reason, but the key is that he didn't know. Ah! After a helpless sigh, he shook his head bitterly. I really don't know. Uchiha-jin thought for a while before speaking directly. The only time I met your uncle was when 3 people died in the Uchiha clan. Hearing this, Nara Kazama immediately spoke directly. Tell me the details, the more detailed the better, and I need the truth to reverse the situation. Uchiha-jin nodded. Considering that this was not a big deal, he thought for a moment and said it directly. Without hiding anything, he said almost everything he knew. Then, he looked at Nara Kazama, wanting to see how strong his military advisor was in terms of wisdom. He was not disappointed. Almost instantly, Nara Kazama spoke. I understand. Jin, you are a bit redundant. Why do you want to throw away a corpse from Kumagakure? The more you do, the more suspicious points you will have. If you had simply chosen to leave, then because there were few traces, there might be some suspicious points on you, but in fact no one would target you. Because at that time, no one knew your strength. In the end, it is likely that it will be left unresolved. The death of 3 Uchiha alone does not matter to Konoha. But, it is different now. The corpse of the Kumagakure you left behind has indeed had a huge impact. If I'm right, the corpse of the Kumagakure must have been from 2 years ago when the Kumagakure tried to kidnap Kusuna. Kasuna, is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is too important to have any accidents. That's probably why my uncle is so obsessed with you. 3 Uchiha, it's okay to die. But since it's about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 44 Elite Team is formed, and the mission begins again. Uchiha-jin suddenly realized. I was indeed wrong. The mistake I made this time was indeed a bit too low. There's no need to regret. Just pay more attention in the future. The most important thing now is to remedy the situation and ensure that I don't make mistakes again in the future. How to deal with it? Not wanting to dwell on it too much, Uchiha-jin said, Nara Shikaku is a bit hard to fool. Nara Shikaku frowned and thought. Like Uchiha-jin, he would not dwell on the past. People need to look forward. As long as we learn a lesson and pay more attention in the future, that's all. His mind turned quickly, and he said directly after a moment. You're right, we can't fool Nara Shikaku. The more you do, the more mistakes you make. You can only tell the truth. You must have a conspiracy. Use a small conspiracy to cover up a big conspiracy. What we are planning must not be exposed, so we must design a small conspiracy that makes sense. First of all, you killed those 3 Uchiha. You also killed that Kumagakure ninja. In fact, you had enough strength at the beginning, but you didn't want to get too involved with the Uchiha clan. You even hated the Uchiha clan because you were treated differently when you were a child. You threw out that Kumagakure ninja. On the one hand, you wanted to clear your suspicion, and on the other hand, you wanted to find a big enemy for the Uchiha clan. Kumagakure is very strong, just right. To put it bluntly, you just want revenge. Uchiha Jin was stunned. Can it be like this? He couldn't help but ask, are you sure that you can fool your uncle like this? I'm sure. Narakazama said, he just needs to make sure that your goal is not Konoha. He's not interested in Uchiha's internal affairs. But Uchiha Jin still shook his head helplessly. I always feel that the Uchiha Jin in your mouth is a bit stupid. Hihi, this is normal. Narakazama said with a smile, the Uchiha brain can think of hiding its strength. It's already the limit. On the contrary, you, Jinjun, really don't look like an Uchiha. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin laughed. Then, he was too lazy to think about this matter. Anyway, it was fine as long as this matter could be solved. Moreover, it doesn't matter. As long as he gives himself time to develop, he has the confidence to flatten everything with his strength. The next day, early in the morning, Uchiha Shisui brought someone directly to the two people's tent. It was a girl. She had a beautiful white long hair, and the whole person looked weak, but the pair of white eyes were enough to represent her identity. Through the forehead protector on her head, a delicate mark could be seen faintly. Obviously, that was the bird in the cage. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Shisui. I am good at instant body movement, swordsmanship, and illusion. I am average in fire escape. I have a 3 Magatama Sharingan. I will be the captain of our team in the future. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. Uchiha Shisui, with a smile on his face. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin spoke first. Uchiha Jin, I know 3 body movements, fire escape, and my physical ability is a little stronger. Narashikaku, proficient in wind escape and some family ninjutsu. Hinata Aya, has a Byakugan, is proficient in detection ninjutsu, and is proficient in medical ninjutsu. Then, everyone looked at each other and felt a little awkward. Because this team is really a bit too weird. Although it is indeed an elite team, the configuration of this team is really weird. First of all, 2 Uchiha, plus a Hyuga and a Nara. Especially the Nara clan, it is really weird no matter how you look at it. After all, under normal circumstances, Ino, Shika, and Cho are inseparable, but now they have joined their team. Hinata's Byakugan and Nara's shadow secret technique overlap in this aspect. Add 2 Uchiha. Even in the history of Konoha, such a strange team is probably the only one like them. Okay. Since everyone knows each other, it's time for us to do the task. Because everyone is not familiar with each other, the tasks arranged for everyone for the time being are all some basic C-level tasks, and the focus is to let everyone get along with each other. Of course, even if it is a low-level mission, because we are on the battlefield, unexpected situations may occur at any time, so everyone must be careful. It is also because we are on the battlefield that the higher UPS will not give us too much time to get used to each other. Only 3 days, everyone work hard. Today, our goal is to destroy the 12 strongholds on the left side of the Whirlpool country. Time is short and the mission is heavy. Let's go. After everyone got to know each other briefly, Uchiha Shisui announced the mission. Then, everyone left the camp and headed for the mission location. Because everyone present was an elite, even Uchiha Jin and Nara Kazama, because they had exposed their strength before, it was naturally not easy to hide it now. Especially Shisui, who was in the lead, had reached the level of a jonin. So everyone moved very quickly and arrived at the first stronghold in just half a day. 9 genin, 3 chunin, and 1 jonin. Hinata Aya opened her eyes and accurately stated the data. Shisui, his face was calm. He smiled and glanced at everyone, then smiled and said, I will deal with the jonin, Kazama and Jin will deal with the others, and Aya can provide support at will. Everyone, do your best to protect Aya. Others nodded slowly. As a medical ninja in the team's eyes, Hinata Aya naturally belongs to a position of strict protection. No one has any objection to this. After everyone was assigned, Shisui drew out his katana and rushed out first. Nara Kazama and Uchiha Jin looked at each other and rushed directly to the base. During the war, there is no way to play badly. In this case, kill. Fire escape, great fireball technique. Wind escape, suppress harm. Before the Kirigakure team could react, Shisui took the lead and slashed at the neck of the Kirigakure Jonin. The Kirigakure Jonin was shocked. But he was not satisfied with his action and directly blocked it with a kunao. The next moment, the combination of fire escape and wind escape directly produced a huge explosion, and the entire outpost was in a mess. Several Kirigakure genin were blown away, and only 3 chunin survived. Then, just as they were about to take action, Uchiha Jin appeared behind one of them and easily cut his throat with a kunao in his hand. On the other side, Nara Kazama was also fast. A dark shadow entangled a chunin and broke his neck. Shadow, head binding technique. At this time, Shisui on the other side, after fighting for 3 or 5 moves, took advantage of the Kirigakure Jonin's carelessness and directly approached the opponent with the instant body technique, and chopped off the opponent's head with the sword in his hand. It was said that it was fast. In less than a minute, a jonin, 2 chunins, and a genin were killed instantly. The genin was the credit of Hinata Aya. The next step was simple. Without waiting for the remaining Kirigakure to take action, they continued to take action and wiped out all the Kirigakure in the blink of an eye. Next place, set off. After cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the spoils, Shisui spoke softly. Chapter 45 Aya's past, Shisui's anger. Time passed slowly. As their team continued to work, their cooperation became better and better, and their efficiency in killing people became higher and higher. In just 3 days, they swept through a total of 50 outposts. 9 jonins alone were killed, and countless chunins and genins were killed. Late at night, in the depths of the dense forest, there is an unknown hill. In an inconspicuous valley, in a small cave. Beside the small campfire, Uchiha Jin and the other 4 simply ate some food and stared at the campfire in a daze. Now I declare that the adaptive mission is over. After these 3 days, everyone's cooperation has become better and better. When we go back this time, we must take on difficult missions. Uchiha Shisui said with a smile. For him, these days are like a vacation. Yes. Although he is only a chunin for the time being, his actual combat power has long exceeded that of ordinary jonin. The missions he accepts on weekdays are either too complicated to be imagined, or the enemies are all famous masters from various villages. The missions of the past few days were indeed not difficult for him. But, it's a pity. Others were silent when Shisui spoke. Not to mention Uchiha Jin and Nara Kazama, they just wanted to survive the war safely. Even Hinata Aya frowned slightly, not showing any happiness. Shisui. He was confused. He had never encountered such a situation before. It's not his fault, as a traditional Uchiha. The teammates he had met before were either brainless and could only shout Uchiha glory and rush to the Uchiha clan. Even if they joined forces with Konoha ninja, they were also trained real elites. What those people considered was different from Uchiha-jin and the others. "Hey, what's going on?" Shisui couldn't help but speak, "Aren't you excited at all?" Uchiha-jin rolled his eyes. "What's there to be excited about? I just want to lie here until the war is over." Narakazama nodded quickly. He couldn't help but yawn, and looked like he had no interest. Yes. Although he flirted with Uchiha-jin, it was only out of helplessness and for self-protection. In essence, he was a traditional Nara. He was not interested in anything, unless it was necessary, he just wanted to sleep lazily at home. Even Hinata Aya couldn't help but speak. "I hope this the longer the fight can be dragged out, the better. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. It would be best if it never ended. A euro. A euro euro a euro euro a euro. In that case, I wouldn't a euro trademark T have to go back to the village." She spoke softly. Her eyes were full of sadness, and her tone was bitter. Obviously. After 3 days of contact, she had a little understanding of these 3 teammates. They trusted each other. Especially after just getting out of the fight and finally relaxing, they naturally opened their hearts a little. "Shisui." He twitched at the corner of his mouth. He still didn't quite understand the thoughts of the 3 teammates in front of him. The Nara clan, they all looked lazy. Uchiha-jin, it's okay. If it weren't for the war, his cousin would have been able to survive. Except, Hinata Aya. Why is it like this? However, seeing the sadness in Hinata Aya's eyes, Shisui couldn't help but frown. Is there any hidden secret here? After a moment of silence, he spoke first. "Aya, are you in any trouble? If you have anything to say, you can speak up. We are all comrades now. If there is anything we can do to help, we don't mind providing assistance. Especially, Kazama. He is from the Nara clan. Their family has the best brains. He will definitely be able to think of a way." Shisui, not stupid. As an Uchiha, he certainly knows what the Hyuga clan is like. Her problem is most likely a bird in a cage. But, although this problem cannot be solved, it does not mean that the specific problem cannot be solved by changing the way of thinking. After all, the Hyuga clan, those who understand will understand. Perhaps they are bullying and domineering against the branches within the clan. But when facing the entire Konoha, they are directly cowardly. So, no matter what Hyuga Aya encounters, as long as there is a suitable ways and methods, it's not that difficult to solve. Narakazama hesitated a little. He was too lazy to waste brain cells on things that had nothing to do with him. However, Hinata Aya is really good. Although she was marked as a caged bird, and she is just a branch family. To be honest, there is no value in winning her over. But considering the friendship of the past 2 days, as long as it does not affect his own layout, it doesn't matter if he helps a little. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Yeah, that's right. Aya, if you trust me, then you might as well tell me. As long as I can help, I'll do my best." A euro. A euro euro a euro euro. As the two spoke, Hyuga Aya fell silent. Uchiha-jin, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had paid attention to Hyuga Aya. However, he himself was full of shit. How could he have the time to care about these? Although she was very beautiful, Uchiha-jin at this time had no time to think about the affairs of men and women. However, Shisui and Kazama both spoke, considering that this girl was indeed good. Thinking of this, he also smiled and spoke. "Aya, tell me. It is fate that we can meet each other. If we can help, we will do our best." However, at the 3 people speaking, Hyuga Aya had no choice but to smile bitterly. So, silence. After a long time, she sighed helplessly, took a deep breath and spoke. "Since everyone is interested, I will tell you a little, just to relieve boredom. Everyone should know that I come from the Hyuga branch family. Last year, a loser from the Hyuga main family ordered my parents to be executed because my parents accidentally offended him. That's fine. We, the branch families, have actually accepted the fate of the Hyuga branch family. But this year, the main family has taken a fancy to me again. He wants me to go back and be his concubine after the war is over. Isn't it ridiculous? He just killed my parents last year, and now he wants me to marry him. It's really pathetic. If I were alone, I would just commit suicide. But, I have a sister. In order for that beast not to harm my sister, I can only accept this. Hiss. As Hyuga spoke, all three people present took a breath of cold air. Even Uchiha Jin, who had read the original novel, did not expect the Hyuga clan to be so overbearing. This is humiliation. The first one who couldn't help it was Shisui, who immediately cursed. How can the Hyuga clan be so shameless? You are just a bastard. Kazama, do you have a solution? Nara clan has the highest IQ, you will definitely be able to think of a solution, right? We must help Aya, she is our teammate. Euro. Chapter 46 Shisui Euro Trademark S Request, Uchiha Jin spoke. Shisui, with an excited face. Being kind-hearted, he could not accept this kind of darkness. However, although his face was full of anger and his eyes were full of murderous intent, he was not too impulsive. Because this was Hyuga Euro Trademark S family affair, and he was just an Uchiha. The rules of Konoha. The Hokage only managed the village and the ninjas on the payroll. Only during war can he have the right to mobilize and command family ninjas. Each ninja clan shall adopt self-government. Although the Hyuga clan Euro Trademark S head family was annoying, they are not Konoha's ninjas. Even during the war, the Hyuga clan did not participate. Even if Shisui was angry, he could not care about the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to declare war. In this case, he could only ask for help from Nara Kazama. As he said before, the Nara clan has the best brains, and they may have some good ideas. However, for this, Nara Kazama looked helpless and shrugged before speaking. Captain, you think too highly of me. Nara Kazama said helplessly, this is the business of the Hyuga family, we can't interfere. And because of the caged bird, Aya essentially can't refuse. The only thing I can think of is to find a long-term garrison mission outside the Land of Fire before the end of the war. And this mission must be ours. Only in this case will the Hyuga have to bow to the Hokage. It's very difficult to accomplish this. And even if we can really do it, it's actually just a temporary delay. The mission will end one day, and no one can change this. There is no solution to this problem. Everyone was silent. Even if Nara Kazama didn't think of a way, no one blamed him. After all, everyone actually knew the complexity of this matter. Hinata Aya smiled. You don't have to be like this. This is the fate of the Hyuga branch. I have accepted this a long time ago. I am very happy to meet you all. That's enough. Her face was full of tenderness. Although her mouth was full of bitterness, she still persuaded everyone. Obviously. Just as he said, she had already accepted her fate. Uchiha Jin, only silence. His eyes flickered, but he did not speak. This matter is very complicated. The key is that even if it succeeds, it will not be of much benefit to himself. And to put it bluntly, Hyuga Aya's fate may be unbearable, but at least she can save her life. But, what about himself? The dark cloud of the Uchiha clan's extermination is still hovering over his head. In fact, don't talk about yourself. Even if Shisui, Kazama, everyone is actually the same. They all say big brother, don't laugh at the second brother. And, at this moment, Shisui suddenly looked at Uchiha Jin and spoke in a very serious tone. Jin, I want to help Ling. I know you have a way. We are comrades who have experienced life and death. Help Ling. Shisui now has a serious face. Yes. He may not have known his cousin for a long time, but he knows him. Don't look at his lazy face and ordinary appearance. In fact, it's all a disguise. He is really angry and depressed about Hinata Ling. He is kind and really wants to help. As Shisui spoke, Kazama and Ling all looked at Uchiha Jin. Shisui, I won't say anything. He knows a little about Uchiha Jin, so he looks thoughtful, wanting to see if his partner can think of a better way than himself. As for Hinata Ling, she was a little surprised and looked at Uchiha Jin in astonishment. Yes. She didn't understand a little. She had been in contact with Uchiha Jin for 3 days, but to be honest, she didn't feel anything. Ordinary, no special features. So she didn't understand why a genius of Shisui's level would ask for help from this ordinary Jin. Uchiha Jin. He was confused. Especially when he saw everyone's eyes were now focused on him, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Good guy. What does this have to do with me? But he really didn't expect Shisui to be so kind. Thinking of this, he fell into deep thought. He really didn't think of intervening in this matter, but the atmosphere had reached this level. Even if Hinata Aya didn't give him enough face, he couldn't help but give Shisui's face. Thinking of this, he spoke faintly. This matter is difficult to say, but it is also simple to say. You can't think of a solution because your way of thinking is still playing within the rules of the game. In fact, as long as you jump out of the rules, there are too many ways to solve it. Let me just name a few. First, frame someone. Even if the Hyuga clan will not participate in the war, it is impossible for them to stay in the Hyuga clan for their entire lives, right? After he leaves the Hyuga clan, find a way to make him conflict with others, and then accidentally kill a few Konoha civilians, and then we will make a big deal about this matter, so that the civilians went to the Hokage to protest. Even if he is a member of the Hyuga clan, the Hyuga clan will not protect him unless he is a truly important member of the clan. As for how to make him conflict, there are too many ways. The simplest way is to control him with the Sharingan, or knock him out and hide him, and then use the transformation technique to do it. If you feel it is not safe, then be more direct. Just dress yourself up as a Kumigakure ninja, find a way to rush directly to the Hyuga clan to kill him, and then take his Byakugan and retreat directly. With Hyuga Aya, a member of the Hyuga branch family, even if the Hyuga clan is well defended, it is strict, but it is not difficult to find a loophole. If you feel that this is not safe, then don't alarm anyone. Use the Sharingan to give the Hyuga clan a psychological hint, so that he will feel that it is too boring to stay in the clan for his whole life, and feel that the Hyuga clan is like a cage. Let him think about going out of Konoha village. After he leaves, kidnap him and kill him, and then sell his body on the black market. It doesn't matter if you pretend to be a Kumigakure, a rebel ninja, or a bounty hunter. In short, there are many ways. As long as you are not limited to the identity of Konoha ninja, and think about breaking the rules, we are all Konoha ninjas, and one of them is a Hyuga ninja. Is it difficult to find a loophole? Hyuga's defense is indeed strict. Even if other ninja villages want the Byakugan, it is indeed difficult to really succeed. But, don't forget. We are the thieves inside. As long as we plan properly, there may be difficulties, but the probability of success is very high. As long as the Hyuga clan dies, Aya's problem will naturally be solved. Chapter 47, Shisui's Choice, The Attack of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Everyone was silent. The way they looked at Uchiha Jin was like looking at a god. Good guy. If you don't know, you would have thought you had defected. Yes. Every word that Uchiha Jin said was a provocation to the entire Konoha. If they failed, they would only become rebel ninjas. Isn't this too dangerous? Shisui couldn't help shaking his head. Hinata Aya, silent and silent. She was like a drowning person, finally seeing a glimmer of life. But to really grasp this glimmer of life, he needs to pay the courage and price of his life. Therefore, she was at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. On the contrary, Narashikaku only hesitated for a moment before speaking with a smile. So, that's it. What Jin said is absolutely right, my thinking is indeed limited. As long as we jump out of the small circle of Konoha, there are so many ways to solve this problem. I really didn't expect that the wisdom of our Nara clan would have such a big flaw. Really, the wisdom of mortals. He, with a look of emotion. Yes. Now Nara Kazama, too lazy to think about Hinata Aya, instead fell into his own contemplation. As a member of the Nara clan, intelligent planning is standard. Now that such a big loophole has been discovered, he must reflect deeply to prevent himself from falling into this limitation in the future. Uchiha Jin, on the other hand, had a calm face. He glanced at everyone indifferently, then shrugged indifferently. If you want something, you must pay for it. There is no free lunch in the world, and the problem Aya faces is a bird in a cage. We don't have a way to unlock the bird in the cage. If we want to avoid this, we must hide it from everyone. At least we can't let the Hyuga clan link the death of this head family member to Aya. Want to do this, but don't want to take risks. Shisui, are you kidding? Shisui, only silence. Yes. The problem that Hinata Aya faces is quite complicated. Even the wise Nara clan has no good solution to this. It is not simple for Jin to think of a solution. Under such circumstances, he still does not want to take risks and solve this matter easily. How is it possible? But if he does it, what is the difference between him and the rebel ninja? Regardless of the issue of success or failure, he can't get over this hurdle in his heart. He frowned. The whole person fell into silence. Hinata Aya took a deep breath when she saw this. Let's forget it. This matter is too dangerous. It's my personal matter. How can I let everyone take such a risk? I have accepted my fate. There is no need for everyone to worry so much. But I am still grateful to everyone for thinking about me. I am very happy to meet you all. Yes. He still chose to give up. This matter was too dangerous. If she took the risk alone, then she might be willing to fight for her freedom. But now it's different. If you want to do what Uchiha Jin planned, then everyone must work together. But, no. We have known each other for such a short time, and our feelings for each other are really not that deep. After all, if this thing fails, everyone will become a traitor. The consequence is too serious. Unless they are truly loved ones, ordinary people cannot do this. So, she can only choose to give up. However, although she has made a decision in her heart, when Hinata Ling looked at Uchiha Jin, the complexity and doubt in her eyes became more and more intense. This Uchiha is so strange. He looks like an ordinary person, and it is easy to forget him if you are not careful. In short, he has no sense of existence. But at the same time, the schemes he said were so vicious and cruel, and he would kill people at any time. What a strange Uchiha! It is undeniable. Hinata Aya is indeed a little interested in Uchiha Jin. Out of a woman's gossiping mentality, even though she is a ninja, she still can't help but want to explore what Uchiha Jin hides. On the other side, Shisui slapped his thigh hard and spoke directly with hatred. I did this. I'm still very sorry, I still decided to help Aya. Our teammates encountered such a thing, Shisui can't turn a blind eye. Aya is our friend. I, Uchiha Shisui, will never give up my friends. When he said this, he seemed to be very powerful. Even the Sharingan couldn't help showing it. Narakazama, a look of astonishment. He really didn't expect that Shisui would make such a choice. It's simply unbelievable. After all, if this fails, Shisui's life will be ruined. In fact, don't talk about him. Even Uchiha-jin had a complicated expression on his face. Uchiha. Perhaps this clan has more or less shortcomings, but for those they approve of, they are truly sincere. Not to mention Shisui, who is one of the few extremely kind people in the Uchiha clan. So, he was silent. His brain began to think non-stop, if this thing is really done, then what is the probability of success? Yes. For Hinata Aya, who he did not have much contact with, he might be able to ignore it, but he could not do this for Shisui. And the most shocked among the crowd was Hinata Aya. He never thought that Shisui, who was only a teammate for 3 days, would be willing to make such a decision for himself. However, just when she was thinking about how to answer, her face suddenly changed. Everyone, be alert. There are 7 Kirigakure ninjas approaching quickly, and their chakra energy is very strong. At least, they are elite jonin. Hinata Aya spoke quickly. As she spoke, everyone's face changed instantly. This is not good news. Afterwards, without any nonsense, everyone stood up and was on guard. But, the next second, 7 Kirigakure ninjas suddenly appeared and surrounded him directly. 7 ninja swordsmen. Shisui murmured. His tone was extremely solemn, and his face became extremely ugly. Yes. Although he is a genius of the Uchiha clan, he has not really grown up yet. At least, the Mangekyo has not been opened yet. Facing the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him, he may be able to defeat one of them alone, and even kill them completely if he tries his best. But, these are 7 people. Facing the combined forces of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure, the best he could do was to run away. However, there were 3 classmates around him, so he couldn't run away no matter what. What to do? Shisui's brain was working rapidly, and fine cold sweat oozed from his forehead. And, at this moment, Uchiha-jin stood up and lay directly in front of Shisui. Shisui, forget it. You can't solve this matter, so let me do it. Text. Chapter 48 Uchiha-jin took action, instantly scaring everyone silly. Jin, you. Shisui was stunned. However, at this time, Uchiha-jin had no intention of paying attention to Shisui. He simply protected him behind him, and with his eyes slightly narrowed, he faced the 7 ninja swordsmen in front of him. He had a gloomy face. In the original play, it should have been Mighty Dai who ended the Kirigakure battlefield. Now, he never thought he would actually run into their team. It seems that even though I, this little butterfly, have survived for so long, I have already caused a butterfly effect. If I continue to hide my strength, then all of their team will die. Even if I really burst out with all my strength, I may not be able to escape unscathed. There is no other way. Shisui, stop talking nonsense. Even if you fight to the death, none of us 3 can escape. I will attack from the front. And you will attack from behind. Kazama, protect Aya as much as possible. You 2 don't need to fight. Being able to protect yourselves is a great help. Hiss. As Jin spoke, everyone was surprised. No one expected that Jin would suddenly stand up in the face of such a desperate situation. But, can he do it? Everyone admits that he has strong planning ability, and Uchiha-jin also showed this just now. But in front of us, this is a head-on fight. Even though he is the strongest among them, Shisui is only a chunin now. Even though he has the strength of a jonin, he is facing 7 jonin, and all of them have special blades in their hands. Okay, I will cooperate. Shisui suddenly said, I also want to see your true strength, Jin. From now on, listen to Jin's command with all your strength. Narakazama and Hinata Aya also nodded quickly. Even if they still have doubts. But in this kind of fighting battlefield, they can only obey orders. And, on the other side, the 7 ninja swordsmen did not take the lead. As they watched come on, the Konoha team in front of us is the meat on the chopping board. Hey, little brat from the Uchiha family. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost sneered, I really didn't expect that we are so destined. This time, I'll see where you run. Yes. Seeing Uchiha Jin in front of him, he was furious. Thinking that he had been in the ninja world for so long, he had never met such a bastard. He didn't have much strength, but he ran fast. Now that the enemies meet, they are naturally jealous. Biwajozo said lightly, don't be careless, our mist-hidden outpost was pulled out by these 4 little brats in 3 days. More than 50. Why say so much, hurry up and kill them. Kurokurega said coldly, before the Jinchuriki arrives, we must make Konoha chaotic. Mori Shinpeka said coldly, that's right, kill. He snorted coldly. Then he held the explosive knife. Fuyumoen rushed over directly. Uchiha Jin saw this and gave Shisui a look, then began to quickly make hand seals with his hands, using the strongest ninjutsu at this stage for the first time. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. This time, Uchiha Jin did not hold back at all, and this was the first time he used his full strength. Boom! His mouth opened slightly, and the surging flames swept. Although Uchiha Jin's strength could not reach the effect of Uchiha Madara, the sea of a fire still submerged the entire dense forest. How could it be so strong? Is he really a genin? Water style, water array wall. As soon as Uchiha Jin made a move, the 7 ninja swordsmen were all shocked. Dare not hesitate, and quickly use water style. Instantly. Under the fusion of water and fire, a large amount of mist rose. But, even so, Uchiha Jin's great fire extinguishment was not something that could be stopped by a few water styles. Under the raging flames, the water array wall of the 7 ninja swordsmen was like a few splashes of water in the sea of a fire. At this moment, not to mention the 7 ninja swordsmen, even Shisui and the other 3 were confused. Hinata Aya was the most surprised. They had been in contact for 3 days, and she had always believed that Uchiha Jin's strength was only slightly stronger than hers, and at most he barely reached the qualification of Chunin. Now she knew that she was wrong. Even ordinary Jonin would find it difficult to reach this level, right? In fact, let alone her. Even Shisui and Kazama, who knew that Uchiha Jin had concealed something, were deeply shocked by the scene before their eyes. Is this the true strength of Uchiha Jin? The next second, Shisui's eyes condensed, and he instantly burst out with all his strength, and the whole person disappeared instantly. This is the upper 3 body techniques that can only be taught when joining the Anbu, and among them, the instant body technique. Although Shisui has not joined the Anbu, this technique is nothing to the wealthy and powerful. And the instant body technique in Shisui's hands may not reach the speed of Flying Thunder God, but it is not something that ordinary people can match. Swoosh! In a flash, he came behind Kurokurega. Waving the katana in his hand, the speed reached the extreme under the Uchiha sword technique. Ding! Although Shisui's speed was very fast, Kurokurega, as a veteran ninja, still reacted quickly, and the thunder sword in his hand was still slightly blocked. Hee, kid! Kurokurega snorted coldly, his eyes were full of anger, and his back was wet with cold sweat. Obviously. He never thought that he almost died in the hands of a kid. However, the next moment, Marine 6 styles, finger gun. Uchiha Jin's speed was no worse than Shisui. Under the cover of the flames, he instantly appeared behind Kurokurega, and smashed his heart with his right index finger. Kurokurega, die! How could it be? Even until death, Kuroki Rega was still horrified. He couldn't figure it out. He died so easily in the hands of a group of Konoha brats. Ball, you're looking for death. Seeing Kuroki Rega's death, the black ghost Oiwa holding the double swords Flounder, angrily slashed at Uchiha Jin's neck. Uchiha 633 Jin's eyes changed slightly. In the face of such speed, he had no way to dodge. 6 styles of the Navy, paper painting. Soft mud. The trick of the owl in one piece can instantly soften the whole body into a soft mud state. He narrowly avoided the double swords of Kuroki Oiwa. This, are you kidding? Kuroki Oiwa was stunned. Obviously. He couldn't understand it. Is this a move that a human can do? In fact, don't talk about him. Even Shisui was confused, and he looked at this scene stupidly. However, although they were stunned, Uchiha Jin was not. He smashed the heart of Kuroiwa Wadaki with a finger gun. In a flash, the two were killed. There were only 5 people left in the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. Then, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate. His speed was extremely fast. While the sky was full of flames, before the Kirigakure people could react, he killed Mori Shinpeki and Kurishi Kushimaru in just a dozen seconds. Marine 6 styles, storm legs. White thunder. Uchiha Jin jumped high and used Keiku's signature. The whole person turned 180 degrees in the air, and a white light flashed on his feet, and he smashed towards the grass Wild Man fiercely. Wild Man, be careful! Biwajozo yelled. But, too late. Before Tonko Yebaran could react, Lanjiao Bailey smashed him to pieces and set off a violent wind on the ground. The ground cracked, grass and stones flew. Chapter 49. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all destroyed. There was a dead silence on the battlefield. Flames were flying all over the sky, the earth was torn apart, and countless grass and trees turned to ashes. Everyone was shocked. Uchiha Jin's slightly thin body was like a god or demon in their eyes. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost and Biwajozo, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and they looked at the scene in front of them with horror. Both of them were dumbfounded. How could this be possible? They were the top strong men of Kirigakure. In addition to the Mizukage and Jinchuriki, the 7 ninja swordsmen were considered the signature. But, what about now? In less than a minute, 5 people were killed by Uchiha Jin. This was before he opened his Sharingan. This record was too impressive. Even now, they still couldn't believe it. In fact, let alone them. Even Shisui and Kazama looked incredulous. As for Hinata Aya, her mind was blank. Her face was full of confusion. Was this still the ordinary Uchiha in her impression? Run! Biwajozo said nothing. After saying a simple word, he immediately turned around and prepared to run. Zigwashin Pufferfish also had no objection. The two of them didn't waste any time and immediately started to run for their lives. What a joke! Although the two were elite jonins of Kirigakure, they had no courage to fight against Uchiha Jin, who was simply unreasonable. Even the blades in their hands were well known in the entire ninja world. But they themselves were only elite jonin. Although Uchiha Jin in front of them had not reached the level of Kage, he was not someone they could face. In their opinion, perhaps only Mizukage and Jinchuriki were qualified to fight Uchiha Jin. Shisui, stop them! Uchiha Jin, his face was serious, and Kazama, use the secret technique of shadow. Aya, open your Byakugan. No matter what the cost, these 2 people must be killed. My strength cannot be exposed for the time being. He had a serious look in his eyes. After saying that, he chased after the 2 without hesitation. Shisui and the other 2 looked at each other, and there was no doubt at all, so they rushed up directly. In an instant, the attack and defense switched. Jin took Hinata Aya, and Shisui took Kazama. The 4 of them were very fast. Even though Biwajozo and Zigwashin Puffer Ghost were already at their limit, and they used mist hidden technique, earth escape, and transformation techniques all the way, they still had no effect in front of Hinata Aya's Byakugan. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. When they got close to a certain extent, Uchiha Jin opened his Sharingan, put down Hinata Aya, and rushed straight up. Marine 6 styles, Iron Block Jade. Without saying a word, he immediately turned into a black whirlwind and rushed towards Biwajozo like a cannonball. Earth Array Wall. Biwajozo had no choice but to turn around and meet the enemy. Boom! Almost in an instant, Iron Block Jade smashed the Earth Array Wall, and the two began to fight directly. Iron Block. Demon Wolf, Wolf Bullet, Heavy Wolf, Wheel, Steel, Shatter. The two fought back and forth, and in just a dozen seconds, they fought nearly 30 times. Biwajozo also fought for his life, and the beheading sword in his hand was swung into a whirlwind. But it was useless. Uchiha Jin was also very anxious, he would never allow the two to leave alive. The battle here was too intense, and Konoha could come at any time. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. That was why he used the Iron Block Fist to the extreme without reservation. He was even too lazy to dodge the beheading sword, and directly used the fist hardened by the Iron Block to receive it. Especially with the blessing of the Sharingan, Biwajozo's movements were like slow motion in front of him. It took only 2 minutes. Biwajozo's bones were broken in many places, and the corners of his ferocious mouth were covered with blood. Now he was almost holding on with perseverance. And, on the other side, Shisui also used the instant body technique to the limit. On the blood-red Sharingan, 3 Megatama kept spinning, directly entangled the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon to death. If Samehada wasn't really difficult to deal with, even if he was an elite Jonin, Shisui could have killed him completely. However, although the two of them kept fighting, they naturally saw the battle situation on Uchiha Jin's side. So Zigwashin Puffer Ghost was really panicking. He could see that Biwajozo couldn't stand it anymore. "Cease fire, I surrender. You can seal our chakra, we are willing to surrender to Konoha. Without our 7 ninja swordsmen, we in Kirigakure will definitely surrender, and then let the Mizukage-sama redeem us." Zigwashin Puffer Ghost spoke quickly. He was afraid of death. And even to Kirigakure, he was not really loyal. He even hooked up with Danzo behind the scenes. Therefore, facing this desperate situation, he really didn't want to fight on. Otherwise, he might really die. But, it's a pity. Shisui turned a deaf ear to this, and even when the Puffer Ghost was talking, he accidentally revealed a flaw, and he slashed his throat with the sword in his hand without saying a word. Zigwashin Puffer Ghost, dead. Yes. Perhaps at other times, he would accept the surrender of Kirigakure. But now, it's not possible. Uchiha Jin's strength cannot be exposed to the Konoha high level, so he must die here, and even because of the existence of the Yamanaka clan, even the body cannot be left. Uchiha Jin on the other side is naturally very efficient. When Shisui succeeded, he also smashed the heart of Biwajozo with a finger gun. So far, the 7 ninja swordsmen were all killed. After doing all this, Uchiha Jin did not have the slightest intention of stopping, and turned to use the fire escape storm dance, which directly destroyed the dense forest in front of him and completely destroyed the bodies of the 2 people. As for Samehada and the beheading sword, he naturally collected them directly. Let's go back to the COL just now. The corpse over there can't be left behind, and take the handleless ninja sword by the way. The others nodded. About 15 minutes later, after completely destroying the scene, their team was completely relieved. "Jin, what are you going to say later?" Shisui frowned and couldn't help but say, "The noise here is too big, and the death of the 7 ninja swordsmen will definitely not be concealed from the village." "What are you going to say?" Narakazama and Hinata Aya also looked at Uchiha Jin. Obviously, through today's battle, the two of them have a little respect for Uchiha Jin in their eyes. In the ninja world, martial arts are respected. Whoever is strong enough will naturally be more respected. Especially, Narakazama. Even though he had bet that Uchiha-jin would become a strong man in the future, he realized that he had won the bet after seeing the scene in front of him. The probability of success of his plan is higher. In this case, he has to plan quickly. Uchiha-jin. He frowned slightly. He couldn't think of a solution to Shisui's problem for a while. The battle happened too urgently, and he had no time to calm down and think. He had to find an excuse for his strength. Otherwise, if the village and the clan knew that he deliberately concealed his strength, his future situation would be worse. After a moment of silence, he spoke quietly. Well, let's do this. Tell the outside world that I accidentally awakened the Mangekyo under the threat of death. And the means of killing these people is Susanoo. Chapter 50 Uchiha-jin, I'm not being sloppy anymore, I'm showing my cards. Uchiha-jin spoke directly. He was a little helpless. You know, since he came here, he has always been in a survival mentality. He hopes to become the strongest, and then make a stunning appearance to sweep away everything, monsters and demons. And now in the third battle, he just wants to slack off. I never thought. The appearance of the 7 ninja swordsmen has completely broken it all. Now it seems that only Plan B can be implemented. Take a deep breath, he can't help but sigh. Fortunately, I am Uchiha. Unlike other ninja clans, Uchiha's Sharingan is so unreasonable. Even if the clan members who haven't opened their eyes, as long as they open their eyes, their combat power can be improved by 2 or 3 classes, not to mention Uchiha's Mangekyo. Just the 7 ninja swordsmen, in front of the Mangekyo. Sharingan. They are all scum. Yes. In Uchiha-jin's view, since he can't hide anymore, he might as well be generous. Of course, being a weak person has greater benefits. Not only can he avoid all kinds of disgusting things between the top leaders, but more importantly, he can quietly lay out his plans in secret. But, at the same time, being strong also has its advantages. Although he cannot avoid being in the spotlight and thus falling into the struggle between the top leaders and the Uchiha. But as a strong man, he will definitely have more autonomy than before. There will be fewer constraints when operating some things. In general, there are half advantages and half disadvantages. Of course, if he is allowed to choose, he will definitely be willing to hide. Hey! Isn't there no way? But it doesn't matter. Even if he has to expose his strength, don't think of stopping him from hiding. At best, it's just a different way of hiding. Is this possible? Shisui couldn't help but say, the Mangekyo. Sharingan is indeed justifiable. But what if this is exposed? After all, the Mangekyo is the glory of the Uchiha clan. In the future, the clan leader and elders will definitely confirm this matter. Have you considered this, Jin? Narakazama and Hinata-aya frowned and began to think silently. Yes. Unconsciously, everyone has formed a small group. No one thought of reporting it, and they all wanted to keep it secret for him. I think we should put it another way. Narakazama said, why not put all the credit for killing the 7 ninja swordsmen on Shisui's head? Hinata-aya nodded. He also thought this method was reliable. After all, Shisui, the name of Shui's genius, has long existed in Konoha. If he said that he had a burst of energy, others would believe it more. No, absolutely not. Uchiha-jin heard this, but shook his head and refused. I don't care about this little achievement, the key is that if I do this, Shisui will be in danger in the future. Shisui is too kind, and he is basically unwilling to refuse other people's requests. Once this matter is brought to him, whether it is the Uchiha clan or the third Hokage, they will use Shisui as the former Hotaki sumo. Can Shisui bear it with his small body? Everyone was silent. Everyone felt that Uchiha-jin's consideration was quite reasonable. Even Shisui, who was about to nod, fell silent after hearing this. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Jin chuckled. Everyone, don't worry. I can feel that my Sharingan has already shown signs of a breakthrough. It won't take long before I can completely open the main Jikaya. He didn't lie. With the system data panel, everything was so clear to him. During this period, even on the battlefield, he was actually paddling all the time, so his experience naturally increased very quickly. Main Jikaya. Sharingan? He felt that as long as he survived for a few days, he would naturally evolve. Emotional stimulation? He didn't need it. As he spoke, the others took a breath. Even Shisui felt the same way. In fact, he also had the same feeling as Jin, and he could open his main Jikaya directly with just a little stimulation. But, he never thought. He, a genius, had not yet found a way to open the last step of the Sharingan. Jin, the Uchiha shame in everyone's eyes, was actually the first to open the main Jikaya. That's good. Shisui smiled. He breathed a sigh of relief. Hinata Aya and Narakazama did the same. The next moment, after reaching a consensus on this matter, he shouted to everyone. Even if you open the main Jikaya, it is still a great threat to the human body. Especially for someone like me who is opening the main Jikaya. For the first time, I can't kill the 7 ninja swordsmen without any injury like I am doing now. I will disperse my chakra and make myself fall into a coma. A with tilde, 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 please give me flowers, A with tilde, 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 A with tilde. Next. How to explain to the front camp is up to you. Fire escape, great fire extinguishing. After that, Uchiha Jin made a seal with both hands and performed fire escape again. Unlike other fire escapes, great fire extinguishing is only a B-level ninjutsu, but its strength depends entirely on personal strength. Even if the genin controls it, it can only cast a small flame. But in the hands of Uchiha Madara, it can directly spurt out a sea of a fire, and even directly destroy a small ninja village with this ninjutsu. In the previous fight, he had to leave room. Now, it's different. In order to exhaust the chakra in his body, he directly turned on the full power mode. Almost instantly, a sea of a fire rose. Shisui. 0. Nara. Aya. Looking at the sea of a fire in front of them, the three of them were shocked. Who dares to say that this is a B-level ninjutsu? Even if it is a legendary forbidden technique, the power should be just like this, right? 10 minutes later. With his chakra exhausted, he fainted directly. Shisui supported him, and just as he was about to speak, a large group of Konoha ninjas descended in an instant. Looking at the doomsday ruins in front of him, Uchiha Fugaku, who was in the lead, spoke quickly. Shisui, what happened? As Fugaku spoke, the eyes of others naturally focused on Shisui. Shisui, silent. This was his first time to lie, so he naturally felt a little embarrassed. After brewing his emotions for a while, he slowly spoke. We met the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just when we were about to be destroyed, Jin directly awakened and evolved from the 2 Magadama Sharingan into the main Jikaya. Sharingan. Then he used Susanoo to completely kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. What? Hearing Shisui's words, all the Konoha Jonin who came over were shocked. Especially, the Uchiha clan. After hearing about the main Jikaya Sharingan, they couldn't help but look at the unconscious Uchiha Jin. Everyone was unwilling to believe it. It was Fugaku who took a deep breath and spoke with disbelief on his face. Shisui, what did you say? You said Uchiha Jin, he awakened the main Jikaya. And then used Susanoo to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen. Are you sure you are not kidding? Gate.